This story kicks off with a brutal betrayal. And Suho, our protagonist, a skilled swordsman, found himself on his knees before those he once called comrades. His body trembled violently, and his arms displayed clear signs of poison. He coughed violently, his breath shallow and ragged, and he quickly realized this wasn't just ordinary poison. It was something far more dangerous, potentially fatal. In front of him stood two of his teammates, and instead of offering help, they just laughed. They actually reveled in watching him suffer. One of them, a warrior, sneered, telling Suho he should have joined their plan. But Suho had chosen a different path. He remained loyal to his duties as a public servant, stubbornly clinging to his morals, instead of giving in to corruption. This team had just conquered one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a place from which terrifying monsters emerged. But now these traitors wanted to leave that gate open. They didn't want to complete the mission. They wanted to ensure the monsters weren't completely wiped out, so they could return again and again. Because as long as the danger remained, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters were gone, the spotlight would fade, and so would their power. Suho remembered all the time he'd spent with them, fighting side by side in life-threatening battles, trusting them with his very life. And now they stood before him, watching him die without a shred of remorse. They justified their actions, claiming Suho was the only one who had opposed the plan. Everyone else was on board. Then the archer stepped forward and casually extended his hand, offering Suho a second chance. He said that if Suho agreed to join their side, they'd let him live. But Suho wasn't a fool. How could he trust people who had just poisoned him and stood back to watch him suffer? Besides, he could already feel it. His body had been pushed beyond its limits. The poison had spread too far. There was no coming back from this. His survival was impossible. But even if he couldn't live, he could still do one thing: take at least one of these traitors down with him. With that, Suho began gathering every last ounce of his remaining energy. A powerful aura erupted from him. Sharp and overwhelming, a couple from the group was immediately paralyzed with fear, backing away in terror. But the woman in the group, even more frightened than the rest, tried to calm everyone down, insisting they shouldn't panic. The archer, clearly on the verge of losing control of his bladder, could tell this was bad, and then Suho moved. In a single, swift motion, he charged forward. His blade slashed through the warrior's arm, and in the very next second, he beheaded the dark mage woman with deadly precision. The archer barely managed to retreat, dragging the healer with him. Their smug expressions, once full of arrogance, had completely vanished in an instant. They were replaced by sheer horror. The healer quickly tried to save the wounded warrior, casting healing spells desperately. But nothing worked. To her shock, she realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes turned to Suho. She saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer just a dying man. He was overflowing with the power of will itself. And not just him, his sword had transformed too, now forged completely from that same indomitable will. It was called the intangible sword, a weapon born from pure determination. But that power came at a cost. The energy that had kept him standing finally faded. Suho's strength gave out, and his body collapsed. He stumbled backward, falling off a cliff behind him. He dropped deep into the valleys below, disappearing from their sight, leaving behind nothing but silence. Suho slowly opened his eyes to the sound of chaos around him. There was shouting, sirens, and a distinct sound of people running. He was being carried by a firefighter, but he had no idea what was happening. His head spun, completely disoriented. Everything felt foggy and unreal, like a twisted dream or a nightmare. The firefighter carrying him was rushing him toward a designated safe zone, moving quickly through the crowded, panic streets. Suho couldn't make sense of it at first. The last thing he remembered was dying. He knew he had died, so how was he here alive? Confused and being rescued? Then something clicked. He noticed what was happening around him. A gate had opened, a presumable gate. It had caused a dungeon outbreak. Monsters were swarming the area. More specifically, goblins. Dozens of them were tearing through the city, attacking anything in sight. As Suho looked around, he saw a familiar sign lying on the ground nearby. Syndrome Station. That's when it all made sense. His memories were correct. This was the exact station that had once been contaminated during a sudden gate outbreak. He had seen this happen before. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow came flying through the air and struck the firefighter carrying him. The man let out a cry as he collapsed, sending both him and Suho crashing to the ground. The goblins were getting closer. Despite the pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and told him to run. But Suho didn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes focused on the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without hesitating, Suho grabbed it, took aim, and hurled it with all his strength at an approaching goblin. The weapon flew through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single, devastating blow. And then, right in that intense moment, something strange appeared in front of Suho. Floating text, just like a digital display. It was a system window. It congratulated him on his awakening. For a second, he just stared at it, stunned. It was exactly like before. Exactly as he remembered the system asked him to choose the class he wanted to pursue. Out of reflex, his finger almost moved to select warrior. It was instinct, but then he paused. No, this time he decided to delay his selection. Suho turned his attention toward the goblins, who were now cackling wildly, their screeches echoing across the battlefield. They looked completely unbothered, laughing like lunatics as if victory was already theirs. But Suho wasn't amused without wasting another second. He launched himself straight into the horde. His movements were sharp and effortless, weaving through incoming attacks, like they were nothing more than a breeze. One goblin, eager to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him from the side, but the moment its eyes locked on his Suho, it froze in horror because right in front of it, Suho had just retrieved the same axe he had hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly. Its face twisted in pure panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have pissed itself right there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for theatrics. Before the creature could even let out a scream, Suho slashed it down in one clean motion, cutting it off before it could make the area even more disgusting than it already was. He didn't stop there. Grabbing one of the goblins' sword from the ground, he kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to beginners, to someone like him, a veteran who had seen far worse. Cutting down goblins was no challenge at all. For Suho, it was easy as fuck. Suho continued slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another, with a speed and precision that was even sharper than before. In just a few minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely wiped out, ended so quickly it almost felt unreal and illegal. As the dust settled, Suho looked down at the sword in his hands. He realized how easily he had gotten carried away. In that moment, he wasn't calm or calculating. He'd acted purely on instinct and raw emotion. And while that raw power was undeniably useful, He knew that in times like these, what he truly needed was a cool, clear head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he was sent back to the past for a reason. This was his second chance, a rare opportunity to start everything over, from scratch, and he wasn't going to waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up right in front of him, congratulating him for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else entirely caught his attention. The firefighter nearby was staring at him, clearly curious. The way Suho had fought hadn't gone unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder, is this guy a player? Suho simply gave a slight nod in response, and turned his focus back to the system. He had made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up to the firefighter and politely asked if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him. It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magic healing light, and instantly, the warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could Suho be a healer when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin wave? Like a trained swordsman, before the man could ask more questions, another system window suddenly appeared. It was time for Suho to select a weapon. From the arsenal, he didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the same one he'd used before, and began preparing himself to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden determination made the firefighter a little nervous, even panicked. The gate ahead was no laughing matter. But Suho had a crucial advantage up his sleeve. He'd already unlocked a powerful swordsmanship talent. He got it before choosing a class, a vital detail, skills tied to innate talent, you see, could be used no matter what class a player picked. And as the player leveled up, those skills, along with their class skills, would evolve, growing stronger. Suho suddenly remembered something. Isabella's Holy Spirit had been the ultimate evolution of healing light. If only he'd possessed that kind of power back then, maybe things would have turned out very differently. But this time, he was going to do things right. He had a crystal clear plan. He would walk the path of both a swordsman and a healer. And as he recalled the faces of his former teammates, those absolute scumbags who'd betrayed and abandoned him, his resolve only grew stronger. He stepped closer to the ominous gate, the very one that had nearly killed him in his past life. Back then, he was weak and utterly unprepared. But now, with the very fundamentals of swordsmanship carved into his very being, he knew he could handle it. Without a shred of hesitation, Suho walked forward and stepped right inside the gate. The moment Suho stepped through the entrance, he suddenly found himself standing in the middle of a dense, shadowy forest. Almost instantly, the system window materialized before him, displaying the area's name. Green-red, a strange name indeed. But there wasn't much time to ponder it. After walking for only a short while, Suho stumbled upon the gruesome sight of multiple goblin corpses scattered across the forest floor. Judging by their positions and expressions, it looked like they'd been running from something, or someone far more terrifying than themselves. Their twisted bodies screamed fear, not just defeat. That's when Suho heard something, a low, guttural sound from nearby. He spun his head toward the source, and just like that, he recognized what was behind it. Two towering hobgoblins, dragging along the corpse of a freshly hunted creature. These weren't the weak, annoying goblins he'd seen before. Hobgoblins were a whole different beast, bigger, meaner, and far more dangerous. and when they spotted Suho, their eyes gleamed with hungry excitement. To them, human meat was a rare, coveted treat. Without hesitation, they tossed their previous prey aside and pointed their jagged weapons at Suho, eager to tear into fresh flesh. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly have guessed, was that the human they were drooling over wasn't some ordinary prey at all. They were staring at a predator. The first hobgoblin charged forward, blade swinging fast, but it sliced nothing but air. Suho dodged it cleanly. He already knew he was underleveled for these enemies. His weapon wasn't strong enough to cut through their thick skin with ease. But he didn't need to rely on brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its eye. The attack hit its mark. The creature let out a piercing screech, loud enough to rattle the forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the poor monster's pain by killing it. But Suho never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been too effective. It was a pure, habitual mistake he had made. He'd hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from a fight, but accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared and charged forward, swinging its weapon wildly in rage. But Suho was calm. He focused, dodging each attack with careful footwork. The hobgoblin slashed left, then right, thrashing like a wild beast. But none of its blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over could eventually, leading to him acquiring a skill from it. Suho knew this was coming, and true to form, after dodging several more attacks, a small grin crept onto his face. He had officially obtained a dodge skill, but he wasn't finished here yet. Now he set his sights on another skill. Suho began parrying the incoming strikes, reflecting each blow with precise timing. Parrying wasn't just some basic move. It had deep roots in weapon-based combat, serving as a foundation for many other advanced skills. It was essential, and Suho wanted it. After a few more successful parries, the system finally notified him that he'd successfully gained the parry skill. Unfortunately, by then, the hobgoblin had already grown exhausted. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its absolute limit. And so, just like before, Suho granted it peace, this time by swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, just necessity. Now, with two fresh skills in hand, he was ready to fight even more. He craved facing more monsters, not for the thrill of battle, but to earn skills, gather experience points, and grow stronger. Outside the gate, the atmosphere among the waiting hunters was thick with tension and frustration. They had just found out that someone had entered their assigned gate without permission. The moment the news spread, curses began flying left and right. Most of them were furious and felt utterly disrespected, grumbling about how someone had the audacity to step into their territory. Some were already making plans to teach this mystery intruder a lesson. Once they came back out, they weren't going to let that slide easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a firefighter was in the middle of a very serious conversation. He was speaking with a few suited men from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate and were specifically asking about a hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold anything back and told them everything he knew. Based on what he witnessed, Suho was no ordinary hunter. He had single-handedly annihilated a zombie horde and even healed his wounds right in the thick of chaos. One of the officers, hearing the report, looked visibly stunned. He hadn't even arrived late yet. But somehow, by the time he got there, The goblins were already completely eradicated. And to top it all off, the one responsible was supposedly a healer. He initially tried to dismiss it, claiming it simply wasn't possible. In their experience, healers just didn't possess the combat power to do something like this alone. But even so, if this guy truly managed to clear the gates solo, especially ones swarming with goblins, then they absolutely couldn't ignore him. If he pulled it off, they would be forced to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was out in the field, busy hunting down hobgoblins and racking up experience points. One after another, he moved swiftly and efficiently, beheading multiple hobgoblins at once with shocking ease. His attacks were clean, controlled. He deliberately spared one hobgoblin, letting it live. Just one glare from Suho was enough to make the monster bolt, faster than Usain Bolt. But that was exactly what Suho had planned from the start. He wanted the creature to escape and bring back more of its kind. With a brief break in the action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the wave of hobgoblins he had just defeated, both his stats and skills had improved significantly. While looking at the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left within those bodies. Inside the monsters, there were magic stones. These particular ones were degraded magic stones. Nothing too rare, but each one could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of grunt work. He didn't have the luxury to slow down. But right now, his financial situation was closer to a beggar than a hunter. So, he wasn't about to let these precious stones go to waste. He started carefully extracting the magic stones from the fallen monsters. One by one, he meticulously stored them all deep within his inventory. And by the time he finished collecting all that valuable loot, he felt a deep, genuine wave of satisfaction wash over him. This, indeed, was a pretty decent haul. But just as he was about to finally catch his breath, that momentary calm was violently shattered. A sudden, overwhelming wave of pure, unadulterated, killing intent slammed into him like a solid, invisible wall. When he whipped around to face the source, a menacing horde of about 30 hobgoblins was already closing in. Leading them was none other than the very monster he had generously spared earlier. The cowardly creature that had previously fled in sheer terror. And now, with their leader's vengeful confirmation, the entire bloodthirsty group charged Suho all at once. But Suho didn't even flinch. Instead, he effortlessly leapt into the air like a shadow-dwelling ninja, moving with the blistering speed and lethal precision of a perfectly trained assassin. Within mere moments, several hobgoblins had already violently fallen, their grotesque heads rolling across the blood-soaked ground. His movements were incredibly sharp, precise, and utterly effortless, like a hot blade slicing through soft butter. Then, as if to directly reward his ferocious efforts, the system proudly notified him that he had gloriously leveled up. Fresh, powerful stat points were instantly added to his profile, making him significantly stronger and more formidable than ever before. With that incredible power-up now firmly in hand, and more than enough battle experience gained, Suho made a swift, firm decision. There was absolutely no reason to drag these skirmishes out any longer. It was time to decisively end this, right here, right now. He dove headfirst straight into the terrifying mob of enemies, slashing and carving in every single direction, clearing the entire horde with chilling, ruthless efficiency. At one point, a desperate hobgoblin managed to charge him head-on, aiming for a devastating strike. But instead of fear, Suho's face absolutely lit up with pure, unadulterated excitement. He wasn't worried in the slightest. If anything, he looked even more thrillingly ready for battle than before. The true boss monster in this gate was a formidable chief hobgoblin, and it stood as a terrifying level 20 enemy. As expected of such a powerful boss, it came charging in first, attempting to land a devastating attack, but it failed utterly miserably. Right after that, a sneaky group of smaller, weaker monsters attempted to pull off a cunning sneak attack from right behind him, but Suho, without even fully turning around to face them, reacted instantly, cutting them down as if they were absolutely nothing. That's exactly when the cunning boss monster shrewdly switched tactics, employing one of its dreaded skills, fear. This nasty fear skill paralyzed its target instantly, plunging them into a state of pure, debilitating terror. The higher the skill's level, the more potent its effects became. And since this was a formidable boss monster, that alone served as ample explanation for how it could wield such a powerful mental-type skill, even within a low-level gate. The true problem was that Suho possessed no gear, or skills capable of shielding his mind, or resisting mental attacks at this critical moment. He had no direct counter to it whatsoever. The boss seized this opening, seeing it as a chance to finish the fight, and charged in, eager to claim victory. But what the boss didn't realize was that Suho wasn't some greenhorn rookie. He was a seasoned veteran hunter who'd faced situations far more dire. He knew exactly how to handle this predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho gripped his blade tighter in his left hand and deliberately slashed his own arm. The sudden, agonizing pain instantly jolted him out of the fear-induced paralysis. The moment his mind fully cleared, he expertly parried the boss's incoming strike. Then, instead of immediately focusing on the boss, Suho made a lightning-fast decision. He decisively turned his attention to the smaller monsters first. Within mere seconds, he blazed through the battlefield, slicing down every last one of them with ruthless efficiency. In just a short, explosive burst of action, he had completely wiped out all the hobgoblins within the gate, leaving no enemies behind except for the boss itself. Before going back to confront the chief hobgoblin, he took a brief moment to heal the fresh wound on his left arm. Now, with the distractions eliminated and his body back in prime shape, it was just him and the boss, one-on-one, with no more interruptions. And from the look on the monster's bewildered face, it didn't seem quite so confident anymore. The intense fight between the two had truly begun. They exchanged blow after furious blow. Suho gave it his absolute all, swinging his sword with fierce determination. But because of his relatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to inflict any serious damage upon the monster. One thing became abundantly clear. A direct assault just wouldn't cut it. Realizing this, Suho swiftly changed his tactics. Instead of swinging blindly, he plunged his sword straight into the monster's thigh, targeting a vital weak spot to cripple its movements. In response, the monster unleashed its fierce skill once more, hoping to paralyze Suho and seize the advantage. But this time it failed completely. Once a person conquers their fear, it loses its hold, and Suho had already faced and triumphed over it once before. Now that he was immune, Suho relentlessly focused all his attacks on that exact same spot. He slashed the injured thigh over and over again, relentlessly exploiting its glaring weakness. After a few more precise and devastating hits, the boss monster finally collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life, teetering on the brink of death. But Suho wasn't finished yet. Instead of delivering the final blow, he suddenly activated his healing light, a skill explicitly designed to restore health. And he used it on the monster. The creature, already dazed and half dead, was now utterly bewildered. It couldn't fathom why the human, who had nearly killed it, was now attempting to heal it. Suho, on the other hand, was absolutely thrilled. He had just realized he could keep this battle going. By repeatedly attacking and then healing the monster, he could extend the battle indefinitely and use it as intensive training. Some time passed in this bizarre cycle of attack. Injure, heal, repeat. And with every grueling round, Suho grew undeniably stronger. His skills steadily improved, and eventually, he upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the once proud boss monster, once proud and terrifying, was now utterly consumed by pure fear. It couldn't even bring itself to look at Suho anymore. Now that Suho had learned everything he possibly could, from this place, there was nothing left to gain. The monster's role in this brutal trial was finished. It had served its purpose. With a calm, resolute expression, Suho ended it all, beheading the monster without a single shred of hesitation. Just like that, the gate had been conquered. Suho stood victorious. He was declared the MVP of the gate, gaining bonus experience on top of everything else. His level had now reached 10, a significant milestone for any hunter. Even his healing skill, Healing Light, received an upgrade, advancing to E rank. And along with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much now, but if his skills continued to develop at this pace, it wouldn't be surprising if one day he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. It was only the beginning, but the path ahead was clearly promising. With everything wrapped up, it was time to move on. Suho turned toward the exit of the gate. Outside, the atmosphere was tense. The gate had started to tremble slightly, causing people to whisper and wonder. Had the gate been cleared? Then, before anyone could guess further, Suho stepped out. He walked out calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him didn't matter. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion or discomfort on his face, just quiet composure. People around him stared, unable to figure out who he really was, or what exactly he had done. And Suho didn't bother explaining. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over. They had all come looking for the mysterious man, who had conquered the gate alone. But Suho ignored every offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked past them and landed right in front of a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, young Chulmin, and judging by the confused look on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the person behind the gate's conquest. The scene shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the team leader, Young, and Suho sat across from each other. On the surface, it looked like a standard registration meeting, but Chulman's mind was miles away. His thoughts kept drifting back to their earlier encounter. He remembered how they had first met, shaking hands casually, and how Suho had mentioned he was already on his way to the Hunter Association anyway. At first, Chulman had assumed it was just for a license renewal, something experienced hunters did all the time. But as the conversation progressed, it became clear that Suho was actually there for initial registration. That completely caught Chulman off guard. He was still trying to process how someone like Suho, registered as a healer of all things, had managed to clear an entire gate all by himself. And the way Suho had acted, calm, casual, munching on snacks like it was just another Tuesday. Schulman had gone over his aptitude test results again and again. Statistically, Suho seemed more like a warrior than a healer. The numbers didn't lie. He had the physical strength and combat instincts, not to mention the composure that you'd expect from a frontline fighter. It didn't make sense. While Schulman was lost in thought, Suho spoke up, snapping him out of it by asking if there was a problem. That brought Schulman back to focus. He began asking Suho a few routine questions. Background, education, that sort of thing. And that's when more pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. We learned that Suho was a college dropout. He had been studying physical education before quitting. Most students from that department usually choose combat class, like warrior or archer if they entered the hunter field. But Suho had gone in a completely different direction. He had selected the healer class. And a reason? He just hated getting hurt. Then he went on to explain what had happened inside the gate. He described the sequence of events in a direct, almost emotionless tone, though he conveniently omitted one crucial detail: the unsettling fact that it had all been far too easy for him. He simply stated he fought to survive, and that was the end of it. But when Suho casually mentioned chief hobgoblins, Chunman instantly stiffened. Something about that just didn't sit right. Gates that yield chief hobgoblins certainly weren't supposed to be easy. So, Suho, keenly noticing his discomfort, calmly opened his inventory. In the very next moment, he dropped all the gates' collected loot right onto the table, the items landing with a heavy thud. And Chunman was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock, and for a split second, he almost panicked. These were the magic crystals Suho had collected after hunting those hobgoblins. The smaller ones were from regular hobgoblins, while the larger, more refined one had come directly from the hobgoblin chief. Since Suho didn't really know their actual value, he politely asked the team leader if he could help get them processed, even while trying to stay composed. Chunman couldn't tear his eyes off the loot. It was a truly good haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho seriously and asked if he truly wanted to become a hunter. When Suho nodded, that simple agreement sparked real excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself again, Chunman then asked whether this decision was just made on impulse. But Suho responded with a calm smile and a firm no. It wasn't impulsive at all, while Chunman was still riding the wave of happiness. From hearing Suho's answer, Suho slightly shifted the tone and began explaining his true reasons. It wasn't about power or money. It was personal. He hated monsters, and he hated the very gates they came from. As a child, he had lost his entire family during a gate shock. After that, he grew up in an orphanage, completely alone. At first, he thought that just killing monsters would finally ease the deep frustration and agonizing pain inside him. But even after slaying countless monsters, that crushing knot in his chest never loosened. No matter how many foes he obliterated, the ache never truly faded. That's when he made a profound decision. He couldn't undo the past's bitter wounds, but he could choose the kind of future he wanted to protect for others. He refused to let anyone else suffer as he had. He wanted to fight, not for petty revenge, but for the safety and well-being of all. He yearned to be on the front lines, doing vital, real work. And that's precisely why he decided to become a hunter. Not for any private guild's gain, but for the South Korean Hunter Association itself. Schulman was genuinely astounded by this powerful answer. But as an experienced veteran, he also felt compelled to explain the harsh downsides. He honestly told Suho that the Hunter Association's pay scale was significantly, even brutally lower compared to what private guilds typically offered. But Suho didn't seem fazed by that revelation at all. As long as he had free, unrestricted access to multiple gates, priority in entering them, and the absolute authority to punish any hunter who dared commit crimes, that was more than enough for him. Chillman could barely process what he was hearing. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically holds gate priority, they often, almost always, end up auctioning those crucial rights off to private guilds. And the reason is brutally simple. No official truly wants to put their life on the line for a meager government salary. Most people claim they join to help others. But the cold reality is they aim for stable, safe positions where they can quietly earn a living without ever having to step foot inside a dangerous gate. That's why so many chase cushy administrative roles instead of demanding field duty. But in Chulman's eyes, Suho felt profoundly different. He wasn't chasing safety or comfort. He was a genuinely rare type, a true patriot who wanted to be out on the front lines, protecting people directly, someone who genuinely, passionately believed in civil service. The happiness was so utterly overwhelming that, for a moment, Chillman felt utterly lightheaded. But he quickly snapped out of it and got straight back to the task of managing the magic crystals. Now, to even take the official hunter exam, you first need to pass an aptitude test, complete with both a written and practical exam. Unfortunately for Suho, though, this year's registration period had already closed, and the exam itself was scheduled for tomorrow. But luckily for Suho, he had Brother Chulman in his corner. Since Suho had managed to conquer an entire gate completely on his own, there was a strong possibility they could pull some strings and snag special approval from the higher-ups. That part wasn't a problem at all. What had concerned Chulman, however, was the written exam. Clearing that with only one day of prep, nearly impossible for a regular person. But Suho, being Suho, was brimming with confidence. To him, if you get the chance to do something, you seize it, no matter the circumstances. The only snag? Our boy was practically broke at this point. He didn't even have enough money to pay for the exam. Registration fee. So, swallowing his pride, he humbly asked if team leader Chulman could handle the magic crystals for him. And Chulman, being the dependable guy he is, immediately took on the task without a second thought. Right now, the only person Suho could truly rely on was his big brother Chulman, and he was genuinely grateful for that. After some time, they wrapped up all the aptitude tests. Team leader Chulman. Then, sent Suho the money they'd gotten from selling the crystals. In the next shot, Suho was absolutely devouring Chulman's food stash, like he owned the place. Thanks to the magic crystals, he'd received 3 million won. And on top of that, since he registered as a civil servant hunter, he also got some tax exemption benefits. Still, that wasn't enough for him. He had one more request. He'd heard the association had a library, and he wanted to cram for the written exam. For tomorrow, he politely asked if the team leader that could grant him access, and of course, Chulman happily agreed with a smile. He even personally guided Suho to the library, explaining that he wouldn't need an employee card to enter. Before they parted ways, Chulman wished him the best of luck for the exam. Suho quietly watched him leave, thinking how kind and reliable his brother still was. Deep down, he knew that one day, Chulman would definitely become the president of the association. With Chulman out of the picture, Suho turned his attention back to the library. His goal was clear: find something tied to his past life. He remembered major events happening, world-shaking events that rocked entire regions. But the details were always hazy. Human minds weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception. Still, somewhere in this place was the key, a fragment of knowledge or a skill he desperately wanted. After poking around a bit more, Suho finally stumbled upon something strange. A book, massive, ancient-looking, and so thick it refused to fit on any shelf. Curious, he picked it up. The moment he cracked it open, the system pinged in with a strange message. The book wasn't from this world. It also mentioned that there was a special way to use it, something beyond just reading. And Suho, he already knew what that meant. Without hesitation, he held the book above his head, like some RPG character. Triggering a Eden quest. For a split second, he felt like a complete clown. Nothing was happening, and his arms were getting tired. Frustration bubbled up fast, because he was damn sure this was the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the book, the system spoke again. The book, Library of Memories, had taken an interest in his story. That's when a magic kicked in. The book shimmered, reality shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty room. He now stood before a colossal, otherworldly tree, its roots deep in glowing stone. Its branches stretched into a sky that wasn't even real. A spiral staircase wound around it, leading upward into the unknown. This, he realized, was the Library of Memories. It's then revealed that the Library of Memories bestows upon its user total recall of everything they've ever seen or heard, including painful or traumatic experiences. Normally, the human brain copes by forgetting, but once this ability is acquired, the user is burdened with flawless memory. The original owner of this power was the manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former Korean Hunter Association employee. While studying at a library for a career change, she unintentionally gained this ability after using a book as a pillow, simply because lying face down was uncomfortable. Suho marvels at how lucky she was to stumble upon such a powerful skill, and feels grateful to her for introducing him to it. He even plans to treat her to a meal one day. The system window then prompts Suho to donate his own story to the Library of Memories. He considers how truly powerful the ability is. It could help him restore every memory he's ever had, especially since human memories tend to fade and warp over time. Realizing its immense value, he decides that obtaining the skill is absolutely necessary to retain every detail with precision. A message appears, confirming his story has been accepted. Suddenly, a strong wind whips around him, and the system announces that the Library of Memories is now accessing and recording his experiences. Suho starts floating in midair, surrounded by radiant texts, as a diagram materializes above the book. Another message follows, declaring that the Library of Memories has officially opened. It will store everything he's seen and heard, giving him access whenever needed, while also offering crucial insights. Suho stares at his hand, sensing that the recording process feels a bit off. It's probably because this entire space is some kind of illusion now that he's acquired this skill. He decides to give a try. Closing his eyes, he revisits a past battle. He sees himself severely wounded there. The moment floods back with vivid emotions, and the fury rises within him once again, confirming the memory's intense clarity. He sees those who betrayed him, individuals he now recognizes as selfish cowards, who had delayed sealing the gate, simply to save their own skins. He vows to never forgive or forget them. His mind drifts among countless system windows. The memory deeply unsettles him, and he wishes he'd chosen to recall something far less painful instead. Then, out of nowhere, a system window displays a shocking notification. He's being given a chance to become stronger, as the first person ever to reach the realm of the transcendent. The system announces it's rebooting for player Suho. He's left utterly speechless as the world around him snaps back to normal. A startling thought crosses his mind. Could it be that the system truly sent him back in time? He remembers having once reached a state of unity with the legendary Divine Sword and obtaining the first SS rank skill. But now, as the first to attain transcendence, he's being granted a brand new opportunity, something no one has ever experienced before. Suho begins to realize that his return to the past might not be just a mere coincidence. In the very next moment, he arrives at a specific location by taxi. As he steps out of the cab, he reflects on how incredibly meaningful this second chance truly is now. He now has an opportunity to prevent the disasters that once plagued him and to confront the unpredictable gates that had caused countless casualties. Determined to tackle these gates faster than ever before, he reminds himself that every second truly matters. He soon arrives at a colossal building, Nexus standing tall before him. He's utterly impressed by its sheer size, and he recognizes this as the biggest private hunter academy in the entire country. He also sees it as a place to earn serious cash and secure his future with unwavering resolve. He heads inside. A cheerful receptionist greets him and asks the reason for his visit. Suho replies, stating he wishes to meet Director Kim Soo. The receptionist, taken aback, asks if he has an appointment. Suho says no, but insists it's crucial. He simply asks her to pass along a message. The solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station, the pre-catastrophe gate, is here. The scene shifts to the director's office. A calm woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, the director of Nexus Academy. Suho introduces himself as On Suho. Director Kim invites him to take a seat and acknowledges his incredible achievement at the Syndrome Gate. She then asks why he came in Nexus. Suho explains he's here to apply for a scholarship. The director is visibly taken aback by the request. Suho confirms it and mentions that he also plans to take the hunter license test, scheduled for the very next day. Still struggling to process the situation, Director Kim asks how long it's been since he awakened. Suho calmly replies, it happened today. Even more shocked, she checks her documents and repeats in disbelief. An unregistered hunter who awakened just today wants to take the test tomorrow and has already solo cleared a catastrophic level gate. Suho confirms everything. He adds that a connection within the Hunter Association helped him secure a spot in the exam. His goal is simple, to rank first. His confident declaration leaves the director even more stunned. Then, Suho states his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus Scholarship, student status with full financial support. Suho knew full well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the top wouldn't be easy. But he wasn't some mere beginner. He was a battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates. Whether anyone else believed him or not didn't matter. That choice was entirely up to them. Director Kim recognized that. Clearing such a dangerous gate all by himself was no small feat. Still, she was quick to remind him that the Hunter test was an entirely different beast, boasting an average pass rate of less than 20. Suho made his stance clear. If he didn't secure first place, they could completely disregard him and cancel the scholarship deal outright. Intrigued, Director Kim pressed him on why he chose Nexus instead of the far more prestigious academies, like Hexagon or Prime. Suho replied without hesitation. Despite being the biggest academy, Nexus has definitely hit a rough patch in recent years. It hasn't produced a single top-ranking student, and that's severely damaged its reputation and admissions. Silently, Director Kim had to admit the truth. Nexus was in desperate need of a win, and no current student had shown any signs of becoming a breakout talent. If Suho actually managed to take first place, Nexus would undoubtedly gain the most from the spotlight. His proposal, in that sense, was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but secretly wonder, what kind of person makes such a bold offer with such unshakable confidence? Curious, she asked how much money he was actually expecting from the scholarship. Suho retaliated by asking about the rewards for becoming the top student. She explained that the prize package included a full tuition refund, an additional bonus of 30 million won, and of course, the opportunity to immediately join the Nexus Guild. Suho nodded. It seems fitting for the country's largest academy. But then, with a sly grin, he added that 300 million won would be even better. The sheer number absolutely floored Director Kim, but Suho pressed on, explaining that, considering the immense advantages that came with being the top student and the vast scale of the academy, the amount was perfectly fair for Nexus. 300 million isn't that much, anyway. Deep down, Director Kim knew he wasn't wrong. Reluctantly, she conceded. She agreed, telling him that if he truly ranked first, she would pay him the 300 million later. Suho then began to wander around the campus. The more he explored, the more he grasped just how massive it truly was. It was bigger than most amusement parks. Once enrolled, he wouldn't be missing a single thing. The staff member guiding him chuckled proudly, explaining that Nexus was the largest academy in all of South Korea. Suho noticed the guide looked exhausted and figured they'd probably been roused, just to give him a tour. Feeling a pang of guilt, Suho thanked him for showing him around so late. The guide smiled, saying it was the least he could do for someone so important. Just then, Suho spotted someone training alone on the playground. Curious, he asked if that person was a student. The guide nodded, explaining that student trained every night at this hour and was the most hard-working student in the entire academy. Suho was intrigued. The student's name was Dahan. The guide called out to him, reminding him to take care of his health, to which Dahan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself even harder, since he was already in his third year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Dahan for raid missions. Back then, Dahan had been the nation's top tanker, famous for his unmatched endurance and formidable defensive capabilities. It had been unfortunate when pure tankers lost their place in the meta over time, but now, seeing Dahan wielding an axe instead of shield, Suho realized Dahan still hadn't unlocked his true potential. This was a perfect opportunity. He could guide Dahan now and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide introduced the two of them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Dahan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Dahan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he chose that particular weapon. Dahan explained that, since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched well with his build. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho inquired if Dahan had only ever trained with his battle axe. Dahan confessed he had, lamenting that he considered himself a slow learner. He then explained that, Trying out multiple weapons just felt like a massive waste of his time. It had already taken him 2 grueling years just to get somewhat decent with that axe alone. And even now, after all that, he still didn't feel particularly skilled or proficient with it. Suho silently analyzed the entire situation and instantly pinpointed the real underlying problem. It wasn't that Dahan lacked effort or dedication at all, but that the battle axe simply didn't suit his natural abilities. It wasn't a matter of sheer dedication. It was a clear case of poor strategic direction. If his progress hadn't significantly improved early on, he should have fundamentally switched weapons sooner. Suho found it genuinely surprising that even the country's top-tier academy could miss something so blatantly obvious. He then suggested a completely different mindset for combat. Since players would inevitably receive stat adjustments later on, it made far more sense to pick a weapon that naturally resonated with their personal fighting style. With proper skill correction effects, proficiency could indeed rise incredibly quickly. But true peak performance in battle always relied on deep knowledge and practical experience. In Dahan's specific case, the battle axe was clearly a complete mismatch. While it certainly delivered heavy, impactful hits, its extremely long cooldowns left users dangerously vulnerable. And considering Dahan's naturally large frame, it became even harder to effectively protect him during combat. When Dahan heard all of this, he was completely taken aback. He'd spent the last 3 grueling years training with that very axe. Suho acknowledged his unwavering dedication, but then gently pointed out that Dahan's true core strength might actually lie in tanking. He then advised Dahan to try using a sturdy kite, shield on his left arm, and a powerful one-handed blunt weapon in his right. According to Suho's keen analysis, this optimized setup would significantly enhance Dahan's overall combat effectiveness and survivability. Dahan naturally hesitated. Switching roles right before the exam felt incredibly risky, especially since the crucial test was happening the very next day. Suho then challenged him, asking him to truly consider what truly forms the essential backbone of any successful raid party. While most believed the mage was the key, in reality, it was always the tank who truly mattered. The tank's vital role was to draw the enemy's focus and shield the team. To do that properly, a tank needed both a sturdy shield and a secondary weapon for effective crowd control. Suho's brilliant reasoning finally clicked with Dahan, and motivated by this insight, he decided to give it a shot. Suho was thrilled Dahan didn't let doubt hold him back, appreciating how quickly he could think and adapt. Suho wished him the best of luck, and Diwan promptly thanked him before heading off. Right after that, the guide explained that Director Kim had specifically asked him to give Suho a tour, which is why he'd introduced him as a special guest. But now the guide was truly curious. Was Suho actually an instructor? He seemed to know an incredible amount about combat and contracts. Suho clarified that yes, he was an instructor, though internally he realized it probably looked quite suspicious for someone without a proper license to know so much intricate detail. He then explained he was more like a stakeholder. The guy nodded and mentioned he'd just received a call. The contract was finally ready. It was time to return to the director's office. Then came the day of the much-anticipated hunter test. The area in front of the association building was absolutely packed with eager examinees, all armed with their gleaming swords and ready to earn their coveted hunter licenses. Everyone had been preparing relentlessly for this very moment, sharpening their skills and pushing themselves to peak performance. Ironically, however, Suho The very man who'd cleared a gate all by himself was currently in his absolute worst condition. After finishing the test, Suho walked out, reflecting on the true purpose behind it. It had been organized due to concerns over possible doping, but in his seasoned opinion, those measures didn't actually mean much. Most cheaters weren't using drugs. They were using powerful skill buffs during the test. One woman in particular, and several others, had exhibited magic levels no one at level 5 should naturally possess. The system then notified Suho that his magic sensing ability, his senses were far sharper than most. He'd completely mastered the skill of magic detection. This made it easier for Suho to pick up on any oddities. Although nothing had been officially reported, he could already tell that many were clearly cheating. Knowing they were using buffs, he realized it was time to end this. Looking at Schulman, Suho felt grateful to have at least one honest person nearby. As he walked through the hall, where other candidates were discussing their tests, he couldn't help but feel like he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Schulman approached, asking how the test went. Suho replied that he was confident he'd pass, but then he asked why Schulman was there. Schulman explained that he was helping out, since the association was always short-staffed. He'd also heard that this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was truly impressive. Suho responded that he was sure he had solved it, and asked if he could bring something up. Schulman agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any checks for buffs, and asked why. Schulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that, while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use and confiscated personal items, to prevent cheating through gear, they didn't seem to check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Schulman appreciated the input and promised to look into it before the practical exam. Suho said he'd get ready for the upcoming test. Before he left, Schulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam had been delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the dive capsules. All candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait, either in the lounge or the training area. But Suho wasn't convinced. It felt like a flimsy excuse. He suspected Brother Schulman had already started cracking down on anyone trying to cheat, using illicit buffs and moving swiftly, just as he'd expected. With 1,200 candidates and a pass rate under 10, spotting cheaters could easily plummet that rate to 7. Anyone who passed under those conditions would undoubtedly be top-tier talent. Suho decided to observe the other candidates, to spot anyone worth keeping an eye on. Just then, voices caught his attention. One man was challenging another to a match. The second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights. But the first guy clarified he only wanted to spar, joking the other was afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to stay out of his face. The first man then raised a wooden sword and asked what would happen if he struck first. Before anything could escalate, Suho stepped in and blocked the wooden sword with his own, making the attacker pull back. The second man was stunned and asked Suho if he'd lost his mind, but Suho calmly said he'd handle it and told the man to stay out of it. The guy asked who Suho was. Was he some sort of officer? Suho simply said he was just another test taker, but warned that dealing with someone like this attacker would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him, the attacker, then questioned why Suho was getting involved. Suho smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner, since he was so eager for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed. He scoffed, saying he wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone weak. Like Suho. That word weak caught Suho off guard. The attacker claimed Suho just got lucky earlier, and warned him not to get arrogant, demanding he leave, but Suho quickly turned the tables. He coolly asked if his attacker was scared. Annoyed, the man snapped, "What was that? Supposed to mean?" Suho proposed they find out if it really was just luck, hinting his opponent was too scared to test his theory. Provoked, the man readily accepted the challenge, hurling insults and dismissing Suho as just another coward. Suho agreed to the spar, but insisted they get a supervisor's approval and use the designated sparring arena. With permission granted, both stepped into the training arena, drawing curious attention from nearby students. The referee reminded them they could only use training, weapons provided by the association, and warned that the match would be stopped if things got out of control. As the match began, the attacker charged in, first swinging his wooden sword. Suho blocked it with effortless ease. The attacker then leapt into the air, swinging downward, but Suho dodged effortlessly. Furious and surprised, the attacker threatened to tear Suho apart. But Suho stomped down on the man's wooden sword and taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. The insult finally pushed the attacker over the edge. This man, Park Young, was known as a mad swordsman, obsessed with strength, always seeking out skilled opponents to fight. His insatiable thirst for power had turned him into a truly relentless combatant. Suho remembered how skilled Young had been during their last encounter, and was surprised to see him among the same batch of test takers. He immediately realized that Young needed to be stopped before he repeated past mistakes. Without warning, Suho delivered a powerful kick that sent Young flying. As he hit the ground, Suho mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Young questioned how Suho was so strong. Suho calmly warned him that charging in blindly wouldn't work, hinting that Young had never faced someone as powerful as a level 10 before. Most of his previous opponents probably never got past level 5. Getting back up with a smirk, Young confessed Suho's composure was unnerving, declaring he'd unleash his full power. Suho welcomed the challenge as Young unleashed a barrage of strikes. But Suho dodged them all seemingly effortlessly, with just one hand casually resting on his sword. The intensity of Yang's attacks had definitely ratcheted up a notch, and Suho acknowledged the added weight behind each blow. Then Yang went all in, committing fully, using his signature dragon sword technique. A flash of blinding light erupted as their swords clashed, and Yang thought he had finally landed a decisive hit. He began to celebrate, but when the light faded, Suho was still standing, completely unharmed. He had blocked the attack, shocking Yang to his core. Yang trembled with disbelief, demanding an explanation. Suho smirked, simply stating the attack was too slow. In reality, Yang had only managed a basic version of the dragon sword technique. Without a hunter's license, it was impossible to truly master the real thing. Enraged by the humiliation, Yang charged again, fueled by fury. But Suho dodged every single attack with infuriating ease. At one point, Suho dropped into a low crouch, clearly baiting Yang into one last reckless charge. Just as Yang shouted that the match was finally over, Suho landed a powerful upward strike directly to his chin, knocking him out cold. Yang hit the ground, utterly defeated and dazed, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Suho calmly repeated that his attacks were simply too slow. Though Yang was seething with frustration, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath. Watching this, Suho realized that Yang's obsession would now revolve entirely around defeating him, ignoring everyone else in the process. With that distraction taken care of, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down. Meanwhile, the supervisors who had been observing everything were left utterly stunned, snapping them out of their daze. Suho casually spoke up, reporting that he'd accidentally knocked out Yang, and asked them to take care of him. In the next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with various machines. Looking around, he noticed more skilled individuals were present than ever before. They were likely anti-doping inspectors, disguised as technicians. As the room grew noisy, Suho grew visibly irritated, clearly wishing everyone would just leave. A technician then approached him and instructed him to lie down. He then explained how the emergency button worked in case anything detached during the dive process. Suho confirmed he understood. Once the system powered up, Suho lay down, and cables were attached to both sides of his head. A system window appeared, indicating the hunter. Practical test program had been activated. As Suho's consciousness connected to the simulation, the dive progress steadily climbed, 5, then 40, then 77, until it hit 100. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario began. When Suho opened his eyes, he found himself in a different world. Right away, he could tell this test wouldn't be easy, especially considering how few people passed the healer exam. In front of him were wounded individuals, calling for help, and some were trapped under rubble. One girl in particular was desperately trying to lift a huge stone. As Suho took in the chaotic scene, he silently criticized the Hunter Association for being too ruthless with the scenario. The whole situation already felt traumatic. Before continuing, let's understand the context of this practical test. It's considered the centerpiece of the Hunter exam, the main goal being to evaluate how well a participant fits into their chosen class. Every year, the simulation scenarios change, and the criteria for passing also vary. Typically, these tests involve one-on-one fights or surviving waves of enemies. A participant's score depends on how long they last and how many opponents they defeat. But for healers, it's different. The focus isn't just on how strong their healing powers are. While healing ability matters, the most valued quality is sacrifice. Healers, the unsung heroes, who put their lives on the line to save others, scored higher as monsters began to close in. Suho pondered the true nature of this test. In this scenario, he realized the healer was expected to die protecting the patient. The issue was his own stats were still active. Walking toward the approaching monsters, he spotted a sword lying on the ground. As he looked at it, he realized he'd have to take a serious beating before finally dying, unlike the others. He questioned the logic of letting himself be beaten to death. Dying once had already been more than enough. Nearby, others screamed for help at the sight of the monsters. But Suho knew those screams were mere illusions. In reality, he was surrounded only by corpses. He approached a terrified young girl and asked if she was okay. Shaking, the girl warned that the monsters would return, and they had to run. But Suho knew the real mission. He had to protect her until the very end. Reassuring her, he promised that the rescue team would come, and he'd keep her safe until then. With steely resolve, he stood his ground, ready to fight the oncoming monsters. Back in the observation room, players started exiting the simulation pods one by one. One of them stepped out, thinking he could have done better. A woman thanked him for his efforts and instructed him to gather his belongings and head outside. She then moved to another pod and checked the screen. It displayed the details of a participant, Kong Jin Young, Archer class, with a recorded time of 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She commented that this season's scores were particularly low due to the test's high difficulty. Curious, she asked Director Shin how long Suho had been inside. Shin replied, 30 minutes. Shocked, she repeated the number, unable to believe it had been that long. Rushing over to Suho's machine, she checked the display herself. 30 minutes later, she was still in utter disbelief. She then questioned if Suho was truly a warrior. Shin quickly corrected her, explaining Suho was a healer. Refusing to believe it, she flat out accused him of lying. But Shin simply pointed to the swords Suho had been wielding and urged her to take a closer look. Together, they reviewed the simulation's intense footage, closely watching Suho in a fierce battle. The woman, still baffled, asked again if he was truly a healer, completely impressed by his unparalleled combat ability. She then wondered aloud if he might be disqualified for simply not dying. But Director Shin quickly clarified that there was no rule whatsoever requiring death. The test's real, core purpose was to protect the patient. Until the very end, she nodded in understanding. Shin explained further, Suho was perfectly meeting all the given conditions. He never once abandoned the patient, fought right beside her, continuously healing her throughout. He was even risking his own life to protect her, as long as all core conditions were met. Disqualification simply wasn't an option. Hearing that, the woman finally concluded that the top score for this grueling exam had already been unequivocally determined. Meanwhile, Suho was still fiercely battling inside the simulation. With incredible honed skill, he sliced through the monsters with a single decisive blow. But even after achieving victory, Suho felt it still wasn't enough. He needed to be faster as more terrifying monsters appeared. He eliminated them, one after another, showing unwavering focus. Eventually, he completely wiped them all out. A system message then popped up. Your understanding of the skill footplay is extremely high. Congratulations. You've mastered footplay. Suho read the message and immediately realized that, although this was merely a simulation, since it was fundamentally based on real-world mechanics, the system could still accurately recognize his physical control. The system acknowledged that he was directly controlling his own body, making it possible to truly master physical skills. That is, even here, though the experience gained was less than in real combat, it was still a fantastic way to train. In addition to swordsmanship, he had picked up numerous other valuable skills and upgraded all his basic sword techniques to A rank. There were no experience points or item rewards, true, but the results were still incredibly satisfying. If he could eventually, he thought, raise all his sword skills to A rank, or even higher, he might develop a technique, like Park Yong's legendary dragon sword. Another message popped up. Great achievement. Your understanding of swordsmanship truly surpasses everyone else's. The system is impressed by your unique style and wishes to register it. Would you like to create a new swordsmanship skill by combining your basic sword techniques and footwork? Suho smiled, finally ready to forge his own style. Guardian Sword? A confirmation window appeared, asking if that would be the official name. Suho confirmed. Another message then congratulated him for his supreme mastery and recognized the creation of a new, unique swordsmanship skill, Guardian Sword S. This new ability boosted the effects of all his sword and footwork skills by an incredible 50. As a reward, the system awarded him 10 bonus stat points and expressed its hope that Suho would continue walking the path of the sword. A final message then confirmed. He had unlocked Sword Mastery S, a privilege granted only to those with deep understanding of swordsmanship. This lifted all restrictions on learning and using sword techniques, enhanced all sword-related abilities by another 50, and removed any limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly thought back to his past life. Back then, it had taken him over 10 years to reach this level of skill. But now, thanks to the knowledge he carried from that life, he had progressed much faster. He recognized how much his value had grown, turning his focus back to the exam. He recalled that the number of monsters was predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder how much effort had gone into preparing the whole thing. With all his objectives now completed, only 2 paths remained. It was either die by the monster's hands, or wipe them all out, no matter the cost. The supervisors watching the live footage were utterly speechless. They couldn't believe what they'd just witnessed. For the first time in practical exam history, someone had single-handedly defeated every monster. They were in awe not just of his combat prowess, but also because he'd successfully healed the patient. One examiner even joked that they didn't even need to check the rankings. The winner was crystal clear. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Hexagon Guild's headquarters. A confident guild member declared their student, Kian, would surely be this year's top scorer. Another member agreed, proud of the effort they'd poured into his training. But then, someone noticed the congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, confusion spread. Kian wasn't the top scorer after all. The name on the letter was Suho. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere immediately shifted, tense and confused, as someone asked, "Where's Kian?" At that moment, the guild master received a call, and the scene changed again. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the late congratulations, explaining he'd been swamped with work, but he made sure to heap praise on Suho for earning the highest score. He admitted he hadn't expected such consistency from him. Suho responded humbly, saying it was all thanks to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, saying Suho's achievements were entirely his own doing. He also pointed out that Suho's exceptional performance had helped expose a number of cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to tighter rules in future exams, which he saw as a positive outcome. Then, the team leader cautiously brought up a question. Was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that, although he might stay with the guild a bit longer, his ultimate goal hadn't changed. He still intended to join the association. The team leader appreciated his clear answer. He promised to reach out once the recruitment or testing schedule was ready. Suho agreed with a smile, then ended the call. The leader reminded Suho to eat properly and take care of his health. Suho reciprocated with the same kind words. After the call ended, the team leader glanced at something in his hand and quietly reminded himself to eat as well. Back on Suho's side, he paused for a moment, something about the leader's tone lingering in his mind. He wondered if everything was all right. Just then his phone rang again. Suho checked the caller ID and instantly knew who it was. He answered, introducing himself. The caller was Kim Soo, who congratulated him on his success and confirmed that payment had already been sent, according to their agreement. Suho acknowledged her impressive efficiency, praising how professional her large guild was. Then came her proposal. She invited Suho to join the Nexus Guild, promising benefits, better than anything other guilds could offer. Curious, Suho asked how far they were willing to go. Kim-soo assured him she'd do everything possible to match his expectations. As a top student and scholarship recipient, she said, adjusting the contract terms would be no problem. She even suggested meeting in person to finalize the deal. Suho, however, politely declined for now, mentioning he had personal plans that day. He promised to review his schedule and get back to her soon. Still, he did hint that, considering he was a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would be logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim-soo was overjoyed by his response. Her excitement was so intense that even her co-workers nearby noticed. She begged him not to sign anything with another guild. In the meantime, amused by her enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet soon. As the call ended, Suho smiled, still hearing the echo of her thrilled voice. At that moment, the taxi driver announced their arrival. Suho thanked him, then stepped out. Now, standing outside, Suho reflected on everything that had just happened. He'd cleared the test, secured his license, and even received his payment. The next chapter of his journey was unfolding right before him. With quiet determination, he moved forward, ready to begin farming at the Lighthouse General Market. Suho checked his phone and thought about how he'd quickly gathered everything he needed. Now, the only thing left was to buy a weapon. With that goal in mind, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately avoiding the crowded ones, since he wasn't sure they'd have what he was looking for. As he stood outside, he wondered if his quiet place might hold the right weapon. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who asked what he needed. Suho explained that he'd just become a hunter and was looking for a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper directed him toward a section with cheaper items. When Suho glanced at them, he noticed thick layers of dust and realized most low-grade weapons came without verified data. But that didn't mean every unverified weapon was useless. Some weapons needed to go through a process called liberation before revealing their true potential. These special weapons usually gave off a subtle aura, a kind of signal. Though most players in places like this wouldn't recognize it, Suho picked up one of the weapons and activated his magic detection skill. A faint smile appeared on his face. He had found it. After walking out with the weapon, Suho thought to himself that if the owner ever found out the spear's true worth, he'd regret letting it go so cheaply. But for now, it was time to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focused, and began pouring his magical energy into the weapon. The spear absorbed his power at a fast pace, draining his energy quickly. Realizing just how much effort it was taking, Suho suddenly stopped, collapsing to the ground, utterly spent. He knew if he'd pushed himself just a little harder, he might have collapsed from magic depletion. To fully awaken this powerful weapon, he required a magic stat of at least 100. While he couldn't wield it immediately, he knew it would be a game-changer down the line. He vowed to level up swiftly and unlock its true potential very soon. Meanwhile, over at the PBS building, reporter Jinwei got a surprising call from Suho. Suho introduced himself directly, confirming he was the top scorer in a recent hunter license test. He then casually dropped the bombshell that he had personally handled, the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station, all by himself. Jinwei was absolutely floored by this revelation. He took a moment, silently processing the fact that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate, even before officially becoming a licensed hunter. To Jinwei, Suho was already a certified monster. When Jinwei then asked why Suho had contacted him directly. Suho explained he'd stumbled upon Jinwei's blog. During an online search, he noted that, while he was aware of Jinwei's privileged upbringing, he respected Jinwei's choice to pursue journalism. Out of genuine passion, Suho then shared that he had massive plans and would soon be making major headlines himself. He then boldly proposed that Jinwei become his exclusive reporter. Jinwei was instantly skeptical, wondering if Suho was merely trying to snatch up a wealthy journalist as a subordinate. In his head, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious oddball with grand delusions. Even though he grasped Suho's suggestion, Jinwei was deeply uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he absolutely craved exclusives, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified he wasn't seeking a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jinwei responded bluntly, suggesting that Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to boost his own market value. Before joining a major guild, Suho admitted there was some truth to that, but that wasn't the whole story. His goal wasn't just to boost his personal value. No, he sought genuine fame. His true ambition was to become a civil servant. Jinwoo was completely taken aback. Did Suho actually mean joining the Hunter Association? The notion of chasing fame just to become a public official seemed utterly absurd to Jinwoo, but Suho was dead serious. He truly wanted to work out in the field as a member of the Hunter Association. That made Jinwoo immediately question his background. Was Suho just another rich kid, treating hunter work like some mere side quest? Suho then revealed he was actually a gate orphan. That harsh past was precisely what drove him toward public service. It shaped his entire life's purpose to conquer gates. As Jinwoo glanced back at his laptop, he wondered if Suho was genuinely serious about all this. With so many strange people popping up lately, it was truly getting difficult to tell. But in the end, he decided it didn't really matter all that much. He acknowledged Suho's perspective, but politely declined the offer. He preferred choosing his own stories to cover. Thank you very much. Still, Suho wasn't ready to give up. He suggested a bet. Curious, Jinwoo asked what kind. Suho then proposed to earn Jinwoo's trust by proving his worth as a hunter. He boldly announced he would attempt to clear the Tower of Challenge alone. That very day, Jinwoo was utterly stunned. That tower was absolutely infamous. Clearing it was considered impossible, even for a full party of hunters. Doing it solo sounded downright insane. But Suho was utterly confident that if he pulled it off, it would be more than enough to convince Jinwoo. If he succeeded, he wanted Jinwoo to become his personal, an exclusive reporter. Suho remembered Jinwoo from his past life, a top-tier broadcaster from PBS, famous for his immense pride and elite background. He'd gained massive popularity as a journalist, who never took requests. Yet, in Suho's previous life, they had teamed up countless times. This was thanks to Jinwoo's incredibly sharp reporting and his rare influence over public opinion. But that same brilliance also made him dangerous to others, like a constant thorn in someone's side. Eventually, Jinwoo got caught up in intense political conflicts, was abruptly forced into early retirement, and then completely vanished from the public eye. This time, Suho silently vowed to stop that tragic fate. During their call, Suho laid out his audacious proposal. If he could conquer the Tower of Challenge, then Jinwoo had to become his personal reporter. Though utterly stunned, Jinwoo reluctantly agreed. If Suho truly pulled off this incredible feat, Jinwoo promised he'd back him up, using every bit of his journalistic power. The call ended with Suho confidently declaring it. And then, after the call, he knew it was time to begin. Jinwei immediately starts feeling irritated, thinking Suho is seriously driving him absolutely bonkers. He keeps dwelling on Suho's sudden, completely unexpected, and utterly confusing request. Where did it even come from? But even though he's clearly annoyed, he doesn't completely hate the underlying idea. Something about the proposal feels undeniably genuine. And Suho doesn't seem like the type to pull a scam. Caught between pure frustration and undeniable curiosity, Jinwei mutters to himself that he's truly losing his mind. Still, he shrugs it off, thinking, what's the harm? It's just a gamble. If it turns out real, then great. If not, then no big deal at all. The scene shifts to the Tower of Challenge. Suho stands at its formidable entrance, presenting his hunter license to the gatekeeper. The man notices Suho arrived alone and warns him that solo entry is allowed. But it's incredibly risky, judging by Suho's license number. He assumes Suho just barely passed his test. The gatekeeper strongly suggests teaming up, since even the lower levels often lead to serious injuries, or even worse. But Suho insists on going alone, respecting his resolute choice. The man informs him of the hefty 70,001 entry fee, and tells him to pay once he receives the invoice. Suho nods, thanks him, and steps forward. The gatekeeper shouts after him, "Be careful, and retreat if things get too dangerous." Suho simply gives a quick nod and walks inside. While walking, Suho reflects on the Tower Challenge. It's widely known as a primary training ground for players below level 20. This public gate is government-maintained and specifically designed to help players grow stronger. Now that his level has been completely reset, there's absolutely no better place to start over. Push the door open, he steps right in. The system immediately blares his arrival. It warns him he can forfeit whenever he wants, and if he declares his withdrawal, he'll be zapped back to the entrance instantly. Suho summons his sword the moment the system activates. The first floor's challenge officially begins. A slime monster appears, launching an attack. While fighting, Suho notices the monster's huge size, as well as its shocking speed. It briefly catches him by surprise, even though it's only a level 1 creature. Possessing minimal attack power, its movements prove incredibly vexing, and getting entangled could severely impede his progress. He decides to finish it quickly. Suho plunges his sword directly into the slime's core, destroying it. But then he makes a startling realization. This slime can multiply. This irritating trait means when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions. While there's a limit to their division, it's still a threat. This regenerative ability is why most players enter the tower. In parties, monsters usually appear in groups, on almost every floor. So without wasting time, Suho starts clearing out the multiplying slimes. He leaps airborne, stabbing one creature mid-jump, then hurls his sword, taking down another. As he falls, a slime lashes a tentacle his way. Suho catches it in midair, preventing a harsh fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself upward. With swift, precise strikes, he swiftly slashes through the tentacles and quickly dispatches the remaining enemies. The system then notifies him that he successfully conquered the first floor, asking if he wishes to proceed. Suho looks up, his gaze filled with resolve. With 48 more floors ahead, he has no time to waste. The system then signals the beginning of the second floor. Challenge. Suho's mind flashes back to the Tower of Challenge, recalling that in his past life, the highest official record reached was the 48th floor. Currently, the record only extends to the 29th floor, Both milestones were achieved through party play. Typically, challengers usually enter the tower in groups, with a number of participants, directly determining the difficulty level. The more people in a party, the less experience each person earns, but it's undeniably a safer way to progress. Most top-tier hunters aiming for records form parties of max-level 20 members. With these thoughts in mind, Suho clears the 18th floor and looks upward, realizing he doesn't need to follow the usual methods. Without hesitation, he accepts the challenge for the 19th floor, activating the next stage. Unlike the earlier levels filled with multiple enemies, this floor has only a single, powerful monster. While that makes the opponent stronger, it also means that defeating it alone is enough to pass the stage. As soon as the monster appears, Suho charges in and defeats it with a single, swift sword strike. The system announces the completion of the 19th floor, and given the option to proceed to the 20th, Suho decides to pause the challenge and examines the monster's body. He notices something strange. Unlike other defeated monsters that vanish immediately, this one leaves behind a red gate. It's a clear hint from the tower that there's something more to uncover. Suho retrieves an item from the remains, realizing it has a specific purpose, even though it can't be used on its own. Using his magic detection ability, he finds a hidden space linked to the red gate. This hidden area turns out to be the subspace fortress of the Fortress King Zhang Piong. This subspace is unique because, unlike others created using items, it allows living beings to enter and leave freely. Inside, Suho finds himself in a place that looks like a cave. A glowing object appears, and the system informs him that the fortress's previous owner is dead. Suho is asked if he wants to take ownership. He accepts and grabs the glowing object, which begins to fuse with his body. The system confirms that Suho is now the new master of the subspace fortress, which is no longer just an item. It has become a skill bound to him permanently. The system also explains, witness how the fortress's appearance will transform, all based on Suho's magical power. Suddenly, the space begins to shift. From a simple cave, it transforms into a fully furnished room. Suho, clearly impressed, realizes this space is far more intricate than he'd imagined. Its size expands right along with his magical strength, and even adapts to his every preference. He's profoundly relieved he stopped Zhang Piong from ever laying his hands on this immense power. That man once brazenly used the fortress to store everything, from illicit drugs and stolen artifacts, even kidnapped people. Recalling the sheer horror of those sleepless nights caused by those heinous crimes fills Suho with pure disgust. But now, with the fortress firmly in his grip, he knows such darkness will never repeat. By halting the rise of the Fortress King and acquiring such a powerful personal base, Suho feels he scored a massive, undeniable win. With newfound resolve, he prepares to keep moving forward. Meanwhile, Jamie was scrolling through his phone, reading an article with rapidly growing interest. He noticed a surprising number of students had started gravitating toward Nexus recently. Suho had once mentioned wanting to join the Great Hunter Association, but this exclusive media coverage strongly suggested that Nexus was confident Suho would end up with them. Jinwei felt uncertain. Only time would truly tell. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about how many floors Suho had already cleared. Right then, a system alert suddenly popped up. The 30th floor had just been conquered. The Tower of Challenge record had been shattered, and someone was already advancing to the 31st floor. The nearby crowd fell silent in stunned disbelief. Murmurs spread. Was this a new record? A team raid? Or something even more insane? Their shock only deepened when the system immediately announced the 31st floor had also been cleared. Just moments after it had begun, we froze. If this truly was Suho, then he'd completely misjudged him until now. We had chalked up Suho's wins to mere luck and theatrics. But if this insane pace was truly real, then Suho was a formidable rival he'd be stuck competing with for a very long time within the Hunter Association. Director Kim got the shocking news and was visibly rattled. She quickly confirmed the astonishing reports. Suho was actually smashing live records right then and there. Realizing Suho's incredible value, she knew they had a craft and offer so irresistible, one he simply couldn't refuse. She immediately ordered her team to alert the president and the office manager, then sprint straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, the system's power had made Chulman's rapid ascent through the Tower of Challenge, an unprecedented sight the world had never witnessed. If Suho truly desired to join their association, this was a once-in-a-generation talent, no doubt. Just then, Chulman's phone suddenly blared to life. It was the vice president of the association calling him directly. Curious, Chulman cautiously picked up. The VP immediately demanded to know his location. Upon learning Chulman was near the tower in Pango, he pounced on the golden opportunity. He ordered Chulman to bring Suho straight in. Chulman's face lit up instantly, thinking he'd finally been given the chance to recruit Suho himself. But the VP quickly, brutally shut that idea down. He didn't want a recruitment, not at all. Just a quick photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chulman stunned, confused, and utterly bitter. He fumed to himself, thinking how these utterly power-hungry executives were precisely why the public viewed them as corrupt and incompetent. In his mind, it was clear. Only hunters truly deserved to be in charge of the association. He glared up at the imposing tower, desperately trying to find a way to convince Suho to come down. Inside the tower, Suho had just triumphantly cleared the 48th floor, shattering the tower record yet again. But exhaustion was starting to relentlessly weigh him down. This constant, brutal push forward was truly draining. He wondered when this relentless madness would finally end. Still, the moment he opened his status window, his spirits immediately lifted. Hitting level 39 felt like an undeniable reward. With every single floor he cleared, he earned 5 precious bonus stat points, and each one truly felt like a precious gift. Knowing the system inside and out like this made it feel like he was meticulously building a game character, a second self, and honestly, it was actually kind of fun, with his stats now fully set. Suho braced himself for the ultimate final challenge. The 49th floor had officially begun. Suddenly, a glowing crystal materialized before him, and from within it, the final boss emerged. A tower dragon, level 49. Suho stared wide-eyed, immediately recognizing just how overpowered this creature was. Even without pure blood traits, simply being a dragon made it absurdly powerful. It made him question if this floor was ever truly meant to be conquered. But Suho knew exactly why he was here. He wasn't going to hesitate now. Gritting his teeth, sword gripped tight, he charged at the final boss with unwavering resolve. Ready to end this, Suho moved in to confront the dragon. Ready to strike in response, the dragon launched its own ferocious assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to narrowly evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something crucial. For a beast of its colossal size, the dragon was shockingly swift. Suddenly, a dark aura pulsed from its claws, creating a powerful pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its gaping jaws. Right before he was completely sucked in, Suho grabbed onto the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself over its massive head, and slammed his sword down with all his might. The dragon roared furiously and tossed its head so violently that Suho was flung far away, forcing him to retreat to safety. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something deeply concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a scratch. All he had managed was to annoy the creature, the dragon, then smash the ground with overwhelming power, sending deep cracks tearing through the very floor. Suho ducked behind a large rock, silently grateful for his exceptionally high stats. Without them, the shockwave would have killed him instantly. He quickly understood that, although the dragon's level wasn't impossibly high, its natural traits made its body absurdly durable. Standard attacks were useless. He needed to target its weak point, the reverse scale. Since this dragon wasn't level 100 yet, it likely couldn't completely hide that vital scale. After a quick scan of its massive body, Suho's sharp eyes pinpointed a vulnerable spot near its tail. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. He then slammed into its rock-hard scales with all his might. The dragon howled, a guttural cry of pure agony. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before him. The tower dragon had entered a berserker rage. Its weakness had been exploited, triggering its fury. Suho left his sword lodged deep within its reverse scale. He knew this brutal fight wouldn't end anytime soon. Stretching this battle out longer would only plunge them into greater peril. He channeled even more of his surging power, pushing the blade deeper as the beast raged. The dragon, enraged, unleashed its fear-based ability. Suho's entire body instantly froze solid as he plunged into a terrifying, hallucinatory state. The system confirmed he had fallen victim to fear. He desperately tried to cure himself, but the system warned him. Such a high-level fear couldn't be instantly removed before the monstrous dragon could crush him with its tail. Suho tore open his subspace entrance and vanished. Inside, he immediately chugged a purification potion. The system confirmed the potion's potent effects as the terrifying hallucinations dissolved away. Relieved, he quickly reminded himself that only those he permitted could ever enter this subspace. He had purchased the potion casually, from the general market, almost as an afterthought, completely unaware he needed so desperately, so soon. This fight was proving far more intense than he'd ever expected. Even after removing the fear status once, he wouldn't gain immediate resistance to it, and his usual cure spells were proving utterly useless. That meant he'd be forced to repeatedly retreat into his subspace, relying solely on purification potions, a strategy that was clearly unsustainable. He desperately needed another plan. Rummaging through his inventory, he briefly considered summoning the mad pulverization scholar, but before he could even decide, the system alerted him with a sudden ping. He had learned a basic combination formula from a skill book, and a mysterious combination jar appeared. Understanding its potential significance, he carefully placed 3 unusual items into the jar: the unknown thief's socks, the unknown minstrel's instrument, and the unknown cleaner's broom. The jar then began its arcane fusion process. Suho knew that combinations using absolute formulas. Success every single time Many so-called trash items actually held incredible hidden value. The process was a resounding success. A truly rare treasure had been created. The first Moo. It was a ring, crafted from a basic level formula. Suho also snagged 10 bonus stat points, all for creating a first-ever item. He immediately understood why. First-time items typically ranked S grade or higher. And this one was S+, because it was a growth-type item. He quickly equipped the ring, and the system instantly bound it to him, no questions asked. Suho recalled that, in his previous life, he'd missed his chance to obtain the first Moo, all because the mad pulverization scholar had discovered it first and publicized the recipe. But this time, Suho had claimed it all for himself, complete with extra stats. He then opened his status window and swiftly added 4 points to his magic stat. Raising it to 100, the system congratulated him heartily. His magic stat had gloriously turned red, an achievement he'd never reached before level 50. Earlier, he'd thought achieving purple status would take forever, but now it felt completely within reach. Purple still demanded 700 points. Still, it was a long journey ahead, but he was absolutely confident he could reach it. Once his stat allocation was complete, Suho summoned his trusty old spear and began infusing it with raw magic. The weapon devoured power at an incredible rate. Once the required magic was fully absorbed, the system acknowledged a successful awakening. The spear had utterly transformed. It was now known as the Shadow Spear. Round 2 was officially about to begin. The system then revealed the weapon's true origins. It was one of the legendary Shadow Lord's treasures, forged from the very bones of a shadow beast, and it had acknowledged Suho as its very first awakener. The spear could now be summoned directly from his shadow, and regenerated using both magic and shadow energy. Suho instantly grasped the weapon's immense value. Just as Zhang Piong possessed the subspace fortress, the Shadow Lord, a terrifying monarch-level being, had once wielded this very spear. If that formidable entity truly existed within the gate, Suho was now holding its signature, legendary weapon. He felt immense relief, knowing he'd secured it before anyone else. Any dangerous foe could claim it for themselves. Time to test it. He summoned the spear once more. He truly appreciated its convenience, since he couldn't exactly attack from within his subspace fortress. He'd need to step out and strike the reverse scale. While the dragon slept, Suho exited subspace and climbed to a rocky ledge overlooking the beast. Raising the shadow spear high, he hurled it straight into the hardened stone, embedded in the dragon's tail. The spear pierced right through, and the dragon writhed in agonizing pain. Suho swiftly jumped down, as the system announced the dragon had entered yet another enraged state. It unleashed dragon fear, but Suho instantly retreated back into subspace, perfectly avoiding all status effects. His hit-and-run tactics continued relentlessly. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating each time. The process took longer than he expected, but soon enough, the reverse scale's durability dropped under 10. It wasn't completely destroyed, but it had become far too weak to protect the dragon. Stealth would no longer work here. Suho abandoned all subtlety and went for a full assault. Bursting from the fortress, he launched himself skyward and drove the shadow spear into the dragon's eye. The impact shook the entire area violently. Suho was thrown back, but the enraged dragon was absolutely relentless. As it searched for him, Suho seized the perfect moment, circling behind and rushing straight for the tail. The dragon used dragon fear again. But Suho shattered the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was utterly destroyed, and the dragon's power drained rapidly away. Suho took a purification potion and surged into the air for the finishing blow. With a clean slash across its throat, the dragon collapsed. The battle had finally ended. The system declared that Suho had gloriously cleared the 49th floor and set a new record for the Tower of Challenge. He received 10 bonus stat points, and even more rewards began pouring in. Lying on the ground, he processed this incredible achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, a feat neither his past nor his present self had ever accomplished. Upon reaching level 40, he gained a new skill, Healing Spirit, an area of effect healing ability that, once mastered, could cover an entire battlefield. But the evaluation wasn't done yet. Recognizing the incredible difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with dragon blood. Suho was absolutely shocked. This was Yoma's signature power, the infamous monster player. So this is where Yoma had obtained it from the Dragon Mountains. The system explained that inheriting dragon blood granted immense draconic power, depending on how far the user pushed themselves. Before Suho could summon the Shadow Spear again, the system alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the Tower Dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing another incredible transformation. The Shadow Spear, now with a hidden function called Shadow Devour, not even listed in its original description, had grown immensely stronger. Part of the weapon's consciousness had even awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was absolutely stunned. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had both risen from A rank to S rank. Shadow Binding could now rip out a target's shadow and completely immobilize them, while Shadow Fangs tore the shadow apart, causing continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave, but something on the ground caught his attention. A massive fawn. The system identified it as a mighty dragon's fawn, capable of inflicting an incurable debuff that completely nullified all recovery. Suho was absolutely stunned once more. He had obtained a dragon byproduct, something believed to be almost impossible to secure. This confirmed that the Tower Dragon had been a pure blood dragon, which naturally dropped rare materials. This entire battle had been a total jackpot. With everything collected, Suho finally turned to go, certain that reporter Jinwoo will be waiting for him outside. At that moment, the tower crystal shattered. The system calmly declared that the trial tower had been conquered. The conqueror? A player named Suho. And every other player? They were forcefully expelled from the gate. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and several hunters came crashing out. They tumbled across the ground, looking absolutely stunned. One of them dropped to his knees, clutching his head in disbelief, muttering, "This can't be real." Had someone actually entered the trial tower alone? His teammate, still sprawled on the floor, asked, "Who even is Suho?" The hunter simply pointed ahead and asked if the guy standing there was the one. His partner turned his head, quietly confirming, "Yeah, that's definitely him." Because the crowd was absolutely insane. There wasn't even space to breathe right now. Our protagonist was completely swarmed by reporters. Cameras were flashing nonstop, and everyone was shouting at him, demanding comments and reactions to his conquest. But Suho silently thought about how exhausted he was. He'd taken way more damage from the Tower Dragon than he expected, and all he really needed was rest. Definitely not a screaming media mob. He hadn't expected reporters to swarm him like this. His attention shifted when he spotted reporter Gene Huey, who was sitting dramatically on the hood of his own car, looking genuinely stunned. A psycho. That was probably the first thing running through his head, because someone conquering that tower solo was unreal. Suho casually walked up behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. Gene Huey screamed, fell to the ground in panic, and then widened his eyes in disbelief. As he realized who it was, he stuttered Suho's name and asked how he even escaped the crowd. Suho smiled lightly and said he slipped away. He explained it like he'd just executed some secret, ultimate stealth technique and vanished without leaving a single footprint. Extending his hand forward, Suho asked why Gene Huey still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly reached out, looking at him like he was absolutely insane, and asked if he realized how crazy he sounded. Suho, however, calmly replied that if Gene Y truly didn't trust him, he should just tell him up front, and Suho would adjust his actions accordingly. Gene Y then got up, dusting himself off, saying if he truly didn't trust him, he wouldn't have helped him get this far. Then he hurriedly told Suho to jump into the car, before the press could notice them. Inside the moving car, Suho received a call from team leader Chulman. Chulman congratulated him on clearing the trial tower, admitting he'd wanted to thank him face to face. But Suho had vanished too quickly for that. Suho thanked him politely, explaining he'd been hiding because he was exhausted. Chulman chuckled, saying Suho always exceeded expectations. He then asked if Suho was still in Pangeo, and if he wanted to meet up. Suho explained a friend had already picked him up, then asked if there was anything specific he wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything particular, unless Suho could swing by the association, if he wasn't too exhausted. Suho paused, repeating the words the association. Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was an unprecedented event. Everyone had believed the trial tower was impossible to clear, and it had been functioning as a public gate. Considering the sheer scale, they needed an investigation. Suho countered that he didn't recall investigations being conducted when large guilds cleared difficult gates. If they needed information, couldn't they just request it? After a moment of silence, Chulman agreed and wished him a good rest. Suho thanked him and promptly ended the call. He leaned back, thinking to himself, without a doubt, the chairman or vice chair wanted him there, probably for photos and PR. He respected Chulman, but he had zero interest in doing anything for the higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy now, he'd definitely get stuck in trouble. He planned to dodge it until he officially joined the Hunter Association. While driving, Gene Hui glanced at him and asked if he could ask something. Suho nodded, telling him to go ahead. Gene Hui pointed out that with Suho's abilities, couldn't he go anywhere, especially government positions? Suho smiled. The government paid well, and no matter how strong private guilds pretended to be, the government held more actual power. Gene Hui blinked. He reminded Suho that private guilds had fame and influence. Suho responded calmly. Fame is temporary, nothing but a stage spotlight. Right now, private guilds look like heroes, but eventually, the public won't admire them. They'll fear them. Gene Hui nodded slowly, admitting Suho had a point. Suho sighed and continued. If I want to end the gate crisis, I need support. I can't do it alone. That's why I chose the government association. Gene Hui smiled, remarking Suho would have a massive advantage among players, because no one else possessed that level of duty and conviction. Suho thanked him, while healing his arm with a small healing spell. Then, Gene Hui asked if he planned to apply through normal, general recruitment, saying, it would be a waste for someone like Suho To take a level 9 field position. Suho answered he wasn't applying for that. Jinhui then guessed level 7, but Suho replied he won a level 5. Jinhui almost shouted, "Are you serious?" Suho told him to stop asking if he was serious. Every 2 seconds. Jinhui looked at him curiously, saying, "Of course. I want to know why. It's natural." Suho smiled lightly and said he'd explain it. "But you'd better not write it in the article. And also, keep your eyes on the road." After some time telling the story, reporter Jinhui was stunned by Suho's plan, exclaiming it was a great idea. The protagonist calmly replied, "Yes, it is, but it must not appear in the article yet, because I want to officially announce it. 3 years later." And when that moment arrived, it would naturally send shockwaves everywhere. This meant Jinhui would get exclusive access, before anyone else in the entire company. Jinhui stared at Suho, asking if he was planning to squeeze every single benefit out of him down to the last drop. Suho simply replied that if he's friends with a reporter, he should obviously use that connection to his advantage. Jinhui laughed, agreeing that Suho could use him as much as he pleased. Then he suddenly asked if Suho wanted to head home now, since his personal information had already been leaked, and there were probably countless people waiting near his house. The protagonist just smiled and casually answered that he would simply vanish. Again, just like he did at the tower. But Jinhui hesitated, then asked if maybe Suho should just stay with him for now, explaining that he lived alone in a huge house. The guest room was beautifully furnished, and the security was so tight that no one could possibly break in. Suho paused for a moment, then asked exactly where Jinhui lived. Jinhui answered proudly that his home was in Kaiser Chongdam. Suho couldn't help thinking, with genuine surprise, that those were premium luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions. Once they arrived, Suho stepped inside and froze for a second, not because he was simply impressed, but because the place looked like the final boss of rich kid housing, the kind of luxury that doesn't brag, it just exists and expects you to stare. Jinhui welcomed him like it was nothing, telling him to treat the place like his own house. Suho just nodded mentally, noting that this was exactly what life looked like when someone was born with premium DLC, enabled at birth. Jinhui pointed toward a device, sitting neatly on the table, a convenience function pad, through the community app installed on it. Suho could effortlessly order food, shop online, call for support, or even summon an emergency healer if necessary. Jinwoo then observed that Suho looked way better now, compared to when he first got in the car. Suho simply replied that he was a healer. Jinwoo blinked, completely baffled, and asked again, and Suho repeated it, a tad annoyed because, yes, he really was a healer. The journalist apologized, admitting that even though he had read it everywhere, his brain still flat out refused to believe it. After all, healers normally entered a guild first, then leveled safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the Tower of Challenges. Picking up his bag, the rich guy said he had to return to the office for work, and reminded Suho of the password. Suho told him not to worry and wished him a safe trip back. After the door closed behind him, Suho finally opened his system window and checked his status. He decided it was time to distribute the stat points he'd earned from clearing the tower. He balanced stamina with the other crucial attributes and poured the remaining points into sensitivity. At this level, it wasn't just an elite route anymore. It was the unmistakable path of a successor. And even he had to admit, his stats were looking absolutely insane now. Once that was handled, Suho switched to a different task. He'd been a master at detecting surveillance equipment. In the past, and with his newly improved sensitivity, he could probably detect anything. And even if he trusted Jinwoo, he wasn't stupid enough to blindly assume. A conglomerate kid's place was completely clean. Better paranoid than dead. After checking every detail for a while, Suho finally dropped onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. The house was huge, way bigger than most subspace gray houses he'd seen before. Honestly, finding hidden cameras felt harder than slaying that dragon earlier. With no devices detected, he finally let himself relax. But his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Notification after notification kept flooding in. When he checked, Suho realized his personal information had been leaked. Someone had exposed his number, and the relentless messages simply wouldn't stop. Resigned to the situation, he knew he needed a new phone and a fresh number. Remembering the community app Jean had mentioned, Suho gave it a shot, and to his surprise, it proved incredibly efficient. He swiftly transferred all his vital data to the new device, reserving it strictly for personal matters. Even though the messages kept flooding his old phone, he still planned to switch numbers very soon. A quick glance at the clock revealed it was just past 5 p.m. He figured he had time for a quick break before heading out once more. Meanwhile, somewhere else that very night, inside a quiet building, a mysterious gate suddenly materialized. Several masked individuals emerged through it. They meticulously scanned the area. No witnesses, no surveillance, nothing. Then they unzipped the bags they carried and began placing bombs with cold, practiced precision. And while they were still in the middle of setting everything up, Suho calmly appeared right behind them, as if he'd just walked in on a casual meeting, instead of a full-blown terrorist operation. He simply stated, bombing public buildings wasn't exactly a stellar idea. The masked group froze solid instantly, utterly confused, because this building was supposed to be completely empty today. Suho agreed. Normally, yes. But I came because I'd anticipated something like this. Panic instantly erupted. One man screamed for everyone to retreat and scrambled frantically toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled, collapsing to the floor. Her teammates hesitated, asking if she'd just tripped. One tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge an inch. Another insisted they hurry and pull her through, but the girl's legs remained stubbornly rooted to the floor. They didn't know yet, but Suho had already deployed Shadowbind, chaining her instantly with dark energy. Still struggling, the man shouted that something was terribly wrong, and the girl muttered one chilling word, abandon. The man refused, unwilling to leave her behind, but the girl insisted, ordering them to kill Suho. The remaining 3 charged forward together, fueled by sheer panic. But before they could even finish their first step, an invisible force instantly slammed them to the floor. Suho's intimidation skill utterly suffocated them. With his targets completely subdued, Suho questioned if they belonged to the notorious Banshee. The narration revealed the truth about Banshee, an infamous terrorist group dreaded by all, responsible for widespread bombings and utter chaos. Even after their eventual capture in the past, the devastation they wrought was absolutely massive, and astonishingly, only 4 members carried it all out. The group stared, absolutely stunned someone recognized them. They furiously demanded how Suho knew their very name. Suho calmly strode toward the man nearest to him. He removed his cap, identifying him as Kwak Duho, their brutish muscle, the one who handled heavy tasks and backbreaking day labor. Next, Suho pointed to another target, CEO Kaiwan, the cunning bomb maker. He'd been working as a harmless middle school science teacher. Then, Kim Hyun-min, their elusive transporter. Seemingly an everyday delivery driver. He used a movement skill to vanish without a trace after attacks. Finally, Seho turned his gaze to the young woman. Koo Yunhwa, a university student and the true, brilliant leader of Banshee. Her terrifying EMP ability wiped out electronics and magic supports with shocking ease. A stunned Yunhwa gasped, demanding how Suho knew absolutely everything. Suho simply smiled, replying, "Anything can be uncovered, if one only tries hard enough. And you, of all people, already knew that." Still utterly refusing to believe him, she fiercely demanded again to know his identity. Suho acknowledged her sharp intellect, then reminded her she already held the answer. He declared that if she still dared to distrust him, he could easily prove his intent by handing her directly over to the authorities. Realizing instantly he wasn't bluffing, she finally, reluctantly asked what he truly desired. Suho retorted she should have agreed much earlier, and added this wasn't exactly the ideal place for a chat. He instructed her to retrieve the bomb. They'd talk more thoroughly back at their hideout instead. She stared, eyes wide with apprehension, wondering just how much information he truly possessed. But finally, she conceded. Suho then turned to Hyunmin, asking if he could move freely now, and ordered him to open the door. A taxi, of course, was out of the question. Inside their secret hideout, Suho told everyone to take it easy and remove their masks if they wished. Yanawa scoffed, then dramatically ripped hers off anyway, quickly explaining it was only because the room felt stuffy, and not because he told her to. Once again, she fired off questions. How did he know who they were? Why approach them? Why would someone famous for conquering gates chase after a terrorist's cell? Suho simply smiled and confessed. She had so many questions at once. He didn't even know where to begin. He explained he'd used his unique skills he never revealed publicly, to track and identify them, just as they had hidden their own. Finally focused, she asked again, what did he want? Suho then extended an offer. He wanted them to work with him. He mentioned his recent PBS interview and the future plans he'd shared there. Yanawa immediately assumed he meant joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed it, and before she could spiral, he quickly clarified he wasn't handing them over for forced recruitment. He explained he would take the Level 5 exam, then move through a couple of positions, and eventually join the Special Forces Division. Yanawa's face contorted in shock, and Suho told her to wipe that look off her face. He knew they hated the Special Forces, which was why their bombings targeted related sites. He understood because he had the exact same reason. Suho revealed the truth. He was a gate orphan. He used to think it was merely a coincidence, until he later learned the disaster had been manufactured on purpose. After every cleared gate, that land became premium real estate. The government knew a gate shock was coming, and let happen anyway, all for profit. There were massive development projects behind it, and Suho already knew who was responsible. So his goal was simple: become the head of the Special Forces and make those responsible pay. He then explained how the Special Forces wielded the highest authority within the association and swayed other government offices and could even prosecute hunters. He offered them revenge, but through a strategic, lawful path. Not reckless terrorism, but Yanhua still pointed out there was no guarantee Suho would even pass the Level 5 test. Suho smirked, telling her to just wait and watch. And with one last, chilling warning, that another attack would mean he would personally hand them over to the government. He finished the conversation and headed inside. Suho knew they must be beyond shocked. In his past life, Banshee had remained an untouchable ghost. But during interrogation, he realized they were people just like him, victims twisted by revenge into villains. If someone had guided them sooner, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled out of control. So this time, before they crossed the line entirely, Suho planned to redirect them, no matter how long it took. He was certain Yanhwa would accept. His offer was simply too tempting, and his competence was undeniable. He told them to think carefully and make a wise choice. The scene then shifted to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was already in a sour mood, lecturing team leader young Chulman for failing what he called a simple task, and reminding him that even the president cleared his entire schedule just to meet about Suho. Though he let it slide for now, he made it very clear that if the same mistake happened again, there would be severe consequences, and all Chulman could do was bow his head and acknowledge the warning before being dismissed and told to get back to work. The moment he stepped outside, he exhaled in utter exhaustion, thinking about how long he'd been sitting there, listening to complaints, and how, for a second, he genuinely considered quitting everything and joining a civilian guild. But then he reminded himself why he joined the Hunter Association, especially since he'd already endured so much. Bearing one more painful moment felt completely doable, so he quietly urged himself to just stay strong. But just then Song-yeol, the shrewd head of the Special Investigation Department, suddenly materialized, resting a hand on his shoulder. And Schulman, already simmering with frustration, mentally groaned, wondering why he had to face this guy now. Striving for normalcy, he forced out a polite tone and asked what the chief was doing there. Pai, ever the playful trickster, responded, claiming he'd heard his cherished team leader, Yang, was once again getting an earful. He even went on to compliment Yang's patience for enduring the old man's relentless nagging. But Yang immediately took the blame for everything, insisting everything was his fault. As they walked, Pai deftly shifted the conversation, bringing up the circulating rumors about Suho, who was supposedly causing all sorts of problems. But Chulman quickly clarified that Suho wasn't exactly out to cause trouble, though yes, the story was indeed spreading like wildfire. Pai then noted that only a handful of people were truly aware, and then casually offered his help. When Chulman asked what exactly he meant, Pai presented an utterly absurd suggestion. Just accuse Suho of something, anything really, drag him in for questioning, and clear things up later. Because, according to Pai, it was all about making the process look clean and utterly controlled. If Suho was simply summoned, then the president would be pleased. The issue would appear to be handled, and Suho would be released afterward, with the association looking fully authoritative. He added that, since Suho wanted to join the Hunter Association anyway, it would ultimately benefit everyone involved. Yang started blankly, and cautiously labeled Pai's ideas as mischievous, because interfering with someone as successful as Suho could backfire spectacularly. But Pai didn't even flinch, and instead admired Yang's morality, questioning why someone in his high position was so nervous over a single hunter. Yang responded politely, but Pai wasn't finished. He reminded him that prosecutors still held the power to investigate and even charge hunters. Hunters once genuinely feared them for a reason, hinting Yang needed to be more flexible, instead of just clinging to old protocols. After a tense, silent pause, Yang finally nodded, promising to keep in mind. Pai then left, but not before offering his support, and dropping a final reminder. There are always other ways to get things done, besides simply following rules strictly. Once alone, Young quietly replayed the entire conversation. He mused on how much he used to respect Pai, seeing him as one of the rare few within the association, who seemed genuinely grounded, unlike the disconnected elites at the very top. But now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Knowledge changes people, and Pai knew far too much, which made him undeniably dangerous. Feeling uneasy, Young headed outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down. Lost deep in thought, his mind drifted back to Suho. How Suho had initially been a firm supporter of the association, only to suddenly distance himself. It wasn't entirely shocking, though, since major guilds were offering absolutely ridiculous benefits that could sway just about anyone. Yet, Young still wondered what Suho was truly thinking. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Suho stepped out of taxi and immediately activated the ring on his finger, which was named First Mumu. He thought back to how reckless he'd been when he first activated it before. But now, after conquering the Tower of Challenges, he had completely mastered its usage. It was time to make his move. He strode toward the Seoul Central Blood Center building and activated his magic detection skill, scanning his surroundings until he finally found it. A faint, almost imperceptible trail of magical energy. Gates naturally emitted magic, so even cleverly hidden ones left faint traces. Following this subtle magical signal, Suho found a faint gate, almost ethereal like mist, one that demanded specific conditions to open. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a knife, sliced his palm, and let his blood drip directly toward the gate. He already knew this particular gate demanded a blood offering. Once it had absorbed a sufficient amount, the system promptly confirmed the condition was satisfied. A hidden gate had officially been discovered, and Suho snagged 5 bonus stat points. The gate's ominous name? Blood's Decree. Upon entering, Suho scattered glow-in-the-dark powder forward. It instantly lit up the cave-like environment. The first stage was unmistakably a vast cave system, so he ventured deeper inside until a mysterious liquid dripped right onto his head. He looked up, only to realize it wasn't just cave water. No, it was saliva. Countless vampire bats hovered above him, all of them chillingly around level 63. And Suho just smirked, enjoying this dramatic welcome. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated intimidation, and in an instant, every single bat lost control and crashed to the floor. Calmly, he stepped toward a fallen bat and drove his shadow spear straight through its body, allowing the spear to devour its shadow essence. This instantly wiped out every bat in the room at once. Opening his status window, he felt that utterly satisfied. This method was absolutely perfect for wiping out low-tier enemies. With an S-class intimidation skill like his, skill level gaps simply became meaningless. Most hunters typically focused on only 2 primary stats, but Suho had already decoded the full, color-coded stat system and planned to raise everything evenly. Reviewing his impressive numbers again, he wondered if his current level was too absurd. Used for hunting me a bit. His curiosity then led him to check the combat log, and that's when he noticed something incredibly strange. Hiding among the corpses was a blood slime. It must have been hiding among the bats the whole time, and accidentally perished from the intimidation shockwave. The cleanup felt undeniably boring, but he had to acknowledge intimidation's sheer usefulness. Since, after all, while high-level monsters could resist fear effects, the skills still absolutely worked, unless the opponent belonged to a truly special category. Soon enough, he reached the boss room, feeling excitement building within him. Without a second thought, he charged right in. The moment he stepped inside, he instantly summoned his sword. And instantly, a massive vampire bat lunged directly at him. He expertly blocked the swift attack and identified it as a Great King vampire bat, countering with a lightning-fast slash. Then, from behind him, a golem suddenly lunged, forcing Suho into a desperate sidestep. Neither creature truly felt like a genuine boss. Just mini-bosses, he was fighting both simultaneously, slashing relentlessly at the golem and spinning to counter the bat's swift attacks. When the golem attempted a crushing punch, Suho expertly slid backward, narrowly dodging the hit, then forcefully rammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a devastating shockwave that ripped through the room and hit both monsters. He thought the fight was over, until the dust finally cleared, and both monsters were still standing, completely unfazed. The battle intensified, and Suho quickly realized that physical attacks alone wouldn't be enough to finish these high-level targets. It was time to unleash what he had prepared. Just then, both enemies struck simultaneously, one from the front, another from behind. Suho seamlessly summoned another sword, and when the dust from the explosion settled, he had driven one gleaming blade deep into the bat, and the other directly into the golem. Even with repeated attacks, they still weren't finished. But Suho finally grasped the crucial key. Their true weakness was pure silver, infused with holy power. At that exact moment, the system delivered a crucial notification. Holy power has now been successfully applied. The silver sword embedded in the bat's body began to glow, and a blinding lightning strike crashed down upon it, slicing its throat and utterly obliterating the monster. Instantly, Suho stood victorious over the corpse, his foot planted on its head, watching it erupt into dust, like an insect crushed under a giant's hand. Holy power was truly devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho moved even faster, cutting it into countless pieces with his wholly enhanced sword, until the system confirmed its utter defeat. Looking down at the gleaming weapon, he acknowledged just how perfectly it worked. A healer-exclusive skill, allowing holy enchantments, had become an incredibly powerful, game-changing advantage. And enchanting silver weapons with holy energy turned every single strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making it the absolute perfect counter for enemies in this gate. Suddenly, Suho sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence behind him, and as he swiftly turned, he realized the true boss of the hidden gate had finally appeared. The imposing figure stepped forward, radiating an aura of pure murderous intent, revealing himself as none other than the Cursed Prince, a monstrous, level 76 elite warrior. And he furiously accused Suho of invading his domain and ruthlessly slaughtering his subordinates, before imperiously demanding he kneel and confess his sins. But Suho had come here to capture him, not grovel, not bow down, and that audacious confidence enraged the prince. And with a furious roar, he unleashed his terrifying power, declaring Suho unbearably arrogant. The prince's first devastating strike slammed forward, but Suho blocked it with surprising ease, and calmly asked if the prince was quite done with his over-the-top dramatic entrance. But instead of answering, the prince just raged. The prince slammed his hand into the very ground itself, and suddenly the entire battlefield transformed as chilling blood. Veiled mist erupted, blanketing everything, obscuring all visibility, a truly nightmarish scene. The dense, suffocating aura made it impossible to detect any movement normally. So Suho braced himself, his senses on high alert, knowing the prince could strike from literally any direction. He sensed a presence behind him and reacted instantly, just as the furious prince lunged from the shadows, blocking the devastating strike perfectly, shocking the boss to his core, who couldn't comprehend how Suho had predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a swift, confident slash of his blade, thinking he'd landed a perfectly clean hit. But the prince only let out a chilling laugh and mocked him, saying such feeble attacks could never truly harm him. Then, a star system alert flashed before Suho's eyes. The cursed prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately plunged his sword into the blood-soaked ground and activated his healing spirit ability. A brillant, cleansing aura burst powerfully ou toi, and the prince visibly recoiled from the strange sensation, as Suho's previous wounds vanished completely, as if by magic. With a confident, slight smile playing on his lips, Suho casually revealed he was actually a skilled healer. The prince glanced down, utterly stunned, to find a gaping wound on his very own abdomen, proof that Suho's earlier strike had indeed worked after all. Suho prepared to unleash another powerful technique, but the prince utterly snapped and charged forward in a rage. Enraged by the sheer humiliation of being injured by a mere human, Suho met him head-on without hesitation, his sword clashing violently against the prince's monstrous clawed hand. As the two warriors clashed in a fierce, fast-paced brawl, trading a brutal barrage of blows. For a fleeting moment, the prince thought victory was his, and unleashed a rapid barrage of furious strikes. But Suho vanished in an instant, reappearing right behind him, and landing a perfectly clean hit. Blood gushed from the prince's mouth. As he reeled and stumbled backward, Suho immediately pressed his advantage, rushing in to continue the assault. Refusing to retreat, the prince roared, activating even more power, and charged directly back into the fray. The two combatants collided with a massive, earth-shaking force, sending powerful shockwaves ripping across the entire battlefield. When the dust settled, the scene changed instantly. The cursed prince's head had been severed from his body, rolling eerily across the ground. Suho approached casually, crouching down, next to the severed head, mocking the effortless victory, until, to his shock, the head suddenly lunged and bit his hand. The still-living prince cursed Suho inside his mind, demanding his blood and vowing to enslave him. With a look of pure disgust, Suho ripped the head from his hand and flung it aside, thinking the prince was nothing more than a pesky mosquito, biting without warning. Then, the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho collapsed to the ground, as blood rapidly drained from his body. Dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelmed him, while a violent, agonizing thirst clawed at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already too late, but Suho forcefully told him to shut up, refusing to listen as the conversion ruthlessly continued. Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, synchronization had to reach a critical threshold, and once it did, he needed to purify the infection instantly, with holy water, exactly when kin conversion hit 50. Suho believed he was close to acquiring the trait, and reached for the bottle, only for it to suddenly shatter into 1,000 pieces. The prince cackled, declaring this was his domain, and nothing Suho did would matter now. Suho realized the prince had been far more cautious than anyone expected. The corridor that had been utterly destroyed was now fully restored, and even the prince's body was gone. Everything had been meticulously reset for the next horrifying phase. Still, Suho refused to give in. Suho desperately strategized his next move, but the system blared a chilling warning. His very blood was now succumbing to corruption. The prince, brimming with confidence, declared there was no escape. But Suho revealed he still held one final, desperate card. The system instantly roared to life in response. All conditions for unlocking the Dragon Blood's second power had been triumphantly fulfilled. He'd hit level 50, and critically, he'd survived a mentally and physically life-threatening ordeal. A new notification flashed, Dragon Armor available. Suho smirked, realizing he'd triggered it just in the nick of time. Kin conversion halted dead in its tracks, and the system confirmed, once more, that all conditions for unlocking the second stage of Dragon Blood had been gloriously met. Dragon Armor activated. He now possessed Dragon's Endowment and Dragon Skin, both granted directly through the armor. The moment Dragon's Endowment effect activated, further assimilation was instantly blocked, and purification began. The corrupted blood surging inside him, converted into pure, untainted blood, and was swiftly absorbed into his system, while the remaining corruption was utterly annihilated. Thanks to this potent dragon blood effect, Suho successfully mastered the enigmatic power hidden within the corrupted vampire blood, and felt his body become incredibly lighter. He remembered, planning to unlock this second dragon blood power, using a custom gate once he hit level 50. But instead, it happened right here, completely unexpectedly. Checking his newly unlocked skill, he saw Dragon's Endowment, an innate trait, exclusive to descendants of dragon blood, representing both nobility and undeniable superiority. While active, it granted absolute immunity to infection, corruption, and allowed for the automatic absorption of corrupted sources. To purify, to heal, and to evolve. The system had never shown the second awakening condition, but Suho had learned it from Yongma. Since kin conversion was undeniably life-threatening, the system recognized it as the ultimate trigger. Although the endowment purified his blood, it also preserved the potent vampire power within it. He then checked another skill, one undeniably tied to vampirism, but for now was sealed. It was proof he had nearly transformed into a vampire, and he wondered if he had technically acquired it or not. His original goal was to gain vampire traits, but dragon and vampire blood clearly couldn't coexist. Still, the skills he had gained were powerful enough, so he accepted it. Another new skill appeared, Blood Weapon, a rare ability, only usable by noble-level vampires or higher, but requiring colossal quantities of blood. He concluded he would need to hunt a massive number of monsters, and planned to develop Phantom Shadow alongside it. Just then, the Cursed Prince began mumbling to himself again, and Suho told him to stop, because his rambling was annoying and incomprehensible. The prince lamented, questioning how Suho could still be alive, after being bitten, muttering about curses, and calling himself useless. That's when Suho realized Phase 2 was beginning. The system confirmed it. The Cursed King laments his fate. His power surges dramatically. Suddenly, blood rained down from above, and from within that crimson downpour. The Cursed King emerged once more, now level 80, radiating pure fury, as he declared he would destroy all beings superior to him, burn them, crush them, and cast them into the pit. His blood wings unfurled, and a chilling scream echoed through the chamber. Suho immediately sensed the overwhelming spike. In magic power, this was no longer the same monster the Cursed King had evolved into. Something entirely new. The king launched a dark force attack that detonated into a massive explosion. But when the dust cleared, Suho was gone, only to reappear in the air above the king's wing and unleash a devastating sword strike. Yet the Cursed King barely reacted, claiming that a mere blow like that could not bring him down. Suho's power wasn't the only thing surging. His intelligence was too. The king lashed out with a wing like a deadly weapon, smashing Suho aside with pure brute strength. Suho quickly regained his footing, instantly recognizing the grave danger he was in. The king charged forward, unleashing another attack, and Suho met the incoming strikes head-on, activating his holy power with his sword, and declared that holiness itself would utterly surpass all the king's monstrous strength. But in the very next instant, the Cursed King utterly shattered Suho's weapon, scoffing that holy power meant absolutely nothing to him now. Suho quickly retreated, his mind racing to analyze the situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had just shattered like fragile glass, meaning normal weapons were utterly useless now. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Seeing it, the Cursed King erupted in a furious rage, demanding Suho hand it over immediately, all while launching another brutal assault. But Suho infused his bloody sword with holy power and sliced right through the king's strike, utterly shocking the Cursed King, who couldn't possibly comprehend what just happened. Suho finally understood blood weapons, scaled in both power and durability based on his stats, and at his current heightened level, the sword had already reached red rank status, more than enough to decisively end this fight. The Cursed King conjured a bloody spear of his own, vowing to tear Suho limb from limb. He charged in, and the attack came incredibly fast. But Suho fluidly shifted his bloody sword into a shield form, blocking the spear and leaving the king utterly stunned once more. Suho coolly told him he wasn't the only one, capable of transforming a blood weapon's form. Then, he smoothly reverted the shield back into a blade, and with one clean, decisive motion, slashed the Cursed King's throat. The king's severed head tumbled to the floor, still wearing a twisted, arrogant smile, still confident, claiming that merely cutting off his head meant absolutely nothing. Suho simply kicked the severed head across the floor and summoned his formidable shadow spear, slamming it forcefully into the ground. Instantly, dark chains erupted from below, wrapping violently around the severed head, using Shadow Bind to lock it firmly in place. Suho knew he needed to finally finish this for good, before that monster could cause further chaos. His system chimed in. It said vampire blood had activated, and the absorbed blood was now safely stored within the blood jade. Meanwhile, the Cursed King roared at Suho to release him. Suho meticulously examined the blood jade. It was his first time seeing it up close, and it already pulsed with a massive amount of collected blood. As the Blood Monarch had explained, the blood jade was visible only to its true owner. The Blood Monarch himself was once a humble healer, working diligently at the Central Blood Institute, until fate cruelly dragged him into the Hidden Gate. At Blood's decree, he finally reached the boss room, but tragically failed to defeat the Cursed King and was bitten, turning him into a vampire. Normally, that would mean certain death, since once bitten, the victim instantly becomes a monstrous fiend, and the gate permanently seals shut. But the Blood Monarch remarkably resisted the curse, using his potent healing abilities, and successfully neutralized the kin conversion. At that pivotal moment, new vampire skills awakened and completely reshaped his entire stat system. With this newfound power, he easily defeated the cursed king, conquered the gate, and became infamously known as the Blood Monarch, a global villain truly feared worldwide. Eventually, Suho tracked him down and meticulously extracted all the critical information about kin conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. But even now, the cursed king still raged, promising swift revenge and refusing to accept this humiliation. Suho simply welcomed it, daring him to try. Then, the system activated the Phantom Shadow, which instantly resonated with the cursed king's shadow, and absorbed it fully until not even a trace of him remained. With that, Suho acknowledged that Blood's decree had finally been utterly cleared. The system promptly confirmed the Hidden Gate's conquest, and proudly declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate materialized before him as he prepared to leave. Suho reflected on everything he'd learned. Once again, he was reminded of the overwhelming reality of dragon power. No matter how terrifying kin conversion seemed, it was utterly insignificant next to dragon blood. Still, he fumed that the vampire had managed to escape. Then, the system announced a very special reward. After analyzing Suho's unique talents, it granted him a skill perfectly tailored to his needs. Plus, it awarded 10 bonus stats for his incredible achievement. The new skill was called New Blood. Suho had never heard of anything like it, but as he scrolled through the system window, he quickly realized its immense value. And this was an absolute jackpot for his future. And that's not all. He'd also obtained an S-rank original vampire skill, something even the Blood Monarch had never possessed, since his existing vampire traits were only A+ rank, and none were labeled royal or original. Suho concluded this incredible power must be due to the unique, effective New Blood. Originally, he'd planned to monopolize powerful existing skills, but reality turned out far, far better. Even so, he reminded himself not to get careless. Just because things were going well now didn't guarantee they always would stay that way. With the gate conquered and his objective secured, Suho said exactly what needed to be said. He had gained what he came for, and now it was time to go big at Nexus. The scene then shifts to this towering, majestic building called Nexus. People moved steadily through the corridor, while Miss Sway led the group forward. Through open doors, a man could be seen sitting calmly in a grand chair, who turns out to be the guild leader. He tells Miss Sway to come in. She informed him that Hunter and Suho had asked her to deliver a message. Tomorrow, he will be coming to join the guild. The man repeated the statement in utter disbelief, almost questioning if he heard correctly. The back of his chair faced them as he processed the news. Then, he finally spoke, stating that proper preparations needed to be made. When his face finally became visible as he turned, he added that no one knew what this Suho was truly planning, and everything needed to be handled with extreme care before he changed his mind. Outside, towering buildings stretched toward the sky before the scene shifted inside an elegant, well-furnished room. Suho stood at the entrance looking in and discovered Jean Huey sprawled out on the couch, drooling soundly asleep. Suho stared for a moment, then finally asked why he was sleeping there. The reporter weakly sat up from the couch, explaining that Suho had conquered the Tower of Trials. Today, and even if it was temporary, they were now living together. And to top it all off, Suho was his partner. As he spoke, The young man happily clutched a bottle, declaring that such a monumental milestone absolutely called for a celebration. He explained that when he returned home, Suho wasn't around, but he couldn't just ignore such a historic moment. So he started drinking by himself. Suho watched him for a moment, then remarked that handling everything all at once must have been exhausting. He assured him that in the future, there would be plenty more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the tipsy reporter blinked and asked if Suho was absolutely sure about that. Suho simply told him to relax. The future would reveal everything. Looking at the food laid out on the table, Suho asked the surprised and slightly tipsy reporter if he still wanted another drink, even at such a late hour. With a big, satisfied smile, Jean Huey immediately agreed. Next to the plates of food sat a glass of wine, and Suho commented that he had tried the community app Jean Huey recommended and found that it worked perfectly. He also added that he genuinely liked the apartment itself. While eating, Suho mentioned that he had read the reporter's blog and could tell the young man was doing quite well, leading him to assume that his companion must be incredibly wealthy. They continued drinking wine together, and with a cheerful tone, Jean Huey explained that he wasn't just rich. He was the youngest son of a chaebol family, meaning he couldn't simply be considered normally wealthy. Surprised, Suho asked if he truly belonged to a chaebol family, then took another sip from his glass. Jean Huey continued speaking. He stated that since Suho had revealed a secret, he wanted to share one of his own in return. He confessed he was the youngest son of the Daesin company's president. Suho noted that if he was the president's son, he was likely also the heir apparent. But the reporter shook his head, explaining his father had many children from different women. His own mother had been merely a mistress, making him simply an illegitimate son. He admitted he'd never told anyone this, but since he'd likely be working with Suho for a long time, Suho should know everything. Suho looked at him surprised and asked if that meant journalism was just a hobby for him. Jinwoo answered that it was partially true, and he genuinely enjoyed the work. He added that his father gave him anything he wanted, yet he had no right to inheritance and zero influence within the company. He had even been offered the chance to run a subsidiary company, but he refused, openly admitting he was a good reporter but knew nothing about business. Suho lifted his glass again, remarking that at the very least, Jinwoo was an excellent journalist. Smiling brightly, the reporter replied it meant a lot to hear that, and confessed he'd never met a hunter like Suho. Both men slowly stood up, and Jinwoo suggested a toast for them. Suho agreed without hesitation, and the glasses clinked lightly together. The next morning, Suho walked through the apartment, yawning, and from the kitchen, Jinwoo greeted him with a cheerful good morning. While pouring boiling water into a cup, Suho asked if he really planned to work on the weekend, and the reporter replied he had a lot to do. Standing in front of the window and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Suho commented that maybe they shouldn't have drunk so much last night. But Jinwoo laughed and said everything was fine. He actually had a great time. Suho then asked why he was already heading out to hunt for new material. The reporter answered that he couldn't survive on articles about Suho forever. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted that this was precisely why he respected him so much, which made Jean Huey pause in surprise at the unexpected compliment. After taking a sip, he asked what Suho planned to do today, and Suho reminded him that today was the day he had mentioned. Before realizing it, Jean Huey asked if he was going to Nexus, and Suho nodded, explaining that last night he'd reached level 50 and received several upgrades. So it was time. Those words made Gene Huey freeze, and he burned his hand with the water, startled because just yesterday, Suho had been level 40. He turned to stare at him in disbelief and demanded to know how someone could jump 10 levels. In one day, Suho shrugged like it was nothing and clarified that, to be exact, he was now level 51. The reporter stared at him like he was some unresolved riddle, mumbling that the more he got to know him, the more mysterious he became. Suho commented that the way he said that sounded strangely suggestive. And as Gene Huey scratched his head, Suho asked why he was looking at him like that. Without warning, the reporter pushed him toward the hallway, saying that if he was going to walk into such a serious organization, he needed to look like he belonged there. Suho protested, saying he didn't need anything fancy and was fine with casual clothes. But the reporter insisted, saying he'd gladly lend him proper clothes and a watch. When Suho continued resisting, the reporter declared that appearances mattered at places like Nexus and reminded him that he could also pick any of his cars. If he walked in using public transportation or showed up in a taxi, everyone would stare. A quiet, upscale district came into view as a sleek red car rolled to a stop, immediately catching the eyes of everyone waiting outside. The door slid open, and Suho stepped through. He was clad in a sharp, elegant suit that fit him perfectly. For a second, he cleared his throat, pondering how everything had turned out surprisingly well. A suited man politely approached him, offering a business card and introducing himself as Bae Dong-yuk. As the head of Nexus, Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as An Suho, then followed him into the guild building. Soon after, he found himself seated across from 3 Nexus representatives. Dong-yuk calmly stated that over the past few days, Suho must have leveled up significantly, and wondered if that sudden progress made him reconsider his goals, especially since he'd previously mentioned wanting to become a government official. Suho explained that nothing had changed. His goal remained exactly the same. The leaders exchanged surprised glances, prompting Sui to ask what exactly he meant. Dong-yuk leaned forward and questioned why Suho would want to join a private guild if his true intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, stating that joining Nexus would simply make reaching his goal easier. He then announced that he planned to take the 5th rank exam this year. Someone then asked whether he only wanted bonus evaluation points, and Suho replied that while technically yes, it was only one part of a larger strategy. If he only chased the Hunter Association, the association would assume he had no alternative. That was precisely why he intended to join Nexus, because once the association saw others offering better terms, they would improve theirs as well. He added that while serving Nexus, he would dedicate himself fully to the guild, making the partnership mutually beneficial. Dong-yuk listened silently, as Suho promised to give 100, but the guild master eventually leaned back and said he understood. However, he wanted to ask one question. He pointed out that when Suho first approached them, Nexus was on the ropes, and the hero's abilities were a complete mystery. Hiring him back then was a gamble, but a calculated one. But now, every guild in Korea would fight for him. So why, out of all of them, did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly as the guild leader continued, saying Suho was undeniably talented, but his true intentions remained unclear. Folding his hands, Dong-yuk warned that unless Suho answered honestly, cooperation simply wouldn't be possible. Suho briefly closed his eyes, then replied that he had personal reasons. He reminded Dong Yuk of the public speech he gave earlier, the one where he promised Nexus would do everything in its power to destroy all gates in Korea. Suho acknowledged that Nexus provided more support to victim families than any other guild and was clearly the most passionate about eliminating the gates. He said he had no doubt that speech was sincere. Because of that conviction, he wanted to work with Nexus, help them, and contribute everything he had. He smiled widely and added that he hoped they could continue cooperation, even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Dong Yuk lowered his gaze and admitted the reasoning satisfied him. Then he asked whether Suho truly believed joining the association was necessary, since Nexus already worked tirelessly to clear gates and support hunters. Suho agreed, but explained that if Nexus truly wanted to end the gates completely, then they needed to go to places even other hunters couldn't, like the sealed, high-risk gates under strict government control. His gaze shifted to an image of one such chain portal. Beyond ordinary mid-level entrances, there were also the 5 Great Gates. That was why he needed government authority. But until that time came, every successful raid would broadcast Nexus's name, alongside his own. The impact would reshape the power structure of Korea's guilds, and Nexus would rise to number 1. Dong Yu leaned forward, resting his hands on the table as he began. All of this, he continued, would only last as long as Suho stayed with their team. Suho simply nodded, explaining that's why he vowed to give his absolute all during his time with them. Then, Suho blinked in surprise, suddenly asking if they'd already found team candidates. After their last discussion, Suho confirmed it, then dropped the first name, Kang Daehan. Sui froze instantly, asking him to repeat it, as if she couldn't believe her own ears. Suho merely nodded, then casually dropped the bombshell that he was the one who convinced Daehan to become a tank. Sui shot to her feet, absolutely fuming, demanding to know what exactly Suho was thinking, especially if tanking didn't suit Daehan. Suho calmly raised a hand, telling her to take a deep breath. He'd made this decision after a thorough and proper analysis. He reminded her that Daehan had passed the exam with truly exceptional scores. Sui frowned reluctantly as the results flashed through her mind. Daehan had unexpectedly snagged second place. She admitted she'd actually planned to thank whoever was responsible, but Suho just shrugged, saying it was no big deal, which only fueled her irritation. The third Nexus representative finally broke the silence, stating that Suho's proposal sounded genuinely excellent, but he needed some crucial clarification. If Suho truly intended to clear sealed gates, he must know those locations were strictly protected by the government. Private guilds, he stressed, had absolutely zero access, as civilian safety was their utmost priority. So he asked, how exactly did Suho plan to get inside? Suho calmly countered, asking if he was doubting his abilities, then boldly declared they would finalize the contract once he brought them the necessary pass, proving he could be fully trusted. He paused, reconsidering, and changed the offer. Instead of just bringing a pass, he would clear one sealed gate first. After that, they would sign. The secretary openly sweated at the sheer scale of Suho's terms, muttering that Suho was offering conditions truly worthy of royalty. Suho, however, simply insisted the terms were perfectly fair. The secretary noted that, despite Suho being incredibly promising, he was still just seen as a rookie hunter, with no official standing. But Suho declared that was precisely why He would clear a sealed gate immediately and prove himself. Dong Yu observed him carefully, then agreed Suho would undoubtedly prove his worth. With a satisfied smile, the guildmaster said he liked today's outcome, and that they would finalize details later, after the gate was cleared. Soon after, Suho left the building and drove away. Dong Yu and his secretary stood by the window, watching the red car disappear from sight. The guild master quietly ordered preparations. Assemble a special support team, he instructed, and prepare all necessary documents for An Suho. The secretary hesitated, then asked, "Shouldn't we wait until Suho makes good on his promise?" Dong Yu replied with a confident smile. "Suho will absolutely follow through," he asserted, "and supporting him early. That will only strengthen our alliance." Closing his eyes, he added, "I believe Suho will keep his word." The secretary, slightly overwhelmed, asked, "What makes you so certain, Guildmaster?" Dong Yu answered, "It's not a guess, and you already know it." The man finally nodded, remembering Suho's determined gaze, and the certainty in his voice. The scene shifted to the massive building of the Great Hunter Association of South Korea. Inside one of the offices, young Chulman sat slumped in front of a computer, clutching his head in utter frustration. He was desperately trying to figure out how to get Suho into the organization when the man showed absolutely no intention of coming willingly. Chulman considered offering him a reward for clearing the test tower, but immediately dismissed the idea. He knew full well that upper management would never approve it. They didn't want a picture of Suho simply receiving thanks. Instead, they wanted a picture where Suho stood, smiling beside the association president, making it seem like they were already quite close. Chulman, however, detested the very thought of using force or pressure. Chief Pai's earlier troubling suggestion echoed in his head, a suggestion that essentially boiled down to this: they have to drag Suho in by force, if necessary. Chulman groaned. He dropped his head onto the desk and wondered mournfully why he ever chose to work in this incredibly stressful place. As he cursed all his life choices, his phone vibrated. The caller ID showed an unknown number. With low energy, he picked up, introducing himself. "This is young Chulman speaking." He tried to figure out who would be calling him from an unrecognized number like this. But the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression completely changed. It was Suho. Chulman shot upright from his chair, eyes wide, barely believing he'd heard correctly. The scene jumped to a cozy little gukbap restaurant, where steam rose invitingly from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sat at a table, facing each other. Suho commented that he hadn't visited this place in a long, long time, and noted that the restaurant served the best, most delicious boiled pork. Chulman blinked and asked in surprise how Suho even knew about this place. With a calm smile, Suho casually lied, saying he used to come here often, back when he worked nearby. Chulman nodded slowly, seemingly accepting the explanation. He scooped some soup into his spoon and admitted he never expected Suho to reach out first. Then he asked why Suho had changed his number. Suho explained calmly that he'd been receiving far too many calls, so he simply got a second number instead. Now Chulman could use that one instead. The civil servant nodded understandingly and commented that Suho must be absolutely exhausted from all the unwanted attention. Lowering his gaze, Chulman thanked him sincerely for finally contacting him, admitting honestly that he'd nearly given up hope of ever seeing him again. Suho asked how he could think that, and picked up his chopsticks. Then he calmly asked whether the higher-ups were pressuring him, and if they wanted something specific. Chulman's mission: convince him to join the association. Suho was totally caught off guard. Chulman stiffened, lifting a hand to his face, as if trying to mask his reaction. Nervously, he asked why Suho would assume that. Chopsticks paused near his cheek. Suho explained he found it rather odd that the association president would suddenly request a meeting right after the tower clearing, because normally, no matter how tough the gate, the association just handled the paperwork. They never actively tried to recruit anyone. Speechless, Chulman stared down, managing a nervous smile. Suho continued, saying after thinking it over, he realized the executives just wanted photos for publicity. Hearing that, Chulman looked at him with near fear in his eyes. But Suho quickly reassured him everything was fine. He just wished they'd been straightforward about it, since there was nothing wrong with just saying so. Chulman started to apologize, but Suho waved it off, saying there was no need. He'd already figured out the situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman. The civil servant pointed to himself, utterly confused, unable to believe what he'd just heard. Suho continued, explaining that situations like this often involve blackmail or even outright force. But Chulman handled everything so professionally. Rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment, Chulman admitted it still felt a bit wrong. Suho then casually mentioned that he decided to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-motion, asking if he was serious. Suho continued eating comfortably and confirmed it, explaining he wanted to thank Chulman and felt that meeting the association executives could actually be beneficial. Chulman nodded slowly, agreeing that it truly could be. Suho then asked when he should visit the association. Chulman suggested discussing it after they finished their food, but halfway through speaking, realization struck him, and he shot up from his seat, his eyes shining with excitement. With sudden determination, he declared he'd arrange that meeting immediately. Sometime later, the duo arrived at the Korean Hunters Association building. Association. Suho then posed for a photo, right next to the organization's president, Young Kyung-won, who flashed a smile for the camera. He then told Suho how glad he was to finally meet him. He commented on how incredibly busy Suho must be, so he truly appreciated him accepting the invitation. The vice president, Park Hyun, then added that it wasn't every day someone got to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho smiled politely and replied that meeting the leaders of the association was a great honor. Behind that expression, however, he could barely tolerate the sight of these people. It had been a while since he last saw them, but disgust immediately resurfaced. Kyung-won then asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Suho answered that it was his dream, exactly what he'd said during the interview. Before the exam, the president then asked why. With his gaze lowered, Suho explained that he became an orphan due to a gate outbreak, and he wanted to eliminate portals as soon as possible to protect humanity. But in his mind, Suho reminded himself that this was only one reason. The other was to prevent the president and his lackeys from destroying the association from within. Kyung-won cheerfully praised Suho for his noble intentions, while Suho silently noted that this man would cling to his position until the very last moment, right up until he was shoved out. He couldn't wait to see what expression this old pig would make when that day finally arrived. And Kyung-won wasn't the only problem infesting the association. Then, Park Hyun spoke again, claiming Suho really knew how to make a good impression. Arms folded across his chest, He said that Suho didn't care about material gain and only wanted to protect the general public, which was worthy of respect. The vice president pressed his fingertips together and solemnly added that Suho had grown into a strong and noble man. His parents would be proud. Suho thanked him politely, while thinking that Kimon was most likely the one who proposed this recruitment stunt. In his mind, Suho labeled him a pathetic bootlicker who existed solely to polish Kyumin's shoes. Because of fools like these, most gates hadn't been cleared in his previous life, and he intended to take away their chance to ruin things again. Then Simon happily asked which department Suho wanted to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied that he had considered several options, but ultimately chose the gate department. Schulman froze in shock, while the vice president asked why. Suho calmly explained that unlike private guilds, the association had direct access to gates, handled the initial inspections, and could participate in raids. Kyung-hoon said he was amazed to see someone so selfless, stating Suho had chosen the most dangerous department in the entire association. Park Human nodded and declared that people like on Suho belonged there. The president then turned to Chulman and instructed him to demonstrate their sincerity. Confused, Suho asked what that meant. Kyung-hoon replied that if Suho was so determined to end the portals, then he should be given a selection of actual gates to clear since the association had many available. Chulman nearly choked on his breath and reminded the president that those gates were either sealed or extremely deadly. But before he could finish the sentence, Suho happily said that it sounded perfect. Chulman tried again, to reason that it was incredibly dangerous. But Suho clenched his fist and declared, with excitement, that he would clear the gates that presented the greatest threat to humanity. Kyung-won responded confidently that this was exactly what he expected. From on Suho, still reeling in shock, Chulman called out to the president, but the man simply asked if there was a problem. Feeling immense pressure, Chulman lowered his head, claiming everything was fine, and that he would prepare whatever was needed. Kyung-won then told Suho to get ready to clear the portals. Suho thanked him politely, while Chulman glared downwards. He knew that for these unawakened executives, the deadliest gates were nothing more than mere toys. That's why he utterly despised leaders who had never stepped foot inside a gate themselves. They had no idea how truly catastrophic the danger was. Countless hunters had already died, attempting to clear those very portals. And yet, these two were willing to send Suho to almost certain death, while Chulman clenched his jaw in frustration. Suho, however, smiled calmly, already knowing exactly what was waiting inside the sealed gates. Chulman then leaned toward the president and whispered something Suho immediately understood. These two were only thinking about profit and didn't care how many hunters died, as long as the raid succeeded and the association gained influence. Human lives were utterly irrelevant. Kyung-won looked at Suho again and asked what rank he planned to achieve during the exam. Suho smiled and answered that he intended to take the level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyung-won asked if he knew how truly difficult that exam was. Suho answered that reaching that rank would give him more opportunities, and that he planned to join a guild to gain experience. In the meantime, Kyung-won raised his hand and said that was an excellent idea. Experienced applicants were always preferred. Then he asked how long private guild contracts usually lasted. Suho replied the length wasn't his priority. Gaining real field experience was. If a guild fulfilled his requirements, he would stay until it was time for the exam and the association Kyung-won yawned and said he hoped Suho could find such a place. Smiling to himself, Suho thought, if the president approves terms like this, then joining Nexus is definitely possible. He sensed a crucial opportunity to forge a bridge between Nexus and the association. Then, without warning, the door swung open, and someone grandly announced Peace Yongyo's arrival. Suho's expression instantly turned rigid. Pai strode in confidently, joking that his bosses were devouring something delicious. Without him, then he abruptly halted, spotting Suho sitting right there. A wide, knowing grin stretched across his lips. He politely turned to leave, but Kyung-hoon told him to stay, pointing at Suho and introducing him as the hunter who cleared the test tower. Pai tried to recall the name, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I remember," with a laugh. He said it was incredible to finally meet him, and extended his hand, introducing himself as the chief of the special department. Suho shook it and introduced himself. As on Suho, they exchanged polite compliments. Though Suho's smile remained razor-sharp. Once seated, Tsumon raised his hand and calmly informed Pai that Suho intended to take the Level 5 exam. Pai blinked, visibly shocked, stating it would be an extremely difficult feat. Suho simply said he wanted to try anyway. Pai stared at him, utterly stunned. One of the executives then added that the association planned to grant Suho access to sealed gates, since he claimed he could clear them. Pai froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Then he mumbled under his breath, covering his mouth in disbelief. Looking worriedly at Suho, he asked if he was truly sure, because those gates were incredibly dangerous. Suho noticed the anxiety etched on his face, and found it strangely amusing. He replied he was well aware of the danger. Still uneasy, Pai crossed his arms, and admitted he couldn't stop Suho, even if he wanted to, but he sincerely hoped things would go well. Suho silently acknowledged that Pai was a true hunter, someone who valued genuine talent. His expression showed genuine concern, not for his own sake, but the thought of someone promising could die a needless death. Then Pai then added that if Suho chose to join his special department, he'd personally take him under his wing. Simon immediately shot up a finger, warning him not to poach. Suho had already chosen the gate department. Pai asked why. Simon replied that Suho wanted to destroy all gates and gain priority access to them. Pai nodded slowly, finally understanding. He said if that was his sole concern, then his department could also fully support him. Turning his head, he smiled at Chulman, asking him to confirm. Sadly, Chulman nodded, hands on his hips. Pai commented that if Suho passed the Level 5 exam, his relationship with Chulman might become rather complicated. Then, facing the young hunter, he added that they could discuss all of that after the exam. But for now, he sincerely wished Suho success. Suho thanked him politely, thinking privately what a sly fox. Suho quietly stole a glance at Chulman, already realizing that if he passed the exam, he would outrank him, and that alone would put Chulman in a painfully awkward position. Suho let out a subtle sigh. That was exactly why dealing with Chulman felt so complicated. He didn't want the man to feel cornered or overshadowed. After the meeting ended, the two walked side by side down the long corridor. Chulman kept his gaze fixed on the floor, shoulders low with worry. Suho stole another look at him, before finally asking if he was troubled by what Chief Pai had said earlier. Chulman admitted that, of course, he was. He knew better than anyone how truly talented Suho was. But even with that immense ability, clearing a sealed gate was beyond dangerous. With a serious tone, He told Suho to be extremely cautious and said he could personally speak to the president so that the association would provide as much support as possible. Suho looked at him with genuine appreciation and said, Suho genuinely appreciated his concern, but Chulman wasn't just being polite. He meant every word, reminding Suho that he'd only recently become a hunter. He warned him again that sealed gates were nothing like ordinary ones. He then asked if Suho understood why the government trusted no one, except the Hunter Association, to clear them. Suho calmly replied that even top-tier guilds were rarely allowed into sealed gates due to national safety protocols. Chulman stopped walking and looked at him puzzled, asking why he'd still insist on going there. Suho answered simply. He was absolutely confident he would succeed. He told him everything would turn out fine. Then, with a faint smile, Suho mentioned that among the sealed gates managed by the association, there was one called Nameless Sword. Chulman immediately stiffened and stated that gate was among the most dangerous in existence. Suho's expression didn't change. He just smiled a little wider and said he already knew how to clear it. The next day, a military vehicle was parked against a backdrop of typical Asian buildings in the district of Gyeongju, right beside the Nameless Sword Gate Plaza. Two soldiers stood in front of Suho and Jinwoo, and one of them asked the pair to wait. Suho agreed without complaint. The reporter leaned toward him and whispered that the atmosphere here felt extremely tense. Suho calmly replied that although the association technically controlled this gate, it was still a military facility. The two young men suddenly noticed something ahead. The soldiers saluted each other, and one of them turned towards Suho to confirm if he was truly Hunter Suho. After receiving confirmation, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander of this plaza. Suho greeted him politely. He expressed his pleasure at meeting him. Major Kim, stated the team leader, was already waiting inside. Jinwoo pointed straight ahead, asking if they were heading directly toward the gate, and received an immediate yes. As the towering structure loomed into view, the reporter's eyes widened in awe. Its sheer magnitude left him utterly stunned, and he declared it would make for extraordinary material. Major Kim then clarified that the colossal walls encircling the gate were forged from iron and a special alloy designed to repel any monsters attempting to breach the defenses, while also preventing the portal from expanding further. Jinwoo gaped, utterly awestruck by the sheer scale, admitting aloud, this portal was far grander than he'd ever pictured, and the closer they drew, the more fascinating details he began to uncover. Suho added that the military had implemented many precautions to make reaching the portal itself difficult. The group pressed onward until Major Kim finally stood before Chulman and announced that Hunter Suho had made his arrival. The civil servant beamed, greeting Suho warmly. The two exchanged glances, full of familiarity and shared relief. Chulman then remarked that it was quite a journey to reach this remote location, and expressed his joy that Suho arrived so swiftly. Suho noticed Chulman had arrived even ahead of them, and inquired when he had gotten there. The civil servant casually replied he had only just gotten there himself. He then cast a glance toward the person beside Suho, but before he could even ask, the journalist cheerfully introduced himself as PBS reporter Jo Jin-wee, extending his hand outward, and declared it was a pleasure to meet him. The men shook hands, but Chulman still seemed perplexed, and asked why a reporter was present in such a place. Suho quickly intervened, clarifying that photos would only be permitted After the raid had been successfully completed, and inquired if Chulman would permit it. The civil servant, considering, answered that this wasn't a classified facility at all, so there was absolutely no reason to refuse. Still a little bewildered, he admitted he was mostly just. Surprised, Suho brought his own reporter along. Jin-woo gratefully thanked him for the permission, absolutely brimming with excitement. He said they'd likely meet often from now on, so he should really remember his face. Chulman replied that he certainly would. Major Kim then approached Suho again, an M416 automatic rifle in hand. He mentioned that according to the association's message, the raid leader would be none other than Hunter Suho. Suho confirmed this with a nod. The major hesitated for a moment, before an awkward apology, asking what level Suho currently was. Suho coolly replied that he was level 51. Major Kim stared at him in utter disbelief, then quickly looked away, muttering that he understood. They soon reached the entrance, with the heavy, reinforced door towering over them. Major Kim explained the inner perimeter of the portal had already been prepped and ready, and Suho could enter immediately. He firmly warned that as soon as Suho stepped inside, the door would be sealed shut. Suho thanked him with a calm, confident smile. Just then, someone called out his name. Chulman hurried toward him, asking if he had any strategy in mind. Suho simply answered, "I do." Major Kim watched their interaction, clearly bewildered by their casual conversation. In such a dangerous, high-stakes setting, Suho said, describing his strategy in words, "Will be difficult, but he'd clear this gate, the same way he cleared the Tower of Challenge." He added that if he succeeded, then Chulman should remember his promise, to help him clear the remaining portals. As well, the door then unlocked and slowly opened. Chulman wished him to return safely. Suho reassured him not to worry, saying that 1 hour would be more than enough. Chulman's eyes widened, and he repeated in shock, 1 hour. Suho glanced back with a confident smile, and said they'd meet again very soon. The door then closed behind him. Jean Huey exhaled slowly, announcing Suho had officially stepped inside. Shutting his eyes tight, Chulman replied, "Now, all we can do is wait." Major Kim quietly questioned, "Will everything truly be all right? A place like this can't be cleared solo, not just by someone with high stats." He then asked if Suho was also a healer. Jinwoo blinked back in utter confusion as the major repeated his question. The reporter flashed a wide grin, correcting him. "Suho is only a nominal healer, you see." Major Kim's confusion deepened even further. Chulman raised a hand, declaring, "I've never seen anyone wield a sword the way Suho can." The major pressed, "Is he truly that skilled?" Chulman recounted what he had witnessed. During the Hunter practical exam, Suho was supposed to be taking the healer test, but instead, he absolutely slaughtered every monster with his sword, all while still protecting his patient, and he passed without a single issue. Jinwoo, gripping his bag strap, admitted, "This is my first time hearing about this." He wondered aloud, is it even allowed to take an exam like that? Chulman confessed he had been shocked too, but Suho had fulfilled every single requirement, so it didn't violate any rules. Both the soldier and the reporter stared at him, in utter disbelief. Major Kim then concluded that Suho must possess a profound mastery of swordsmanship, and suddenly understood why he had come here, specifically to challenge this gate. Looking toward the dungeon's direction, Chulman nodded firmly, stating, "Major Kim, you're absolutely right." Before Suho stood the nameless sword portal, its entrance restricted to only one person at a time. The moment he stepped inside, Towering cliffs instantly surrounded him, as the system dramatically announced that he had officially entered the gate. Walking through the eerie forest, with his sword in hand, he scanned his surroundings. He mused, "It's been a long time since I was last here." The path cutting between the trees was clearly visible, and Suho suddenly remembered how he'd relentlessly struggled to clear this gate in the past, barely surviving each grueling attempt. Suddenly, a sharp ringing echoed beside him, and he spotted a dark shadow drifting eerily between the trees. The system instantly reported the boss's appearance, as a formidable knight in armor stepped forward. It was the nameless swordsman, level unknown. He stood ready, blade glinting, and immediately the air around him began to glow with a brilliant, bright yellow. The system confirmed that the nameless swordsman had activated the battlefield skill, explaining that while this zone was active, the swordsman's stats would perfectly mirror the user's. All fighters within this field were forbidden from using anything except a sword and sword-related skills. Smiling, Suho greeted him like an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in ages. The knight charged instantly, and the two clashed in a fierce close-range battle, Suho parrying the enemy's blade with his own. He struck back, but the knight blocked with effortless grace. White streams of raw energy shimmered around the warrior as they briefly separated. As the two briefly separated, Suho keenly watched his opponent, meticulously analyzing his footwork. He noticed how the Sword Emperor adjusted his stance, in perfect balance, minimizing any rebound. After every strike, the knight swung again, and Suho clearly understood that no one, at this point, could defeat this opponent with pure swordsmanship alone. The Sword Emperor then gripped his weapon with both hands, and Suho noted how the enemy's style instantly shifted. After crossing blades, switching stances to catch him off guard, with a completely different technique. Not only that, the knight attacked from unpredictable angles, constantly changing direction. As the Sword Emperor relentlessly closed in, Suho acknowledged the harsh truth. The most dangerous aspect of this opponent was how flawlessly he adapted his tactics, based on whoever he was fighting. The knight struck again, and Suho skillfully dodged, grasping the enemy's incredible cunning. But that was precisely why Suho had learned so much from him in his past life. And with a small, knowing smile, he braced himself as the nameless swordsman lunged in a leaping attack. Suho spotted an opening and slashed, but the enemy twisted away at the last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across the armor, leaving a faint cut. Suho lightly asked if he'd managed to surprise him. The Sword Emperor simply stared back in silence. Suho remembered perfectly that this opponent never spoke a single word. Until the moment he died, the knight stood ready, gripping his sword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing a hit, and prepared another assault, revealing that this was already his 7th time, challenging the nameless swordsman. He attacked fiercely. The knight's counterstrike swept just above his head. With a precise slash, Suho severed one of the knight's limbs and followed it with a kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward into a thick bush. Standing before the thicket, Suho recalled how many people throughout history wondered who or what actually hid beneath the armor. The knight rose again, missing a leg. Suho asked if he knew how disappointed he'd been the first time he discovered the truth. Calmly gripping his sword, he stated that everyone called this enemy either the nameless swordsman or the Sword Emperor, but the truth was simple. He was just the spirit of the sword demon. A ghostly limb appeared in place of the severed leg, And when the Sword Emperor's hands also shimmered. As a spectral form, the opponents clashed again, blades ringing violently. As sword marks carved into the ground, and rocks around them, Suho blocked a powerful blow, his sword glowing with vivid red streams of energy, and counterattacked his blade, punching a large hole through the enemy's chest armor. He struck the same spot again, and the purple cracks, creeping across the Sword Emperor's form. It spread further with another swift leap. The knight was forced to retreat, but Suho instantly closed the distance. He studied his enemy intently. Suho declared his own fighting style had been forged, specifically to counter every single one of the knight's styles. With a smile, he landed another decisive slash. Huge fragments of armor shattered and flew through the air. Finally, Suho stood victorious over his fallen enemy. The system declared the nameless swordsman had been defeated, and the sealed gate was cleared, with Suho proudly recognized as MVP. Looking down with a hint of sadness, he murmured he was glad to face the nameless swordsman once more. And in truth, he should thank him, because without this formidable opponent, he would never have achieved such mastery. In swordsmanship, a broken piece of armor lay discarded on the ground, and Suho realized it was thanks to this very enemy that he had once earned the legendary title of Sword God. Black streams of mystical energy swirled around him, as he wished the spirit to finally rest in peace, promising to remember him every teacher's day. The system then granted him additional experience points and powerful bonus stats. Multiple system windows appeared, one reporting a level increase, another showing a +1 increase to his stats, and an additional skill point, of course, and yet another awarding 5 bonus points for clearing a truly difficult gate. A lone sword lay discarded on the ground. Suho let out a sigh, regretting that this ghostly opponent had no blood or shadow. Therefore, sadly, his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills were completely useless here. Nevertheless, he picked up the weapon, meticulously examining the blade. Just this sword alone makes the entire trip worthwhile. His reflection shimmered across its polished surface, as the system identified it as the legendary Nameless Sword of a nameless swordsman. Ranked F. The blade quivered, then abruptly shattered in his grasp, rising into floating fragments. The system loudly announced that the Nameless Sword had been absorbed, activating Sword Understanding. Suho grinned as he learned the Nameless Sword Soul had totally revamped his fighting style and transformed the Guardian Sword itself. Then, a detailed description unfolded. Guardian Sword, rank S+. This perfect technique was forged by Suho based on the most fundamental principles, achieving a flawless balance of attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the Nameless Sword's soul, its rank skyrocketed even further. The technique absorbed the sword's very will, and now boasted unlimited growth potential. Suho realized with utter awe that his perfect sword technique had just been born. The scene then shifted to the spectators, who were glued to multiple screens. And Jinwei murmured, "Everything seems quiet." For now, Chunman glanced at him and admitted that, although he trusted Suho completely, considering the enemy's overwhelming strength, clearing this entire place might still take quite a bit of time. Jin Hui immediately objected, reminding him that only half an hour had passed. Major Kim then stepped forward and asked Chunman for permission to check the situation himself. Once allowed, he prepared to go, until the reporter suddenly yelled, "Wait." Confused, the major asked what's wrong. as sweat dripped down the journalist's cheek. Jinwei pointed frantically at the portal, shouting, "Everyone look at the screen." Suho appeared, stepping through the now open door. Jin Hui burst out, shouting, "The gate has been cleared." Suho, still adjusting to the blinding outside light, was stunned when someone called him Pro-on. And suddenly, Jin Hui and Chulman came sprinting toward him, like overly excited kids chasing after candy. Jin Hui even held his camera high above his head, as if he were filming a grand festival. Suho told them, "Calm down," but the reporter's entire face was practically glowing with pure joy, as he enthusiastically demanded to know, how were they ever supposed to calm down? When Suho had cleared a sealed gate in under an hour, he shouted that it was absolutely insane. Chulman seemed torn between sheer terror and utter elation as he reminded everyone that Suho had utterly defeated the nameless swordsman, the very same monster who hadn't been beaten, even after over 200 failed attempts. He anxiously asked if Suho was even all right. Suho just smiled, saying he felt fantastic, casually adding he'd handled it with ease. The major stared at him in utter disbelief, as if trying to process how the monster, who'd slaughtered hundreds, could be called easy. Standing beside Jin Hui and Chulman, Suho noted the major's stunned expression. This soldier was desperately trying to grasp what kind of person he was truly dealing with. Chulman then practically bounced with excitement, suggesting they take a commemorative photo, since a sealed gate had just been conquered. The major hesitated, but Chulman waved it off, insisting it was just a formality, and there was absolutely nothing to worry about. He reminded the major that he was just a regular soldier, so he rarely appeared in photographs. But having a Korean Army major in the picture would make the proof far more credible. Finally, Jungkook agreed to join the photo. Cut to another scene, where the picture appeared on a laptop screen. In front of the Nexus Guild leader, Suho explained that, as he had mentioned earlier on the phone, he had successfully cleared the nameless swordsman's sealed gate. In the photo, with him, were a representative of the Hunter Association and Major Kim Jong-gu. He also pointed at the reporter beside him, introducing him as Jo Jin Hui from PBS, explaining they agreed to take the photo together to prevent any manipulation of the news. Jin Hui politely handed over his business card, introducing himself as Suho's personal reporter. Dong Yuk pressed his thumb to his temple and said he didn't need the card at all. He'd never even considered manipulating anything. In the first place, standing before Suho, the guild leader then asked, just how in the world had he pulled this off? Suho blinked, asking which part he meant. Dong Yuk gestured wildly at everything, demanding specifics. How he'd gotten permission to access the sealed gate, how he cleared it all so fast, and how he'd even survived, something that had killed over 200 hunters. Suho calmly explained his process. He'd met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association to get official permission, then simply went in and killed the monster. Dong Yuk stared at him in utter disbelief, running a hand through his hair, baffled. As he tried to make sense of it all, Suho then asked if, with his skill level proven, they could finalize their contract. Holding up two fingers, he said the guild leader could choose the salary amount himself, but he had two conditions for his time in Nexus. First, he needed their full support, and if he passed the Hunter Association exam, his exclusive contract had to be terminated immediately. He also added that he'd already informed the association president about clearing the gate. Several other guilds had already contacted him, but he'd told them all he would only accept an offer from the one willing to fully support him. Dong Yuk eyed him with initial distrust, a strange expression flickering across his face. Then suddenly he burst out laughing and declared the deal accepted. He called for the secretary to bring the paperwork. The man returned Suho's confidence with renewed excitement, saying the hero had proven himself right. After his initial doubts, Suho extended his hand, and they shook firmly. The guild leader warned that a lot of work lay ahead, and Suho replied he was ready. Later, on a road bustling with evening traffic, Suho smiled and mentioned that since his friend had brought him, he'd be happy to drive him back. Jinwoo chuckled, saying he was simply fulfilling his duties as Suho's manager. When Suho asked why he called himself that, Jinwoo explained that since Suho kept feeding him exclusive content, the least he could do was pay him back somehow. He added that the sedan didn't shake nearly as much as the minivan he used before, so he bought this one specifically for them. Suho stared at him, stunned, realizing once again that this man was truly born with a golden spoon. As they drove, Suho asked if the reporter wouldn't get scolded for skipping work all day. Jinwoo proudly replied that several exclusive articles had already been published that very day, so no one would complain, especially since he'd promised the editorial office that he'd bring Suho there eventually. Suho realized that there was no way this man would ever let such an opportunity slip away. Jinwoo said they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, and then gradually move on to covering his joining Nexus. With the news spaced out, there should be no problem maintaining public interest, though realistically, no one knew how long they could truly keep public attention. Suho closed his eyes and told him it was fine. He could handle things however he liked. Then, Jinwoo hesitated and asked something more serious, asking how Suho managed to read the strategy of the nameless swordsman. Suho explained that the monster had a very predictable pattern, and that he was already familiar with the sword, Emperor's reputation, knowing that the fight had to be done solely with cold weapons. He admitted it might sound arrogant, but he was certain he was better with a sword than the monster. Jinwoo stared bewildered, gripping the steering wheel as Suho continued, saying experience played a huge role in the battle, and that his own swordsmanship was strong. The reporter reminded him that the monster had killed over 200 warriors, including the country's greatest swordsman, and asked if Suho understood that. Suho calmly explained that the nameless swordsman, he perfectly replicated his opponent's stats and adapted his combat style to match perfectly. Within that gate, only pure swordsmanship held any weight. No items, no external abilities, nothing. Nothing else could possibly influence the outcome. This prompted Jinwei, who finally asked Suho if he even possessed a swordsmanship skill. Suho replied that he did, and not just any. It was rank S. However, it simply didn't appear in his status window. The car immediately swerved as Jinwei slammed his forehead right onto the steering wheel. Completely flabbergasted and stunned, he practically roared, demanding to know how Suho had acquired a rank S swordsmanship skill, and when it happened, flames of excitement practically erupted behind him, and Suho calmly told him to take it easy, because he was practically boiling over. Suho warned that information should always be delivered gradually, not dumped on him all at once. Jinwei exhaled heavily and admitted that if Suho ever wanted to know anything about him, he could ask any time and get instant answers. After finally slowing the car, he admitted that Suho truly had a knack for shocking people, and that he never, ever imagined he would end up working for someone like Suho. Suho kindly reassured him, and Jinwei gratefully thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for having doubted him in the beginning. Suho simply laughed, telling him it was all perfectly fine. They finally arrived back at their opulent apartment complex, and Jinwei asked if that meant their day was finally over. Suho nodded, stating he definitely needed some rest. The reporter immediately offered to walk him home, and Suho thanked him warmly for the gesture. Later that night, as deep darkness settled outside, Suho finally sank down onto something soft and let himself simply breathe, thinking, with a quiet, profound satisfaction, that he could genuinely be proud of today's incredible results. Wiping his brow with a towel, he realized he wasn't even the slightest bit tired, despite everything he had accomplished. Pulling the towel away, he instantly summoned his status window. The system reported 7 remaining bonus points, and he immediately understood this might finally be enough to unlock Unified Train, though the conditions for it were incredibly strict. Every stat, except for a single one, had to share the same rank, and all stats at that specific level needed to possess identical numerical values. If even a single bonus point remained, the system would automatically boost the lowest stat value to match the higher ones. Suho navigated the system window carefully with bated breath, watching as the system meticulously evaluated each requirement. Then, a thrilling notification appeared. All conditions have been perfectly met, and the skill Unified Train was now fully activated. He blinked in stunned surprise and watched as the remaining bonus points were rapidly distributed to equalize every single stat. His personal card then refreshed, revealing that all of his characteristics now proudly stood at the exact same values. Red level, rank 14, across the board. Joy surging through him, Suho clenched his fists and knew he had finally truly done it. In his entire past life, he never even dreamed this was remotely possible, so he'd never even bother to try. Now, staring at the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile and let himself simply fall back onto the bed, thinking he needed to keep relentlessly pushing forward. Exactly like this, his phone then rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in quite a while. Gu Yunhwa, still comfortably lying down. Suho answered. It had been quite some time since he'd heard her voice, and she called at the absolute perfect moment, since he was in an absolutely excellent mood. She immediately remarked dryly that he must have an awful lot of free time. Confused, he playfully asked what she meant, and reminded her not to speak so formally to him. Yunhwa then said she had already read the article. Smiling, Suho pressed the phone closer to his ear, surprised the piece had come out so incredibly quickly. He admitted he hadn't checked the comments yet, and eagerly asked her to tell him how everyone had reacted. But she frustratingly called him sir again, and stubbornly insisted they meet in person first. Suho reiterated that he just wanted her simple answer. She sharply reminded him that they still hadn't formally accepted his offer. Suho calmly told her that if she or the others weren't satisfied with anything at all, he wouldn't force them, which completely stunned her. And Suho pressed again, demanding an answer. Yunhwa closed her eyes tightly and questioned what they were supposed to do now. Suho rose from the bed and declared he'd explain everything tomorrow. When they next met, he proposed everyone meet at the Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She objected instantly, claiming Tu had work and she had lectures to attend. His face hardened, etched with disappointment. He told her he must have gravely overestimated them. Apparently, none of them cared about a single thing, except for useless nonsense. He had to quickly pull the phone from his ear as Yunhwa exploded, unleashing a torrent of curses, before screaming that she would still come. She declared she'd be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. and hung up. Suho smirked, whispering goodbye. The next day, within the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Yunhua crossed her arms defiantly and barked at him, warning him not to get full of himself, claiming she'd skipped her lectures, only because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who casually sat on a nearby bench. He mused he didn't recall asking why she came, and she snorted angrily, utterly irritated. She demanded to know why he gathered them all. Suho stood up, stating he'd brought them here because he had something crucial to say. Then, smiling, he announced that today he was going to kill them all. The Banshee members stared at him, utterly stunned, as he casually handed them tablets and asked them to fill out some forms first. Yunhua squinted suspiciously at the device, assuming it was some bizarre contract to hand over their corpses to him. But upon reading the text, she realized it was simply a skill survey form. She questioned if he wanted all their personal information. Raising a hand, Suho explained to them that once he officially joined the special department, he would need freelance agents, and he'd already mentioned he needed real shadows. He reminded them firmly he wouldn't just use anyone for that purpose. Then, turning away, he explained that their training would be absolutely brutal, until exhaustion, and they'd learn everything, from basic combat techniques to maximizing their own skills. Only they would see their personal information, so they needed to be honest. Their relationship had to be built on trust, since he already shared his secrets. It was their turn now. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Later, inside the Nexus Academy's training hall, Suho held a black keycard and smiled as he said it was time to begin. He remembered how he received it. Miss Sui had explained that this card granted unrestricted access to any area of the academy, including the S-rank only training hall, ensuring he avoided unwanted attention. She also gave him guest cards as he requested. Examining the card, Suho realized he had been so focused on everything else that he had forgotten about Diwan, whom he promised to meet here. He would arrange that soon. Nearby, the Banshee members lay inside training capsules. Suho thought he would deal with challenges as they came. Suddenly, the landscape shifted. Towering cliffs appeared before them. They had entered the Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood before the Banshee squad and welcomed them, telling them that they would be training there. Whenever they had free time, he looked them over, thinking that since they were all below level 50, he could train them however he wished. Yenho demanded to know what exactly they would be doing. Suho answered that they would begin with fundamentals and combat technique refinement, because with their current level of skill, the special department would catch them eventually. He asked if they really believed cheap tricks could fool the special department forever. Yunho snapped that their plan was excellent, and no one would ever catch them. Suho smiled with his arms crossed, reminding her that he had already caught them himself, and that perfect crimes didn't exist, especially in a world full of superpowered individuals. He told them that for that reason alone, they needed to learn to protect themselves, and ideally, he made them face each other with a snap of his fingers. Countless weapons suddenly materialized around them. He instructed them to pick one, because developing fundamentals and overcoming fear was their priority now. Yanhua quickly picked up a weapon, asking if there was anything else. Suho then asked if she recalled what he'd been called recently. She muttered that people called him the Sword God. His right hand glowed as he confirmed that was indeed his nickname, leaning on his sword. He then told them they were standing before a true master of swordsmanship, and it would be foolish to expect him to teach anything else if they wanted to maximize swordsmanship in this realm. They shouldn't use any of their other skills. He couldn't forbid it, but those skills would only hinder them later on. The group frowned as Suho told them, "Try to kill me." Swinging his sword, he announced, "The training has begun." In an instant, he rushed them. Heads flew. He asked the stunned survivors why. They still had time to be surprised. Then he finished off the remaining two. The squad respawned again, and Suho said that since they had already died once, they shouldn't freeze like idiots. They quickly took defensive stances. Suho praised that, saying they would restart. Looking upward, the group suddenly realized his next attack was coming from above. Suho slammed into them again, scattering bodies. He mocked them mid-combat. He told one that his grandmother moved faster. He elbowed another in the chest, asking how someone who worked in delivery could be this slow. He wondered jokingly if he was fired because customers starved, waiting for their orders. The boy crashed into another teammate. Turning to the third, Suho asked how a teacher could be so slow, that he couldn't even parry such a simple strike. He wondered what he could possibly teach kids, if they could already outpace him. The young man insisted he didn't dodge on purpose. Suho said his excuse was worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands trembled as they held their swords. Someone let out a booming curse, demanding to know when the bastard would finally shut up. They attacked together. Suho believed their growing self-control would help them avoid panic. When they eventually entered actual gates, a devastating blast tore through the terrain. Suho declared they would become his shadows, not just errand runners, but true warriors who would help clear gates. Stepping onto their discarded swords, he told them sternly that there was no easy path to becoming truly strong. You only became strong when you truly believed. There was no retreat left to take. The brutal training continued relentlessly. After what felt like an eternity, the utterly exhausted Banshee members struggled to get up again. Raising his hand, Suho announced he was satisfied with their effort, but he had other things he needed to do. The group stared at him in utter shock. As he told them that, the simulation would automatically end when the time was right, and they must continue training until then. Yanoa asked, in disbelief, if he was really just leaving them. A digital clone of Suho then appeared behind him. Suho told her not to worry. The clone possessed all the same abilities as him. The copy lifted its sword and immediately insulted them, calling them pigs and utter trash, and demanding they prepare to fight. Furious, the enraged Banshee members cursed Suho as a complete and utter bastard. Suho smoothly stepped out of the capsule and glanced back at the four others, still training. That was enough for them for now. He answered a call. Miss Sui's voice came through. She said an article had just gone up about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, and she called to confirm it. Suho asked if the author was Zhou Jinwei. She confirmed it was indeed his exclusive report, and the PR team wanted to publish additional info. Looking out the window, Suho said, "That's perfect, and in fact, another article should be prepared." Sue hesitated, saying it might be too soon. Suho explained that public reaction would likely be harsh, since he had previously stated he once dreamed of joining the government, only to abruptly join a private guild instead. Negativity was bound to follow. Suyi assured him that by sticking to his plan, public opinion would eventually settle. Soon enough, Suho considered the fact that he still hadn't publicly announced his plan to take the Rank 5 exam by year's end, though it wouldn't remain a secret for long. He told her he'd explain everything later, as he needed to make another call. He phoned Jean Wu, who happily greeted him. While working away on his laptop, Jean Wu asked what he needed. Suho mentioned he'd heard the article about Nexus had dropped and public opinion was heated. He said he had an idea he wanted another article, and this time it would cover his next challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. Smiling, Suho announced he was planning to take on the Swamp of Despair next. A new article explodes across the internet, announcing that Suho has successfully cleared the sealed gate of a nameless sword. People online explode with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials, yet already moved on to conquering a sealed gate? One person wonders aloud, is Suho now the newest Sword King? Another corrects him, instantly declaring the guy should be called the Sword God. A second article quickly follows, reporting that Suho has joined the Nexus Academy. Immediately, users start reminding everyone that he'd previously said he wanted to work for the Hunters Association. Others accuse him of being corrupt and throw insults without restraint. Then, a third headline drops, Nexus Guild Hunter, and Suho intends to clear another sealed gate, the Swamp of Despair. Someone calls him a complete psycho. Another mocks the people who claim Suho joined Nexus for money, asking, what's wrong with your faces now? Someone else claims they believed in him from the start. Another declares Suho his idol now, and threatens to personally. He'll deal with anyone who insults him. Suho scrolls through all these comments on his phone, most of them overwhelmingly positive and exciting. A confident smile plays on his lips, thinking everything is unfolding exactly as he planned. Just then, Chulman stumbles in, looking utterly exhausted, his head drooping forward, supported by one hand. Suho immediately presses him, asking if he was granted access to the Swamp of Despair. Chulman explains that's exactly what he'd been discussing. He vividly recalls the president's enraged expression. The head of the association had screamed that, of course, Suho should be given immediate access, and called Chulman an utter idiot for not doing it immediately when asked. Chulman adds that now, it seems the hero, practically, has automatic access to every gate he needs, while Chulman mentally braces himself for endless paperwork. Suho thanks him for the effort. As they navigate between the office desks, Suho explains he plans to take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year. But it's a secret, so Chulman absolutely shouldn't tell anyone. Chulman immediately mimes sealing his lips with his fingers and dramatically swears he will remain silent. Like a fish, Suho laughs to himself, thinking he was only joking, but the guy's reaction was absolutely priceless. He then tells him they should move on to clearing the gate. Now the scene shifts to Yangjeongdo, Incheon, where the sealed S-rank gate, known as the Swamp of Despair, looms ominously. Suho stands before the massive portal, while several cameramen record his grand entrance. People whisper nervously that no hunter has ever returned alive from this gate before. Even though Suho is incredibly unique, some still doubt whether he can truly conquer this place. Inside the security room, Jinhui watches the screen intently, a hint of nervousness showing. He tells a worried man beside him to just relax, and even brazenly suggests making a bet. Grinning, Jinhui says he'll bet $1 million that Suho will clear the gate. The other man, still clearly anxious, agrees reluctantly, saying he hopes Suho comes out alive, but is convinced it's utterly impossible to clear this place. Meanwhile, Chill Man stands frozen, utterly horrified. He shouts that the gate is simply vanishing. Everyone stares at the screens, completely stunned. Jinhu asks if Suho actually cleared it already. The other man yells that it's absolutely impossible. In a panic, Jinhu elbows Chulman right in the face, demanding to know how many minutes Suho was inside. 10, 20. Chulman shakes his head, saying it wasn't even 10. It's been less than 5 minutes. The moment Suho stepped inside, the truth becomes clear. The system informed him that the Swamp of Despair had no entry requirements, and any number of players could enter. Now, Suho stands at the base of a colossal staircase, stretching upward into an eerie, menacing sky. He remembers it well, that this gate caused even more casualties than the nameless sword, and no one had ever returned from it. Outsiders never truly understood what actually happened. Inside, Suho knows monsters don't actually appear here. To clear the gate, one must simply climb the stairs. But every single step is a psychological nightmare, packed with terrifying mental traps. That's why horrific monsters surround the staircase. Victims turned into statues. Suho understands the real strategy. For clearing this place, you need an item or skill granting S rank. Mental protection. Otherwise, the endless despair kills you, and your corpse becomes another chilling statue on the stairs. This gate is called the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back. Smiling faintly, Suho steps onto the very first stair. He thinks that none of this truly matters right now. Immediately, a crushing wave of despair slams into him. His legs barely stay steady. Purple streams swirl menacingly behind his head, but he smiles. The system announces that Dragon's blood has activated. Mental damage immunity, with Dragon's blood flowing inside him. The entire gate turns into nothing but an easy stroll. Suho climbs to the next step, terrible monsters lurking all around him. He keeps walking utterly calm. He notices fewer and fewer statues the higher he goes. Only a handful ever made it even halfway. Twisted faces leer at him from every direction. Trapped forever, he knows he can't save a single one. Back in his past life, the hunter who conquered this gate spent countless days fortifying his mental defenses. That man attempted to save these very victims, but the moment he touched the statues, they all crumbled to dust. He was left utterly alone, unable to save a soul. Finally, Suho reaches the peak. He gazes at the lifeless forms below and states he understands their immense suffering. Pressing his palms together, he vows to set them free. He knows he can only release their tormented souls. A gleaming white portal awaits him. The system promptly declares him MVP and awards him additional experience points. Plus crucial skill point. It also announces he's the very first person to ever clear this portal, awarding him 5 more skill points. Then, a level-up notification explodes onto the screen. More stats boosted, and another skill point added. Suho smiles, declaring, time for the final reward. The system bestows upon him the Ring of Emotions. This ring allows him to perceive emotions as colored auras, absorb white or black emotional energy, and reshape it at will. Its duration, however, remains unknown. Suho recalls that in his previous life, the only person to ever obtain this ring was the exact same player who conquered this gate. That man utilized it to heal profound emotional wounds, but it was later cruelly stolen by his enemies. Suho lifts his hand, thinking this time, though, things will be different. He slips the magnificent ring onto his finger. Standing atop the stairs, the ring instantly begins siphoning the black, emotional energy lingering within the corpses. Thanks to his dragon blood, Suho takes no mental damage. He touches the ground, and the system reports that the ring reacts strongly to powerful emotions. Its color is black, and absorption immediately begins. Black energy swirls as Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed the maximum amount it possibly can. It isn't enough to purify the entire staircase. But he has no other choice. Now that he faces the exit portal, turning toward the gateway, Suho quietly states it's time to leave. The instant Suho stepped out, reporters swarmed him instantly, cameras flashing relentlessly. He lifted a hand to shield his face, as journalists clamored for him to face their lenses. Before he could even steady himself, Chulman and Jin-woo raced towards him, both practically bursting with excitement. Chulman, practically punching the air, demanded to know how Suho had possibly managed to clear the portal in just 4 minutes and 17 seconds. And this gate was rumored to be even deadlier than the infamous nameless sword. Jin-woo shouted he needed to write an article. Immediately, Suho told them to calm down, but with a smile, he invited them for a photo, and the two happily agreed. As news of the cleared gate exploded online, people questioned whether Suho had truly conquered the swamp of despair, a gate no one had ever returned from. The answer was a resounding yes, he really had. Dong-wook stared at his tablet in disbelief, utterly overwhelmed. The completion time was under 5 minutes. He covered his face with his hands, simply unable to believe what he was reading. Just then, the landline rang. When he picked up, the caller introduced himself as Young Kyung-hwan, the president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely asked if Dong-wook had a moment to discuss something. Dong-wook immediately assumed this was about on Suho. When asked if he could come to the association, Dong-wook offered lunch instead, and the president agreed. After hanging up, a man entered the office to speak with him, but Dong-wook simply called his secretary, Kim Min-gung, and instructed her to arrange a meeting with Hunter. On Suho later, a sleek white car pulled up, and Jin-woo told Suho they had arrived. As they got out, Suho asked if he was heading to the broadcasting station. Jin-woo explained that the swamp of despair. The article was all set, and only needed a few tweaks before launching. He even proposed they hit up a restaurant tour next time, given his passion for writing food reviews, and Suho was quick to promise he'd join. As the car drove off, Suho beamed at his ring, thinking that Jin-woo's passion had filled it with so much positive energy. Upon entering the restaurant, Suho made his way to a table, where Kyumin loudly hailed him as the protector of South Korea. The president then urged him to take a seat beside Mr. Dong-yuk. Suho graciously thanked the association leaders and took his spot. Noticing Kyung-won, Kyumin, Dong-yuk, and the head of the Special Force Division, Pai Song-yeol all gathered, perplexed by the sudden formality. He listened closely as Kyung-won congratulated him, praising the unprecedented speed with which he'd cleared both sealed gates, and declared him the future of the nation. Kyumin then proposed a toast, and Suho, raising his cup, chose to toast their shared success. Glasses clinked around the table. Later, during the meal, the president mentioned hearing that Suho's guild contract came with no fixed term. Dong-yuk confirmed, stating that, while most contracts lasted 3 years, and Suho was a special individual who could contribute immensely to the country, so he wouldn't be restricted whatsoever. Kyung-hwan laughed, pleased that guild leader Dong-yuk shared the association's goals. He then asked Suho if he was on board with the arrangement. Suho responded that he deeply appreciated the guild leader's consideration. Chief Pai then added that he eagerly anticipated Suho joining the Hunters Association, as it would boost not only their organization, but the entire nation. With a strange smile, Kyumin said the president wanted to present Suho a special letter of thanks. Internally, Suho rejoiced. This very letter virtually guaranteed he'd pass the level 5 exam. Aloud, he declared he was deeply honored. Kyung-hwan then explained that they had originally gathered here. They were celebrating the nameless swordsman's victory, but Suho cleared yet another gate. So quickly, in fact, that even they couldn't keep up. But Suho humbly replied it was only possible because the president granted him the access he needed. The leaders absolutely loved his answer. Chief Pai, still clutching his cup, asked how Suho managed to clear the swamp of despair, since no one had ever returned from there, and information about it was minimal. Suho recognized Pai's knack for extracting secrets, a skill he remembered from his past life. So he maintained his guard, smiling subtly. He casually explained that inside the gate, there were no monsters, only a single staircase. And after stepping onto it once, he immediately sensed the danger and used his tools, while continuing to climb until he succeeded. The association representatives stared, mouths agape, as Chief Pai stroked his beard, impressed that Suho avoided mental overload, where others relied solely on stability. Sumon then asked about his current level, saying he'd heard Suho wasn't even level 100. Suho replied he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked and asked what ability he'd gained, when the ring on Suho's finger emitted a white light. Suho immediately sensed that the association wanted to shape him into an obedient weapon. He explained he was a healer, but because he preferred swords, he acquired the sword path. Chief Pai said the sword path wasn't unusual, though unexpected for a healer. Suho noted privately that the special department had many unique abilities, so his didn't impress them much. Yet he disliked the feeling of being treated like a hunting dog. Out loud, he added that while his main skill was swordsmanship, he wanted support developing his healer abilities, because a hunter's lifespan was too short. Dong-yuk and Kyung-won both agreed that hunters faced constant danger, and the Nexus Guild could support his development. Better yet, the leader smiled, as Chimon declared himself, a link between the guild and the association. Chief Pai assured Suho he could lean on him too. Overwhelmed by the flood of support, Suho clenched his fist, vowing to clear every single gate in Korea. The leaders erupted in applause as Sumon refilled his drink. As night deepened, the meeting concluded and Suho walked out with Chief Pai, bidding farewell to the association leaders. Suho expressed his enjoyment of the evening. After their car departed, Chief Pai reached into his jacket, offering Suho a cigarette. Suho declined, but the chief lit one anyway, muttering that he always smoked after a good party. He then handed Suho his business card, adding that he usually ignored calls but would answer Suho's. Next, he inquired about Suho's living situation. Suho explained that his old place was swarming with fans, so he was currently staying at a hotel. Chief Pai frowned, calling it a national problem. Popular hunters instantly got mobbed by obsessive crowds. Suho dismissed it as mere normal affection, which instantly darkened Pai's aura. Suho realized his comment sounded incredibly naive to someone who saw unawakened civilians as mere pawns, a mindset, frankly, shared by the president and vice president. Chief Pai continued that although the exam was still months away, Suho had practically already passed. Suho nodded in agreement. The chief confessed he once thought Suho was modest, but now saw he wasn't simple-minded at all. He then linked arms with Suho, suggesting they rehearse a superior, subordinate dynamic, since Suho would be under him. Once he joined the association, Suho agreed, making Pai chuckle. Then he asked if Suho wanted to quit clearing gates entirely. and joined the Special Force Unit right away. Suho tensed, realizing Pai was baiting him. As Pai flicked his cigarette, Suho finally understood the real motive. The chief had stayed until the very end, to recruit him personally, instead of just gathering information. Through Dong-hyuk, the ring of emotions activated, releasing a soft white light. Suho internally urged Pai to shape his intentions. Smiling, he confidently reassured Pai that everything was absolutely fine, and then stressed the paramount importance of their special force unit. The ring, meanwhile, supercharged positive emotions, and white streams of energy surged from Pai's eyes. As he declared, Suho actually possessed ambition, a rare trait he genuinely admired, especially since most hunters were just chasing empty dreams. He then probed about Suho's closeness with Chu Man. From the gate department, Suho affirmed that Chu Man was indeed a close associate, but he also deeply valued a strong bond with both Pai, and especially the president. He expressed his eager desire for productive cooperation with the formidable head of the Special Forces. Pai, clearly delighted, placed a warm hand on Suho's shoulder, praising his exceptional communication skills. Suho offered his thanks and voiced his hope of joining the department. Through special recruitment, Pai stroked his chin, musing aloud. That recruitment for level 5 hunters had already been announced for the end of the year, so there was no real need for a special recruitment, especially for someone who would undoubtedly qualify anyway. Suho, meanwhile, understood. He knew the ring's influence had transformed Pai's interest into something bordering on emotional loyalty. It wouldn't last forever, but it was absolutely more than enough for the moment. Standing side by side, Pai then mentioned. He was quite surprised. Suho was so fiercely committed to joining the association and asked about special recruitment. Pai clarified it wasn't common practice, but could definitely be arranged if the need arose. Suho gushed, praising him as an absolutely amazing person, prompting Pai to cover his mouth with a bashful smile. He explained that recruitment decisions ultimately came from higher authorities. However, if there was a pressing shortage in the special department, they could potentially justify a special intake. Pai added that if such a recruitment were to happen, they would certainly need proof that Suho was genuinely indispensable to the department. Suho then inquired if he meant clearing gates. Pai promptly reminded him that the Special Force dealt with dangerous awakened criminals, a task far more critical than anything else. Suho had completely forgotten that crucial detail. Pai said criminals with awakened abilities were incredibly dangerous, and although Suho possessed great skills, Gothic clearing and crime fighting were entirely different. He suggested Suho prove himself by selecting any wanted criminal and bringing them to the department. If successful, he could be accepted. A month or two later, a car pulled up. Pai said most newcomers panicked at the mere mention of wanted criminals, but Suho clearly wasn't timid. Smiling, he said he'd await Suho's news. Suho remembered that in his past life, Pai hadn't even remembered his name until after the nameless swordsman's victory. But this time, things were already different. Watching the car leave, Suho understood that soon the villains and their underlings would be among the new recruits, who would make excellent sacrifices for his grand plan. Several neat buildings stood ahead, and Suho's shadow stretched across the pavement. As faint cigarette smoke drifted from nearby windows, he muttered that he'd walked right into a viper's nest. Using his magic detection, he spotted a pack of suspicious figures inside, and confirmed he'd finally found the right place. He casually picked up a brick with his left hand, and in the very next moment, He smashed it straight through the window of the room, where the criminals were gathered. Shocked, one thug stammered, demanding to know what was happening, while another yelled that some punk was messing with them. In a hurry, the criminals rushed outside to confront whoever dared. They stopped in front of Suho, demanding to know what he wanted. The blonde among them stared at him nervously, asking if he was drunk or just crazy. Suho smiled calmly and assured them he was completely sober. He asked if they were the scumbags, stealing cryptocurrency wallets through their complicated scams, and fear immediately flickered across the thugs' faces. Suho then asked if they were holding a man named Cogi. One hostage. The criminals traded uneasy glances, unable to understand who this stranger was, or how he knew all their business. One of them guessed he might be a cop. Another declared they had to get rid of him anyway. A third man hesitated, questioning if this could get them into trouble. But the reply came swiftly. This bastard already knew far too much, so nothing worse could possibly happen if they didn't take care of him. Suho gave them a weary smile, thinking these opponents were utterly pathetic, and mentally dared them to try catching him. If they could, they might actually prove useful. He summoned the Shadow Spear and fired a shot near a nearby thug, releasing chains that wrapped themselves tightly around him. Purple energy swirled ominously around the man's trapped body as his bald comrade screamed his name in panic. Several more criminals charged at Suho, yelling insults, but he dodged effortlessly. A blond man lunged forward with a spear, managing to land a perfectly clean hit, but it did absolutely nothing to him. The criminal stared wide-eyed as Suho, lightly splattered with blood, grinned. The system announced the activation of his blood weapon, and a long, crimson shaft formed instantly in Suho's hand. He drove it straight into the unsuspecting thug, sending him sprawling painfully across the ground. Suho noted he couldn't actually kill them, but nobody said he couldn't beat them utterly senseless. Another criminal rushed forward recklessly, calling him a complete idiot, only to be sent flying by a devastating strike. Soon, only the bald thug remained, trembling and muttering that this entire thing was madness. He tried desperately to run, but Suho pierced his leg with a blood spear and calmly asked, "Where do you think you're going?" With all the criminals defeated and lying incapacitated around him, Suho warned them sharply to stop screaming, unless they wanted an extra dose of serious pain. Then he stored all of them inside his subspace portal, dusting his hands clean. He declared the only thing left was to find Co Jiwon. Inside the kitchen, which was a complete disaster zone, Suho finally located the man he was looking for. Jiwon was slumped helplessly on the floor, caught fast asleep, slumped over his laptop. Suho's call roused him, and he blinked disoriented. He just stared utterly blank at the hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally snapped out of it, Jiwon shakily scanned his surroundings. He could only weakly ask what happened. Suho offered a warm greeting, introducing himself right away. Jiwon froze, asking with palpable horror that if this was really the Suho from the news. He couldn't fathom how Suho had ended up here. Or where the criminals who'd held him hostage had disappeared. He was still shaking, looking absolutely terrified. Suho's mind flashed back to Jiwon's autobiography, that he had been beaten mercilessly, and imprisoned for 6 agonizing months by these thugs. He saw the man was too profoundly traumatized to speak. Coherently, not right now. So, he slowly extended his hand. The ring sparked, responding to Jiwon's intense emotions, and categorizing them as black. And Suho gently pressed his palm to Jiwon's chest, to absorb them entirely. Suho then asked, "Do you feel better?" Jaiwan stared back, utterly speechless with disbelief, unable to grasp how his trembling had simply vanished. Suho knelt before him, a reassuring presence, softly explaining his actions, that he saw how truly terrible his condition was, and used one of his skills to provide aid. Jaiwan let out a sharp gasp. Then, hesitantly, he asked what would become of him now. Would he have to go to jail now? Suho gently asked, "Why would you?" Jaiwan admitted he'd done a lot of wrong things. Suho gently reminded him that he'd been forced into everything he did. And people like that don't belong in jail. Jaiwan reluctantly agreed, though still clearly suspicious. He asked, "How did you know I was here?" When Suho hadn't even joined the association yet. Suho answered that he had found him, using a unique skill no one else even knew existed. And that he was sharing this with Jaiwan. Because he truly, genuinely needed him. Jaiwan anxiously gripped his left hand. And claimed he was completely useless. Suho disagreed, firmly and unequivocally. Jaiwan was the only person in all of Korea, with the cyber-type trait. Jaiwan stared in stunned shock as Suho spoke those words. Out of countless unique traits across the world, the cyber-type was undoubtedly one of the rarest. It allowed users to project their consciousness directly into the digital world. Only 2 individuals had ever awakened it. Co Jivan and the one known only as Overload. Overload, who then uncovered the terrifying potential of digitization and attempted to seize control of the entire internet, transforming into an almost unstoppable threat. Not even the system's arrival could stop him, and the only person who ultimately defeated him was Co Jivan himself. A year after escaping a life of crime, Jivan vanished, sacrificing himself to finally destroy Overload. He was later honored with a nickname Media. Everything about his tragic life was recorded in his autobiography. Recalling this, Suho vowed that this time he wouldn't allow Overload to emerge, nor would he allow Jivan to die. Suho told Jivan this was exactly why he needed him. The world would one day be destroyed by the gates, and the system itself. Suho couldn't stop that nightmare alone. He asked if Jivan would help him. Trembling again, Jivan gazed at him in awe. As black streams flowed from the ring, the system announced another full absorption. Jivan closed his eyes, wondering if someone like him could truly threaten the world. He admitted he would have sold his soul for escape. But now, he felt he had to help the person who saved his life. Kneeling, he clenched his fist, realizing someone with the same power as him could cause unimaginable destruction. He said he didn't know if he could truly do it, but he would help. Suho saw the man described in the autobiography, a person who endured hell, yet remained selfless. Suho thanked him sincerely and said their first step was to eat. When Jivan admitted he had no money, Suho slid slippers toward him and told him not to worry. He would pay. Jivan asked how Suho knew all this, and Suho replied with an awkward expression. That was all thanks to his skill. Tears welled in Jivan's eyes. Suho confirmed he knew how much the man had suffered. Later, as they shared a meal, Jaiwan apologized for devouring his food so ravenously. He admitted he hadn't eaten properly in ages. Suho assured him it was fine, promptly ordering another plate. After finishing his soup, Jaiwan thanked him, then shyly posed a question. Suho reminded him they were now a team, and could speak openly. And since they were only a year apart, Jaiwan could just call him by his name. Jaiwan, watching another bowl taken away, agreed and told Suho he could also treat him as an old acquaintance. He then asked why Suho chose the Hunter Association. instead of joining or founding a powerful guild. Why? Government work, after all, came with countless restrictions. Suho closed his eyes and explained that no matter how strong a guild was, its power was still limited. He wanted to stop the world's destruction. With minimal casualties, and the association was the only place that could truly help. Jaiwan nodded, finally understanding. Suho put down his spoon and said he wanted to make a promise. Once I joined the association, he declared, no one would ever dare do something like this to Jaiwan. Again, Jaiwan smiled gratefully, saying he would trust him. Suho stood, offering to sort out the man's past. Jaiwan, confused once more, followed as Suho put on his jacket and asked if the thugs who kidnapped him really grew up in the same orphanage as him. It was time to pay them a not-so-friendly visit. The moment Jaiwan saw those thugs again, rage completely took over. He beat them mercilessly as they begged him to stop, desperately calling him brother, insisting he'd kill them at this rate. His fists dripped with blood as he screamed at them to shut up. Even the blonde thug lay unconscious by the wall. When Jaiwan asked to heal the villain again, Suho looked at the man and asked, how many times have we done this? Jaiwan cheerfully answered, 7 times. Suho warned him that the special forces would arrive. Soon, the beating session had to conclude. He then healed the blonde, remembering the blonde's profound suffering from similar trauma, and hoping this would help him escape his painful past. A sleek gray car pulled up, and Chief Pai Sujuin emerged. Pai noted Suho seemed to have everything already figured out. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for arriving in person. Pai said he had special feelings for Suho, and simply couldn't help himself. Suho was slightly put off by that phrasing. The kidnappers lay unconscious nearby. Pai then asked if these were indeed the criminals. Suho confirmed it. Pai observed that despite being knocked out, they didn't bear a single scratch. Suho explained they had resisted arrest, but he'd patched them up afterward. Pai burst out laughing, declaring he loved Suho's style. A true hero who didn't hold back. Suho offered an apology, admitting his lack of experience in this field. Pai clarified he wasn't scolding him at all. In fact, he wholly approved. He even said Suho could beat villains nearly to death. If he wanted, the association's healers could perfectly erase all evidence of violence. Pai then pressed his foot on the blonde's head and muttered that criminals like these deserved execution, but society was obsessed with humanity. Suho mused on how he'd learned this method back when he worked with the special department. In his previous life, Pai then noticed Jaiwan standing discreetly behind Suho and remarked he'd heard the criminals had used this boy in their schemes, and that it was his first time ever seeing someone with cyber-type abilities. He then added that Jaiwan seemed dangerous and must be taken in. Both Suho and Jaiwan glared at him. Suho questioned if that was truly necessary, explaining that Jaiwan was merely a victim. He then handed Pai a folder containing the young man's testimony and documents proving everything he said. Pai was stunned Suho had gathered all of it so quickly. He then posed a question. What if digitization could be used inside a gate? Suho, understanding Pai's motive, quickly explained that Jaiwan's skill was purely digital, making it useless for gate combat, but incredibly valuable for cybersecurity. Pai examined the documents intently and declared if the ability wasn't useful in combat or any support roles, then the special department had no need for him. Suho softly pleaded not to punish Jaiwan. Pai remarked on Suho getting soft, caring for the guy, but after hearing everything, he admitted Jaiwan had suffered horribly, turning to his subordinates. Pai declared Suho was right. The victim shouldn't be punished. They would close the case and help Jaiwan receive proper compensation. Suho bowed deeply, thanking him profusely. Pai stated that justice was always his goal. But then, he asked how Suho knew about this case. Suho had been waiting for this moment. Raising a finger, he explained, CO Jaiwan had sent a digital distress signal, using his unique skill, and Suho checked its validity, then organized a rescue. Pai asked if that was truly what happened. Suho thought, of course not, but remained silent. Pai handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding the perfect solution. Suho merely said it was just luck. Pai countered that luck favored the capable. With a hand on Suho's shoulder, he promised to arrange the special recruitment. As agreed, Jaiwan finally stepped closer, asking what he should do now. Suho pointed behind himself and said Jaiwan would be coming with him. Jaiwan gazed around the apartment in shock, while Suho nonchalantly grabbed a drink from the fridge. The place was luxurious, almost too perfect, and Jaiwan couldn't help but say it out loud. Suho casually replied it wasn't his home. This actually belonged to Ju Jinwoo, the PBS reporter. As he poured the drink into a glass, he mentioned that the owner was currently away on a business trip, so the two of them had the whole place to themselves. Jivan accepted the glass nervously, asking if the owner wouldn't be angry about bringing someone over without permission. Suho brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal, but warned Jivan not to talk too much. Jivan slapped his own chest dramatically and promised to stay silent, like a fish, then quickly asked what Suho wanted him to do next. Suho lifted the glass to his mouth and clarified. Jaiwan had been kidnapped, right after hitting level 50 and awakening his ability. Right, Jaiwan confirmed it. Suho said that meant he would soon have to face overload, and for that he needed to grow stronger fast, strong enough to reach a level close to Suho's own, if they wanted to prevent the end of the world together. Shocked Jaiwan asked if that meant he had to clear gates with him, but Suho shook his head while typing on the laptop. They wouldn't level him up, the traditional gate clearing way. Instead, Jivan needed to learn how to use his cyber-type ability, with maximum efficiency turning the laptop toward him. Suho asked how he felt about going online together. Jivan hesitated. Was that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but pointed out something the system didn't mention. Openly, although, Jivan transferred his own consciousness into the network. Nothing said he couldn't pull someone else. Inside with him, Jivan stared at him in disbelief, but agreed to try. He placed his hand over the laptop and activated digitization. A glowing digital circle formed above his palm. As the system notified Soho that player So Jivan was attempting to transfer his consciousness into the digital world and requesting permission. Soho approved. The system then announced the transition process, and Suho's expression tightened in surprise. A moment later, he found himself standing in the middle of a massive vineyard, under a bright sky, realizing he had literally entered the laptop's home screen, the Windows wallpaper he'd always seen, but never imagined he'd experience it firsthand. G1 came rushing up from behind and called out to him excitedly. He admitted it felt bizarre to see another person here, because until now, he'd always been completely alone in this digital world. Suho confessed this was his first time as well, and it felt absolutely amazing. G1 gazed out at the endless fields and questioned if they were truly inside the wallpaper photo. Suho confirmed it was indeed a real winery image, complete with all the grapevines. He even plucked a grape and chewed it purely out of curiosity, which earned a hearty laugh from Jivan, who reminded him that while this digital world had visuals, it had no taste or smell. Suho spat out the illusion, admitting he'd want to test it anyway. They continued walking through the vineyard, as Jivan then asked how he was supposed to increase his level here. Suho seemed surprised he didn't know. Levels rise based on experience points, and the system didn't care whether actions happened in the physical world or not. He even reminded him that he'd boosted his sword proficiency during his virtual reality hunter exam. Jivan then asked if leveling up in a virtual environment was truly possible. Suho clarified that skills could be trained there, but not character levels. However, this digital world was entirely different. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to actually kill you. And that's precisely what made it capable of affecting the system. They halted in front of a pair of closed digital doors, labeled File Cleaner. Jivan asked what this folder was. Opening it revealed a cheerful computer window, boasting it could organize devices easily. Suho explained that it wasn't an antivirus at all. It was malware. When Jivan asked if he truly planned to level up using a virus, Suho confirmed it. Malware behaved like monsters, attacking and destroying systems. Therefore, Jivan needed to risk his life and defeat them. To gain experience, he warned him again. Dying here meant dying for real. He also warned him never to answer the guide's questions, unleashing even more dangerous viruses. The moment they stepped inside, a blue-haired girl sweetly greeted them, asking if they'd like to use the free file cleaner. Suho smiled, saying it sounded tempting. Jaiwan nervously confessed he almost replied. Suho handed him a weapon and explained, "You probably belong to the magician class, so you should stay back and attack. Collect bonuses and let me tank the front line." The blue-haired girl reappeared, this time with a much sharper tone, repeating her question. Dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing eyes emerged from behind her. The system didn't even properly describe them, only incomprehensible. Corrupted characters filled the status window. Terrified, Jivan pointed out how many there were. Suho manifested his bloody sword and reassured him. Although we're stuck inside, these monsters can't escape through the door. If you can't escape either, you'll die. So use your magic well. A massive black skull monster lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it instantly. He reminded Jivan, prepare your spell. A digital circle lit up around Jivan's hand as he confirmed his readiness, and Suho charged into the horde, cutting down wave after wave of corrupted entities. Eventually, after a tense battle, the monsters scattered into pixels. As Suho finished them off, Jivan collapsed onto one knee, exhausted and shaking, admitting he thought he was going to die. Suho told him, "You're still alive, and now level 59. He asked, "How are you doing, Jivan?" Jivan said he had reached level 55. Suho realized this guy was far more talented than expected. With the right guidance, he could work well alongside the Banshee group. He helped Jivan stand and suggested they log out and rest. Jivan eagerly agreed. Back in the real world, Suho chugged a Coke on the couch, relieved there was a safe way to level up, without entering actual gates. He then checked the public's reaction to the news article about his incredible feat clearing the swamp of despair. The internet was absolutely flooded with admiration. People were practically begging the government to give him a medal, fans clamoring for souvenirs and showering him with endless praise. Suho rubbed his nose with a proud, satisfied smirk. As long as he kept clearing those monster gates, the world would treat him like a bona fide hero. And honestly, that kind of respect made life truly worth living. Seeing everything proceed exactly according to plan, he decided it was time for the crucial next step. Suho found himself on a late-night call with guild leader Bei, and he went straight to the point. He wanted permission to tackle the S-rank gate under the Nexus Guild's name, throwing in a massive promise that every single piece of valuable loot would go directly into the guild's coffers. No strings attached, no conditions whatsoever. Just pure grind value. The gate in question? It was the infamous Mole Mine, an S-rank dungeon absolutely packed with mana stones, and crawling with those freaky mole monsters that moved like they were speed running through the dark. Suho eyed the place, already picturing just how utterly annoying it would be. So many damn moles that snagging even one mana stone felt like snatching candy from a nest of feral, rampaging toddlers. Still, he merely smirked, like this entire death cave was just another easy warm-up, clearing it was precisely what he planned to do. On the other end of the call, guild leader Bei quietly analyzed the entire situation. If the mortality rate inside the gate spiked, the government could instantly snatch the dungeon away under national safety protocols, which meant having Suho successfully clear it would actually secure the Nexus Guild's rightful ownership. Bei genuinely thought Suho's idea was pure gold. He just couldn't quite grasp why the kid sounded so desperate and urgent about it. Suho, still lounging comfortably, explained his situation. He revealed that he might be joining the Korean Hunters Association earlier than expected, which of course meant he wouldn't be able to properly finish out his contract. So, before dipping, he wanted to at least do something genuinely worthwhile for the guild. It was his unique version of paying rent. Before leaving the apartment, Bei understood completely, though a hint of disappointment still slipped through. At least Suho was direct with him, instead of some dramatic, last-minute announcement like many hunters who ditched for the association without a word. Suho also added that he'd personally assemble a team to fight off the moles, so the guild would only need to arrange miners. And none of this had to be rushed. The guild leader finally accepted the plan, saying he'd contact Suho once all preparations were complete. The very next day, Suho found himself in the lounge of Nexus Academy, where Dahan greeted him warmly, with an outstretched hand. Suho shook his hand, noting it had been a while since their last encounter, and then told Jivan, who stood beside him, that this was Kong Dahan, the one who took the exam in the same group as him. Rubbing the back of his head, Dahan admitted he only passed the exam, thanks to the advice he received from Suho. They all gathered around a table, and Suho asked whether Dahan had managed to join any squad yet. Dahan replied he was still training, entering gates and gaining experience on his own. Suho looked at him thoughtfully, recalling that usually when a newcomer joins a guild, they're assigned to a squad to build experience and boost their survival rate. Smiling slightly, he then asked Dahan if he would like to gain experience within his own squad. He explained he planned to clear gates soon, and it would be helpful to have him. Dahan reacted in surprise, but quickly said that if Suho was interested in him, then he was ready to assist however needed. He even shouted happily that he was always ready to help. Suho smiled and declared they would start right away, causing Dahan to stare at him in utter disbelief. Inside the simulator, the Banshee squad members were battling a digital copy of Suho. One shouted that they needed to flank. From the other side, as the battle raged, filled with grunts of effort and cries of pain, Yanawa stood, her fist tightly clenched, just as the spectral Suho charged directly at her. In a swift, brutal strike, the clone decapitated her. The entire squad reeled back in utter shock, while Yanawa, fiercely gritted her teeth, declaring that one day, eventually, she would personally kill Suho with her own 2 hands. The real Suho, casually standing right behind her, told her she was already making significant progress. The squad spun around, staring at him in utter disbelief, utterly unable to process that the actual Suho had just appeared. Suddenly, working through his system window, Suho observed that the squad's mood had grown quite gloomy. Yanoa grumbled that they'd died at least 100 times, and their morale was definitely taking a hit. Suho smiled, remarking that, judging by their eyes, they were already accustomed to dying in the simulation, and no longer saw it as catastrophic or a big deal, which he considered a very positive sign. Jaiwon and Diwon watched all of this unfold with wide-eyed surprise. Suho then announced that new members had just joined his squad and introduced the two to the Banshee team. The group skeptically examined the fresh newcomers, while Suho explained they had arrived earlier, and then shared their names. Dahan offered a slight smile, while Jaiwon appeared noticeably nervous. Suho then asked the Banshee squad if they were already tired of this place. Yanoa tightened her fist even more and declared they were nowhere close to being bored. Burning with fury, she warned that she wouldn't rest until she managed to slice Suho's head clean off, and the entire Banshee group was absolutely seething with killing intent. Suho simply smiled, saying he definitely liked that attitude, advising the newcomers to develop that very same instinct. Yoon asked why such an attitude was even necessary, and Suho replied gently that it was absolutely essential if they ever hoped to survive inside real gates. He declared that from today onward, they would all train together to clear these gates. Yanoa stepped in closer, listening intently. Suho told her that one of the newcomers was a mage, and the other a tank, so they wouldn't need sword training. She would need to organize the squad properly, utilize the clones effectively, and train everyone relentlessly. Yanoa agreed, but asked him to at least explain more about the gate. Suho quickly tweaked the system window, explaining he'd have to change the clones' settings, but they'd understand everything soon enough, so they'd better be ready. When she pressed him again about the gate's type, Suho simply stated it would be a very ordinary one. He added that it'd be inconvenient to call each other with meaningless shouts in real combat, so they needed proper forms of address. Yanoa admitted she didn't know what to call him, but she'd rather die than call him Appa. But Suho, still tinkering with the window, suggested that since they were one team now, she could call him team leader. She accepted that. Suho then said he needed to leave for other matters, and asked them to notify him once preparations were complete. Dahan and Jaiwon watched in utter confusion as the digital Suho pulled a sword from the ground. When they asked what they should do, Yanoa told them they'd soon see for themselves. The virtual Suho pointed his sword at them, calling them trash. He demanded to know why they were standing around like ducks, demanding they attack instead of just staring. Dahan was absolutely stunned, saying he'd never imagined Suho acting like that, while Yanoa dryly remarked that he was always like this. She warned the newcomers to be ready, if they didn't want their heads rolling. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out a taxi outside. The driver explained that cars weren't allowed any farther, so Suho would have to walk. Suho calmly agreed and continued forward, standing before towering buildings. He then activated his ring, using First Mumu. The system reported that the skill, Monochrome Solitude, had been activated to erase his presence. Walking down the sidewalk, he observed the neighborhood of Payu, once known as the Golden Land. seeing the beggars nearby. He remembered how prosperous the place once was. But after multiple gates appeared, and too few hunters to clear them, the area had become desolate. If only it weren't for the gates, this place never would have devolved into such a desolate district, passing by its impoverished residents. He mused about how this area was now teeming with crime, gangs, drugs, and hunger. He knew he couldn't save everyone here, but he remained determined. He needed to clear the gate quickly, and when the right time came, this place could become invaluable. Looking up, he realized this abandoned area had attracted a particular group of individuals who could prove quite useful to him. He stopped before a familiar door, remembering he used to frequent this place. In his past life, a man peeked through a small window in the door and asked who he was. Suho stated he wanted to purchase the mine. As if on cue, Mumu deactivated. The man immediately recognized him as Suho, smiling. Suho confirmed it. The man opened the door and invited him inside, gesturing to a sofa across from him. The man explained that, although they weren't officially open yet, he already had specific orders on how to treat Suho. He then asked if Suho had ever been to Paeju. Suho, instead, asked whether the man was uncomfortable. The man repeated the question, clearly confused, and Suho mentioned he didn't look comfortable in a mask he was wearing. Surprised, the man asked how Suho had noticed. Suho told him not to worry since they were alone. The man then removed the mask, revealing a stunning, red-haired woman underneath. She commented that she'd expected someone capable of clearing 2 portals alone to possess abilities like this. Suho recognized her immediately as Choi Yun, one of the country's most famous gate brokers. In his past life, he had gained access to many portals through her. But now, at this time, she was barely known. Choi Yun crossed her legs and asked how Suho knew about this place, adding that she found it intriguing. He used the slang term mine instead of the official term gate. Suho thought to himself that Choi Yun only gained popularity later, after his union induction, Korea's top underground guild. He set his briefcase down on the table. He calmly stated he always learned what he wanted to know and proposed they talk about gates. She asked which gates he was after. He then inquired if she had access to the Twisted Forest. Choi Yun stiffened, clearly surprised. Suho then slid the briefcase toward her, stating he wanted to buy a pass and planned to enter alone. She explained that the Twisted Forest had surfaced on the market less than 3 days ago, and very few knew about it. She then asked how he knew she had access and what his offer was. Suho replied that explaining such things weren't necessary in the black market. He reminded her that when dealing with gates, people didn't speak more than needed. There were 2 types of gate deals: buying the gate itself or a one-time entry. Gate ownership costs far more, but even single entry into a popular gate could be expensive. Choi Yun nervously apologized and said that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest cost 100 million won, and clearing it alone would be extremely difficult. She asked if he was certain he wanted to attempt it. Suho held up a thick bundle of cash, telling her not to worry, since it was his responsibility. He said she could take a deposit now, and he'd give the rest once they reached the gate. Smiling, Choi Yun admitted he'd surprised her, hence all her questions. She agreed to take him. Their car sped across a bridge, and Suho noticed an emblem on the dashboard. From it, he realized Choi Yun had already joined the union. He thought, that's good. Their influence would prevent any trouble. Looking out the window, he listened as she asked if he was surprised to be crossing into North Korea. He admitted it was unusual. He remembered how, after the appearance of gates, North Korea had fallen into chaos. China had tried to take control, but failed due to the creatures near the borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters enjoyed far more freedom. During the ride, Choi Yin remarked that Suho was much more straightforward than she'd expected. She admitted that after reading articles about him, she'd assumed he'd be different. Suho simply replied that he just wanted to leave a good impression. They then stepped out of the car, right in front of a group of armed men. Choi Yin announced she'd brought a guest, who wished to enter the twisted forest, and confirmed the payment had already been processed. A scar-faced man grumbled that he'd expected a nobody, but seeing Suho surprised him. The girl quickly told him to mind his manners, then asked about his boss's whereabouts. A bald man stepped out of a nearby tent, introducing himself as their leader here, and claimed it was an honor to meet Suho. Suho quietly examined him, instantly recognizing him as Bang-dok, also infamously known as the Woodsman. This notorious human trafficker had once kidnapped people, morbidly calling them logs and selling them like merchandise. In his past life, the man had been captured and sentenced to life imprisonment. Suho didn't recall him ever working with the union or owning a gate. They now stood before a white vehicle, and Choi Yin asked if they could enter the gate. Immediately, Bang-dok replied that she could, but a hunter who'd cleared 2 portals alone shouldn't be allowed in. Confused, she asked why. Bang-dok removed his glasses, then slyly claimed that they only sold tickets to people who absolutely couldn't clear the portal themselves. Someone like Suho simply didn't qualify for that condition. Suho frowned, thinking such a justification perfectly fit a human trafficker's twisted logic. Choi Yin challenged him, asking if he was trying to raise the price on the spot. She folded her arms, warning that he shouldn't expect her to accept such treatment. Bang-dok quickly smiled, turning away and claiming it had only been a joke. Suho knew that even the woodsman wouldn't dare argue too much with a union broker. Bang-dok grumbled that no one ever let him joke around anymore, then briskly ordered them to follow him. Choi Yin courteously gestured for Suho to proceed, assuring him she would personally ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unsavory-looking men glared at Suho with overt hostility. Suho understood that, even if he managed to clear the gates successfully, an ambush could be lying in wait for him on the exit path. That's precisely why brokers were ultimately responsible for keeping their clients safe, and why so few existed when the shutter finally lifted. The glowing portal shimmered into view. Bang-dok questioned Suho, asking if he truly intended to enter alone, and if he genuinely believed himself invincible. Suho simply ignored him and confidently stepped into the gate. In a twisted forest, a blue portal shimmered before him. The system instantly reported that his entry had begun. It also clearly laid out the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were permitted, and the maximum squad size allowed inside was 8. Suho ventured deeper into the forest, lifting his gaze to take in the eerie, twisted landscape. He hadn't expected to find himself in this particular place. In his previous life, he had never even entered this gate before, but he'd heard enough about it to know precisely what horrors awaited within. Calling forth his formidable shadow spear, he decided to first search for anything potentially useful. Closing his eyes, he activated his magic detection, and streams of purple energy rose upward. A massive yellow, I glared back at him, as he suddenly realized the very trees themselves were monsters. The system identified them as twisted ants. Level 93. Suho hurled his spear, striking just beside the monster's menacing eye. He mused that an axe would be ideal here, but he didn't have one on hand at the moment. The ant let out a deafening roar as Suho summoned his ominous bloody sword. He thought about how the mole mine boss had been far more troublesome than these creatures. Similar to the nameless swordsman, he would need significant leveling before he could defeat something like this with ease. He slashed forward, cutting the monster's attack clean in half. As the system reported the activation of decapitation, holding the weapon tightly, he readily recognized the vast difference. A full 30 levels separated him from the ant, so it made sense he couldn't instantly obliterate it. He resolved to fight, relying solely on his swordsman's skills. His blade left a crimson trail in its wake, as another furious roar echoed. Soon, he stood over the monster's mangled remains. His sword trembled ever so slightly. Even just one ant proved a tough challenge, but he could feel his level slowly ticking up. He pressed onward, believing the sheer abundance of monsters made the spot perfect for leveling up. A massive, gaping, tooth-lined maw opened beneath another ant's eye as Suho propelled himself upward, soaring high into the air, vowing to turn the creature into firewood later. Fallen trunks formed a pile beneath him as he stood atop the demolished ants, declaring he'd finally managed it. Opening his status window, he realized that despite the slow grind, he'd achieved the result he desired. Surprise touched his features as the system congratulated him. Light of Healing had reached max level. It explained that this F rank healing now used mana more efficiently, increased healing effectiveness, and reduced regeneration time. It showed him the progression from rank 50 to 100, and he recalled how before level 40, he only had access to one class skill. At level 50, class skills rose to rank A. After level 60, they ascended again, and at level 100, he'd be able to change his class entirely. Leaping down from the broken trunks, Suho strolled forward with his hands in his pockets, thinking the boss should be appearing soon. Meanwhile, in the middle of a tranquil pond, sat a mysterious, horned creature. Its eyes were closed until they snapped open. The system identified it as Malayan, ruler of the Twisted Forest, a level 100 monster. Boss! Suho stopped dead in front of the horned figure, finally encountering his first one-star monster. He pondered that monsters below level 99 weren't usually given a special classification, but from level 100 onward, they'd earn 1 star for every 100 levels. Malayan declared that an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho shot back that he himself had never been invited to anything in this world, especially since the monsters were the first to open portals. And yet, they dared call others uninvited? In his eyes, it was almost comical. Summoning his shadow spear, he stated Malayan simply understood nothing. The system reported the activation of divine power. As he rushed forward, hurling the spear, Malayan caught it effortlessly with one hand, sensing divine energy. "Are you a servant of the gods?" he asked. Suho formed a crimson sphere of blood in his palm and acknowledged the boss's guess. The projectile shot forward, striking the spear and forcing it to stab through Malayan's chest. Suho remarked he'd expected more from a 1-star. "Boss!" Malayan ripped out the spearhead, a predatory smile creeping across his face, as he declared that Suho had made an unforgivable mistake. The system warned that. The forest trembled with Malayan's fury, and his terrifying killing aura washed over Suho, until the dragon blood inside him responded, activating the dragon's armor, shielding him from the intense aura. Suho noted Malayan's aura was powerful, but the fight now was essentially between a mere deer and a mighty dragon. Malayan demanded to know what kind of dark magic was protecting him. Suho replied it wasn't magic, but simply a reward for effort. He summoned the shadow spear again. The boss scoffed, asking if that was all he could do. Suho replied he could do much more, if needed. The spear struck the ground in front of Malayan, and black chains coiled around the boss. As the system activated, shadow binding and shadow bleeding, Malayan tore through them easily, asking if Suho truly believed such tricks would work. On him, he raised his arms. The water around him violently bubbled, as dark energy pulsed upwards. Menacing formations erupted from the pond. With a confident smirk, Malayan urged Suho to truly feel the gulf in their power. Suho watched on, unperturbed, and declared he was looking forward to it. A devastating strike hurtled his way, which he deftly dodged with ease, unleashing blood-enhanced sword attacks in return. His blade glowed a fierce crimson. As the system activated decapitation, Suho conceded this enemy was indeed a far tougher foe than mere ants. He swiftly leapt back, evading a massive root, then cleanly severing another. Malayan sneered maliciously, proclaiming Suho didn't know the first thing about swordsmanship. Suho admitted this with a knowing smile, stating he just needed to wait a moment longer. Malayan scrutinized him, unable to discern his true intentions. Suho's relentless slashes continued, and faint red marks began to appear on the roots. Malayan realized Suho had ceased using divine power and couldn't grasp the purpose of these weaker attacks. Suho's movements were utterly baffling. Malayan spread his arms, preparing another devastating attack, sending multiple colossal roots surging forward. He vowed to tear Suho to shreds, but when the attack closed in on Suho's position, the roots simply split apart effortlessly. Suho stood calmly on a stone island, his serene expression a stark contrast to Malayan's shock. Malayan stammered, trying to justify it, imagining Suho had targeted weakened points on the roots. But as more roots swiftly fell with clean cuts, Suho declared his technique seemed to have finally worked. He had been meticulously using decapitation, so the system could meticulously assess his technique. And now that it recognized his unparalleled mastery, it had significantly boosted his strength. Gripping his red and black sword, he watched as the system dramatically announced that his swordsmanship had now surpassed all others, upgrading decapitation to rank S. A follow-up message then appeared, stating that the will of the nameless sword reacted to this incredible increase in power. Smiling, Suho read the new system notifications. The sword's consciousness had awakened. It blessed him, then instantly chose a new target. The system then congratulated him for becoming the new successor of Void-style swordsmanship. Malayan unleashed another monstrous swarm of roots, shouting that Suho absolutely couldn't stop this attack. Suho looked up, struck once, and cleanly split the massive root right in half. The system identified the technique as the first form of the Void-style slash. Malayan, absolutely enraged, demanded to know what sorcery this was. Suho coolly replied that it wasn't magic, holding his bloody sword forward as he declared, "The real fun is only just beginning." The system then announced that Suho's profound understanding of swordsmanship surpassed all others and would now be added to the system's database. Suho thought back to when he first created the style, mistakenly believing he had reached its absolute limit. Later, he realized there were monsters, like the nameless swordsman, whose skills exceeded all human abilities. The first technique he learned afterward was void style, steel cutter, and he had achieved it in this life far faster. Malayan furiously promised to crush this dark magic. But Suho simply asked, "Has life taught you nothing?" The system then activated cutting steel. Suho slashed, and Malayan raised his hands in utter disbelief, totally unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Suho questioned, "Is the boss blind?" in his old age, and promised to finish him off. Malayan refused to back down, summoning colossal monsters behind him. The system identified them as Twisted Forest Golems, levels 96 to 98. Suho declared that Malayan had summoned pathetic creatures. Malayan merely smirked, ordering the golems to kill him. Suho charged forward, striking down one with a single devastating blow. As the system activated cutting steel again, more golems collapsed, dropping vibrant green stones, standing triumphant among the defeated monsters. Suho told Malayan, "Steel is no longer difficult for me to cut, so these pathetic creatures don't stand a chance." Malayan snarled, sending even more vines toward him. Suho effortlessly sliced them apart and declared, "The boss has exhausted all his strength." He vaulted onto a stone, then another, declaring it was time to finish this. Leaping into the air, he roundhouse kicked Malayan mid-flight, sending the boss crashing into the water below. As streams cascaded down the monster's body, Suho summoned a shadowy spear, then bound him tightly in dark chains. Malayan thrashed, struggling fiercely, and demanded Suho stop talking nonsense, accusing him of daring to mock a being of his stature. But the chains held him firmly in place. Suho swung his blade, beheading him with a single, decisive strike. The system announced that Malayan, king of the Twisted Forest, had been defeated, and the gate was cleared. Suho was named MVP, receiving bonus experience, one skill point, and then another skill point. All his abilities rose sharply with the level increase. A pulsating green sphere floated up from Malayan's corpse. Suho declared, "This is what I came for." The system described it as the Cursed Druid Sphere, an artifact rejected by the gods. It controlled unstable minds, corrupting them utterly. It had allowed Malayan to become the sole druid and guardian of the Twisted Forest. Suho examined the sphere closely, thinking that while the void style was valuable, this sphere had been his true goal all along. With that, he decided it was time to leave. Outside the portal, people watching gasped, as they realized the gate had actually been cleared. Cho Yin was utterly shocked he had succeeded. "Banduet stai absolutin en they." Remembering their earlier conversation, this S-rank gate allowed up to 8 participants, and was considered nearly impossible to clear. It had been his gold mine. He remembered the immense effort it took to obtain ownership of the gate, and now one boy had taken everything from him. Furious, he shouted at Cho Yun, demanding if she knew how much he had invested, and that even 100 million won wasn't nearly enough compensation. His men smiled darkly as he ordered them to skin Suho alive. Cho Yun stepped forward, asking pointedly whether they truly understood the consequences of what they were attempting. "Banduak ku set laoli," demanding what the Union had ever done for him. But before he could finish, the tip of a shadow spear burst through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own blood before collapsing. His followers screamed in panic as Suho stepped calmly out of the portal. He then approached the frightened gang members, who were leaning over their fallen leader. Squinting slightly, he asked Cho-yin if they could leave now. The remaining men glared at him, telling him to just go. Suho then asked if they intended to return the money he'd paid. The tip of his sword landed against one man's shoulder, and, pressing the red and black blood blade to his throat, Suho told them that, since the portal owners had broken the rules, they should pay for it. He demanded the refund. The man quickly agreed. A car door slammed as they left the scene. Cho-yin, seated at the wheel, thanked him. Suho replied that, of course, she should be grateful. He then added that thanks couldn't exactly be put in a pocket, so a more substantial gesture wouldn't hurt. She admitted he was sharp-tongued, and he answered that it was only natural, since he was a swordsman. Handing her his phone, he asked her to give him her number, so they could stay in touch. Cho-yin said she would call him first instead. Suho said he would welcome it, especially if she found another suitable gate. After saying goodbye, he stepped away from the car. Watching him leave, Cho-yin remarked softly that he was much nicer than she had expected. The scene shifted to the Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. Many feet moved across the pavement as someone asked where they were going. Suho, holding the trunk lid, said he would explain everything once they arrived. Closing the trunk, he added that they shouldn't keep the boss waiting. Leading his squad forward, he told them they were going to the miner's quarry, which made his comrades visibly excited. The group gathered before the protective frame, surrounding the portal just as a car pulled up. Bae Dong-yuk approached, warmly thanking Suho for making it. Suho replied, fortunate to have arrived. Without a hitch, before them loomed the formidable iron barrier walls, and Suho asked if the Landkeeper's mine lay beyond. Dong-yuk explained a safety zone had been constructed to contain the gate's volatile energy. Behind him, a team of workers stood ready, all sporting bright yellow helmets. He confirmed he'd arranged the mining team, exactly as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him, then suggested they kick off the briefing. Dong-yuk readily agreed it was time. Inside the meeting room, Suho held a tablet, explaining that deep within the mine lived creatures known as Landkeeper kobolds. If they managed to eliminate them, they'd be able to gather a massive number of monostones. Their strategy, he stated, was straightforward: destroy every monster, collect as many monostones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the Landkeeper's gate. A guild secretary then asked, surprised, is it truly that simple? The group looked thoughtful, and someone wondered aloud, why no information about the portal boss had been shared during the briefing? Suho replied he'd be fighting the boss alone, so he felt it didn't require further attention. Raising his index finger, he reminded everyone that, as previously promised, all profits earned from clearing the gate would belong to the Nexus Guild. He then shook hands with Dong-yuk, who confidently stated, I'm counting on you. Suho thanked him for the trust, promising he wouldn't disappoint. Then, with a smile, he told a nearby miner that his squad should wait behind and only begin mining once they received the signal. The miner nodded, confirming he understood. Turning back to his squad, Suho asked, are you prepared? Since this is your first time entering a portal, he inquired, are any of you nervous? The illusion of a monstrous version of Suho still hovered above them in their memories. With tears at the corners of her eyes, Yunho confessed everyone was, recalling his torturous training methods. Suho lightly told her not to exaggerate. Standing poised before his squad, he declared this mission would be a long one, so conserving their stamina was crucial. He tasked Dahan with covering Jaiwan and ordered the others to maintain formation. Their top priority, he stressed, was the safety of the miners. Unlike the Kunlun Mountains, the fallen here would not rise again. Extreme caution was paramount. A crimson portal pulsed ominously before them. Suho commanded everyone to follow him, and the squad responded with fervent enthusiasm. The system promptly announced their entry. Inside, they navigated a dark passage. The system displayed crucial data for the Landkeeper's mine. Max level 88, max capacity 56. Moments later, a spear impales a kobold's head. Suho then lunged at another kobold, strangely wielding a blood-coated shaft, and swiftly eliminated it as well. Azure blood gushed from the monster's mouth, as a blood jade instantly refilled itself with the spilled liquid. Suho found impressive the surprisingly small number of kobolds, giving him ample time to gather their blood. A miner gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that Suho had annihilated all the enemies. With a single devastating blow, a Banshee squad member beside him nodded in wholehearted agreement. And when the miner then asked if the boy had never witnessed Suho fight, Cowan admitted it was true, since their leader typically only talked the talk. Yunhua urgently urged them to keep up. The squad then surged forward and joined the fray. Their orders were clear: eliminate the kobolds and protect the miners. Jivan raised his hands, forming a magical circle, promising cover. Diwan brutally decapitated another kobold creature nearby, and Yunhua told everyone to maintain formation and avoid rushing in headfirst. Suho glanced over his shoulder with a faint smile, satisfied they were following his instructions perfectly and that nothing had gone awry yet. Yunhua instructed the miners to begin their work. Once the hunters had pushed for a bit, the miners began their arduous work, pickaxes clanging. Towering crystals shimmered, casting an ethereal glow. Then, one miner's voice cut through the din, announcing they were almost done gathering the precious stones, and requested they be swiftly transported to the surface. He then instructed his teammates to double-check for any hidden valuables and clear away any monstrous corpses obstructing their path. Suddenly, a miner spotted something unsettling to his left. His companion immediately asked what had caught his eye, and the young man, aghast, declared he simply couldn't believe the sight before him, as grotesque monsters spewed blue blood everywhere. Suho delivered yet another impossibly precise strike, then effortlessly pierced a goblin to his left. Clenching his fist, he activated his terrifying, bloody weapon. His eyes blazed pure white, as defeated enemies piled high beneath his feet. Resting his blood sword casually on his shoulder, he stood triumphant amidst the fallen creatures. The miners, along with his squad, stared in stunned admiration. Several workers then raised their arms joyfully, shouting that it was an honor to work alongside Suho. Suho suddenly sensed a disturbance and immediately ordered everyone to gather close. Yanoa responded without hesitation. Pointing to a section of the dark mine, he indicated a branching passage. The squad confirmed they saw it clearly. Suho explained that the Nexus Guild had long since abandoned attempts to clear this gate, overwhelmed by endless hordes of vicious kobolds. Someone nervously asked if they needed to split up. Summoning his formidable bloody sword, Suho declared he would go in alone. They gasped, asking again in utter shock. But he simply raised his powerful weapon and declared, "There's a boss inside." With a single, devastating strike, stones exploded outward as his cutting steel skill activated. Dihan was utterly amazed that Suho could slice through solid rock with a single blow, and Yanoa, baffled, wondered aloud how such incredible strength was even remotely possible. Standing before the narrow passage he had just created, Suho explained he intentionally made it tight to prevent monsters from swarming out all at once. He ordered them to remain here and guard the right side, while he'd personally take the left, as someone inquired if they should just take down any goblins. Emerging from a newly carved passageway, Suho quickly confirmed their plan, explaining that he'd initially planned to completely seal off the entrance. But then a thought struck him. They wouldn't earn any experience doing that. Pivoting away from his squad, he sternly instructed them not to seek him out under any circumstances whatsoever. If he didn't return within 12 hours, they were to abandon the mine completely. Manhwa agreed, and Suho mused to himself that he would indeed require all 12 hours to accomplish what he had planned. Turning his head once more, he assured them they would meet again soon. Doho muttered about Suho blocking the entrance, openly questioning if the man was even sane. Hyunmin pointed out that even with Suho as their leader, going solo would be incredibly difficult, fearing Suho might not make it. Jivun countered, insisting Suho would be perfectly fine, quickly reminding everyone that their leader had single-handedly cleared 2 sealed gates and numerous dangerous portals. Yanawa then smiled, saying they all remembered that feat, so they simply needed to believe in him and do their part. One of the fighters agreed, adding that they needed to make sure Suho would be utterly shocked by their improvement by the time he returned. The group clenched their fists with fierce determination, ready to demonstrate everything they had learned in training. Massive stones lay scattered before him now, and Suho declared that nothing was holding him back. Ahead stretched a countless army of kobolds, and he declared it was finally time to begin. With a slight smile, he noted there was, indeed, an overwhelming number of monsters waiting for him. Yet he also remarked that their sheer numbers meant nothing to him. The landkeeper kobold snarled, as the system identified them as level 72 to 74. And Suho immediately rushed forward to attack. The monsters lunged at him with guttural growls, and he delivered rapid, decisive strikes. Suddenly, a smaller kobold dropped from above, but Suho instantly spotted it, raising his weapon in defense. He blocked the blow, a faint, amused smile playing on his lips. He even admitted that these creatures actually had some brains, a rare sight, though all it really did was cause him a little more unnecessary trouble. The system then confirmed the defeat of the landkeeper. Meanwhile, outside, more kobolds faced their end. Dahan delivered a swift finishing strike to an enemy, then, smiling, turned to one of his comrades to announce they had dealt with all the monsters. The Banshee squad member nodded in agreement, asserting that as long as they stayed alert, everything would be just fine. A miner then suggested they take a much-needed break and cook up something to eat. The miners wearily sat down beside the glistening crystals, utterly relieved it was finally time for lunch. One of them was visibly surprised that half the workday had flown by already. Another miner approached the squad, asking if the young hunters were tired after all that, and praising them for their excellent work. Jivun admitted there had been some tough moments, but now everything felt calm. Manhwa stood quietly behind him, listening as the miner continued to praise Jaiwan for single-handedly defeating an entire horde of kobolds. Jaiwan, however, explained that this was only possible because Suho had crafted that narrow exit tunnel. If the monsters had swarmed them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Manhwa thoughtfully studied the fallen kobolds, getting a feeling Suho must have been here earlier. She sincerely hoped he was all right, remembering their very first encounter. She recalled how terribly that meeting had gone, and how she had simply assumed he was insane. But with time, however, she realized she had actually started to worry about him. Smiling faintly, she accepted that she couldn't help him at the moment, and admitted to herself that it was still unclear who should be worrying about whom. Deep inside the treacherous mine, Suho sat on a cold stone, his bloody sword still in hand, casually biting into a chocolate bar. He grumbled that the kobolds weren't even attacking him, despite him openly eating right in front of them. Standing up tiredly, he spotted the monsters, their glares fixed on him, yet they remained frozen. He wondered aloud if they had finally learned to fear him. He then added that it hardly mattered anymore, as they no longer held any interest for him. Perched atop a towering cliff, he realized he craved only one thing: to locate the portal's true boss. With visibility almost zero in the darkness, he pulled out a trusty flare gun. The system informed him it would light up the entire area for an extended period. Suho fired, and the cavern burst to life with bright, scattered lights. Within the newly illuminated cavern, a bizarre creature with an elephantine head appeared. The system identified it, Bulgasari, level 99. Suho quickly considered that Bulgasari was notoriously almost impossible to kill, feeding on raw ore, and possessing a body tougher than most monsters. Approaching with caution, he remembered Bulgasari was one of the 3 most lethal non-star monsters. Summoning his shadow spear, Suho declared it's time to begin. He launched his spear, striking Bulgasari's head, but the beast only reacted with a ticklish flinch. His smile twisted strangely as he realized the spear had simply ricocheted off the creature, as if it had struck solid stone. Bulgasari finally stirred to full awakening. Its clawed paws scraped the ground as it slowly rose, throwing its head back and unleashing a deafening roar. The nearby kobolds clutched their ears in sheer terror. Far away, the miners instantly looked up, gripped by panic. One exclaimed it felt just like an earthquake, while another lamented that he never imagined dying like this. Yanwa watched as stones tumbled from the cavern ceiling, and instantly realized the tremor's source was precisely the direction Suho had taken. Sweat trickled down her face as she struggled to comprehend what was unfolding. Meanwhile, Suho gazed up at Bulgasari, a slight smile on his face as he noted. The creature clearly didn't appreciate being woken up. The system warned Bulgasari was activating its boss. Monster level. Fierce skill. The enormous jaws roared once more. But Suho stood his ground, unwavering, as the system reported that the dragon's blood within him had just activated, giving him a powerful resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's eyes gleamed with menacing intent as Suho dramatically summoned his crimson blade and boldly dared the beast to attack. Bulgasari then unleashed a steel projectile from its trunk, aiming with deadly accuracy directly at Suho. He remembered how Bulgasari converted ore, stored within its body, into terrifying ammunition, and launched it with incredible raw force. Though the technique seemed primitive, its destructive power was utterly terrifying. He gripped his sword firmly with both hands, knowing steel stood as one of the strongest materials, and few things could ever truly match it. With a single, clean slice, he effortlessly cut the projectile, steel/now active. A triumphant smile spreading across his face, Suho confidently declared it was time to tame this monster. He felt a wave of relief for having collected so much blood. Suddenly, Bulgasari roared furiously and charged forward. White energy intensely burst from his body, and its massive paws thundered across the ground. The creature then opened its mouth wide, moving with shockingly incredible speed. Suho admitted such speed seemed almost unfair. The monster violently smashed into the cavern wall with its full force, as Suho barely leapt aside just in time. Though visibly shaken, he knew he couldn't waste a single precious moment. The entire cave could collapse at any moment. Jumping from a high rock, he summoned his crimson blade, holding it firmly in his grasp. He intensely focused, determined to use every drop of blood he'd gathered for the most powerful attack he could possibly muster. With a swift, decisive strike, he cleanly sliced off one of Bulgasari's monstrous trunks, using his powerful steel/skill. The monster roared out in agonizing pain as the severed trunk thudded to the ground. Landing on one knee, Suho intently studied the creature, considering the steel/attack's effectiveness did not depend on the sheer depth of the cut. No matter how incredibly thick the armor was, the sword would still inflict maximum damage. Seeing the fallen trunk, he felt a potent surge of confidence. Now truly convinced he could conquer this monster, Suho then considered the well-known strategy against Bulgasari, which always involved fire. In his past life, this monster had only ever been defeated with overwhelming, raging flames. But he reminded himself that such a method required an enormous amount of firepower, and since he wasn't a mage, he had no way to use that option. Standing with his blood sword in hand, he understood why he had no choice but to rely solely on his blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the ground, the monster growling low and dangerously. Its eyes shifted, and Suho noticed a sudden change. A powerful wave of energy surged from the creature, and the system warned that Bulgasari was shrinking its body. To activate quick recovery, the stump of the severed trunk pulsed faintly. Suho thought about the creature's regeneration. Once Bulgasari was wounded, it compressed its body and used the minerals it had absorbed to restore itself, which was precisely why the monster was considered immortal and so notoriously difficult to kill. A small, almost comical, appendage began sprouting from the wound. As the regeneration took place, Suho smiled and asked whether the monster expected him to simply stand and watch this process. Yellow waves of power spiraled around Bulgasari, and the system reported that the monster was initiating Ultra Enhancement. A new exoskeleton began forming as the absorbed minerals hardened along its body, giving the beast an even more threatening form. The two opponents faced each other. Suho realized Bulgasari was using every skill it had, unleashing its full strength in an attempt to defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed all its power for this single confrontation. Suho, still smiling, accepted the challenge. The monster launched itself forward, the system stating that it was using the skill Ultra Rotation, holding his bloody sword. Suho braced himself. He had always wondered what Bulgasari, known as one of the strongest monsters, was truly capable of, and he was equally curious to see whether his blade would be able to break through such formidable power. The two clashed. His sword clashed against the monster's spinning body. A violent impact made Bulgasari's eyes gleam. Yet, Suho remained calm, relentlessly slashing at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly sprawled outward. In a helpless motion, Bulgasari gave a weak growl. Looking upward, as if trying to grasp what had just happened. Suho tried to make sense of whether he had already defeated the beast, raising his sword high. The system then announced the activation of Steel Slash. Suho struck with full force, slicing the monster cleanly in half with a single, decisive blow. A deafening roar echoed. The monster's remaining eye glowed, as Suho pointed a green sphere toward it, declaring that Bulgasari now belonged to him. Outside the chamber, the miners and heroes squad waited, near a collapsed section of stone. One of them noted that the shaking seemed to have stopped. Yanhwa looked up, while Jaiwan, standing beside her, remarked that the kobolds had stopped emerging, and it appeared the expedition had already gathered enough Mona stones. The girl lowered her head slightly. Guan stated that now all they could do was wait. Suddenly, Yanhwa's expression brightened. She saw a system message, confirming that the gate had been cleared. The miners gasped as they saw the same message appear. The system declared Suho as the most valuable player. Yanhwa and Jaiwan exchanged relieved smiles, and Jaiwan said, "I expected nothing less from my boss." Meanwhile, inside, the system informed Suho that, for his exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points. Smiling, he looked at the glowing green sphere, and the system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a rise in all his stats. Holding the shining sphere in his hands, he excitedly exclaimed, "I've done it." He recalled the final blow, thinking that any other monster in Bulgasari's place would have died instantly. But he hadn't come here intending to kill the beast. The sphere then emitted streams of green energy. He muttered to himself, explaining that his sole ambition was to tame the monster, using the control sphere he'd snatched. After taking down Milan, he slammed the green sphere onto the ground. It cracked open and a tiny, elephant-like creature materialized. The system instantly identified it as Bulgasari, a level 99 beast with an arsenal of high-level skills. Suho realized that just having traits like Phantom Beast and species domination alone would be enough to classify it as an S-rank monster. Yet, this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant as the system began its healing process. His hand hovered over the tiny creature, whose eyes were still closed. Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd chirping sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it to listen carefully. Surrounded by enormous, glowing crystals, he explained that, although the creature's enthusiasm was truly admirable, they simply couldn't return here again. So, they needed to gather all the ore in the area. The tiny Bulgasari, ears flapping, looked cheerfully at him. Suho asked if they could begin, and the creature made another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad waited at the other end of the mine, confused and growing increasingly anxious, wondering why their leader was taking so long. Suho now stood inside his impossibly luxurious subspace house, the kind of hidden dimension only a select few individuals in the world could ever possess, surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse. He found himself thinking again about his past life and everything he'd learned by living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who had ever controlled Bulgasari was a figure known only as Gaia, the Master of Earth. Their fame had skyrocketed, entirely because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia had used Bulgasari. The monster was a mythical beast, capable of devouring any kind of metal, converting all of it into pure strength. while also storing enormous quantities of minerals within its body, morphing into a literal walking mountain of pure compressed energy. Inside the subspace home, Bulgasari, now affectionately nicknamed Bulbul, was shockingly cuter than its terrifying full-sized form. It resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned, gray hippo bouncing energetically around the room. Then, Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming magic stones. Like a living vacuum, once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back, radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched with satisfaction, thinking this little creature was unquestionably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself. By now, the Nexus miners outside should have collected their portion, exactly as agreed upon in the contract. Whatever remained inside this subspace belonged solely to him, and he'd made sure of it. Outside the mine, Daehwan, Yunhua Jaiwan, and the rest of the team continued their wait. Near the sealed tunnel, Daehwan grew increasingly restless, convinced Suho had been gone far too long. The miners whispered amongst themselves, assuming Suho must have defeated the boss, but perhaps suffered injuries during the fight. A few even considered going deeper to check, but Jaiwan held firm, insisting they follow Suho's strict orders. Yunhua agreed, even though worry quietly tugged at her thoughts. She reminded everyone that a team, without trust in its leader, would collapse, and Suho had clearly told them not to enter. For at least 12 hours, none of them wanted to break that trust. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded outward. In a burst of vibrant purple energy, Suho walked out through the smoke, appearing completely calm, as if he'd just finished a short training session, rather than a life-threatening battle. His squad rushed toward him immediately, demanding to know why he had taken so long. Jaiwan, especially dramatic, practically jumped in front of him. Suho teased that if they were that worried, they really should have come looking for him. But the group quickly reminded him that he was the one who'd strictly forbidden it. Suho's playful expression softened when he placed a hand on Jaiwan's shoulder, acknowledging the boy had faithfully followed his orders. Loyally, Yanawa admitted she was relieved that their trust had not been misplaced. Though she still disliked being treated like a child, Suho simply stated they had lived entirely different lives, and that was the undeniable truth. Their darker pasts had completely shifted, and he felt a quiet pride at having changed their future paths. Afterward, Suho thanked the miners and announced it was finally time to leave the cave for good. The group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to return to the surface. Meanwhile, in his office, guild leader Bei Dong-yuk waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his hands. If anything happened to Suho, all responsibility would fall on him, and the Nexus Guild would drown in trouble. Suddenly, someone burst through the door with news, announcing Suho and his entire team had returned safely. Dong-yuk hurried out to greet them in relief. Suho confirmed the gate was cleared and requested the results be officially registered. Later, they gathered in the office to review the collected materials and recorded data. Dong-yuk was utterly stunned. Despite Suho's unusually short contract period, the profits were absolutely massive. They estimated more than 7.2 billion, one in resources possibly exceeding 10 billion. After processing, Suho quietly remembered the raw stones he had claimed for himself in advance and nearly chuckled. His personal haul was worth a fortune. To be fair, Dong-yuk offered Suho's squad 10 of the gate's entire profit as a bonus. Suho pretended to be surprised, even though inwardly he thought it was too generous. He had already taken enormous amounts home, so demanding anything more would feel greedy. After a polite exchange, they finally settled on a balanced reward, one that pleased both sides equally. With that matter resolved, Suho brought up something else entirely. He wanted to form a secret raid unit within the Nexus Guild, since he'd soon join the Hunter Association. As a government hunter, he wouldn't be able to lead his team officially. He asked Dong Yuk to quietly support them and register them within the guild, so they could continue serving as a hidden force. Behind the scenes, Dong Yuk loved the idea and immediately agreed. Suho reflected that only because he had regressed could he build such a solid foundation, avoid the betrayals of his past life, and test each person until they proved to be trustworthy allies. This time, he wanted real companions walking beside him, not mere opportunists. Suho then entered the locker room, where his squad was gathered, still buzzing with excitement about their previous mission. Jaiwan immediately leaped toward him, with his usual overly enthusiastic greeting. Suho gathered them around and shared the news. Starting today, they were all officially members of Nexus. The team was stunned. Several Banshee members had given up their previous jobs just to follow him, and now they'd receive proper pay, clear advancement paths, and official B-rank status, with potential for A-rank promotions. Dahan and the others were ecstatic, celebrating like they'd just won a grand prize. Right then, Suho's phone rang. It was Chief Pai calling with even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had been approved. Soon, he would formally join, receive a commendation, and begin his government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, and Suho responded that he fully intended to keep surprising everyone from here on out. The next day, inside the Nexus lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside the digital realm, crafted by Jaiwan's digitization skills. The bright, white environment looked futuristic from the outside, but on the inside, it was swarming with glitch-covered monsters. Their red eyes flickered as they crawled forth from broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted screams. As they swarmed the team, everyone held their positions, while Dahan barked commands, keeping the formation from collapsing under the chaos. Yanhua glanced toward Jivan, who was catching his breath, while leaning heavily on his staff. She asked if he was all right. Jivan insisted he was fine, though he was clearly pushing himself too hard, determined not to look weak, and wanted to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad. One of the older members gave Jivan a playful smack on the back, nearly knocking him off balance. He teased that their youngest member was really fired up. Today, another stepped in to steady him, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling everyone to quiet down. Yanhua reached out to help Jivan stand straight and warned him not to let any weakness show. If they wanted to reach level 100, if they wanted to keep up with their leader's reputation, they still had a long road ahead of them. The others agreed. If Jivan wanted proper recognition, he had to keep fighting. Their determination collectively surged, and the entire team shouted together that no matter how hard the climb became, they would give everything they had. A short distance away, Suho watched them, surrounded by the digital remains of corrupted monsters he had already taken down. Their enthusiasm amused him. He thought the team had grown almost too energetic, and he had told Jivan to set the program to hard mode. But even he hadn't expected things to escalate this intensely. He even joked internally that if a virus like this ever spread online, The entire internet was about to collapse. Suho walked over to G1, asking if he was holding up all right. G1 tried to play it cool, saying he was just taking a quick breather before returning to the battle. Suho simply told him they were done for the day, and it was time to log out. G1 froze. He couldn't believe Suho had already cleared the stage. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, exhausted but irritated, felt like their leader was playing a different game. Entirely, they insisted they were just getting started. Suho quietly smiled. He knew they were now pushing themselves harder. For his sake, he then exited the virtual space. Later, in the real world, Suho sat alone inside Angel and Earth Coffee, a calm cafe near the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone, organizing his next steps. Since he had just entered the special recruitment program, his free time would shrink quickly. He needed to move fast. His next priority was locating a certain individual. Soon, a white car pulled up outside. Choyun stepped out casually and walked inside, as if she owned the place. She ordered a strawberry frappe. Suho reminded her that she wasn't in a position to demand drinks, since he had called her here to repay the favor she owed him. But before she could react, the waiter placed the drink in front of her. Suho had already ordered it. She blinked in disbelief, wondering how he knew the exact drink she'd asked for, and even the timing. Suho brushed it off, saying it was simple intuition. In truth, the library of memories he carried from his previous life contained even small details, like her favorite snacks. Switching topics, he asked if she had found the person he requested. She handed him a document folder, still confused why he wanted information on what she thought was a junkie. Suho corrected her immediately. The man he sought was a highly skilled craftsman. In Suho's memory, that junkie, he would become one of the world's greatest blacksmiths. He thought about Nam Hee-won. Finding information on someone like Hee-won was no easy feat, yet Choi-yin had still managed it. She was truly exceptional at her work. Suho then explained. The next step? Using a safe house in Cheongdam, one that belonged directly to the Union. The girl froze. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the highest ranks commanded authority over the exclusive Cheongdam location. Even brokers rarely dared to step inside. Her nerves flared. She pointed out that, even knowing about the place was highly unusual, Suho simply reminded her she owed him a favor. She tried to negotiate, but he pressed her harder, even teasing that if her entire life's worth amounted to mere paperwork, then maybe he shouldn't have helped her at all. Cornered and sweating, she started mouthing childish excuses. Finally defeated, she said she would make the call. She stepped outside. Suho waited calmly, knowing the Union would eventually make the most logical choice. They were bound to approve his request. When she returned, she looked utterly defeated and asked if it really had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression made the answer painfully obvious. She instantly regretted asking. He had chosen the location simply because it was closest. She told him he could, indeed, use it, but only under one crucial condition. She explained that if he met her condition, he could access the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Even then, half the price was still exorbitant. She quickly pulled out her phone, ready to accept the Union's terms. But Suho stopped her, telling her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being unbelievably strict for someone asking for favors. But Suho simply replied with a shrug, saying he had to be, after all. He was joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Cho-yoon revealed the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate. The Union had found one they couldn't afford to have exposed, especially since it appeared in an extremely public area. Suho then asked Nam Hansen about the monsters lurking inside. She explained the gate was famously known as Sky Mountain, absolutely packed with massive, fierce wyverns. These fast sky blue dragons were incredibly challenging, even for the most seasoned hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter, she added, stressing that it wasn't meant to be a solo operation. Suho just needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho, already knowing everything about Sky Mountain, casually asked if the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it, then questioned how he knew. Suho stood up, then asked her for the raid time. She replied he could go immediately if he wanted. With a calm, confident smile, Suho told her to change the conditions, because he would be clearing the gate alone. A couple of days later, the sun shone over a quiet forest clearing, where glowing blue, swirling portals stood like a breathing doorway. Boxes of supplies were stacked nearby, all prepared for the raid. But Suho walked right past them without slowing down. He headed straight for the gate. Not far behind him, Choyun stood beside Kim Suwon, a hunter from the Union. Kim Suwon commented that it was surprising. Suho had declined all supplies and insisted on entering alone. Choyun only shrugged. She believed he had his own plans, and their boss had said that, regardless of success or failure, watching Suho would be incredibly interesting. She still felt confident he would win. Suho always exceeded expectations. Meanwhile, Kim Suwon remained extremely curious. If Suho succeeded in soloing this gate, he would become even more of a legend. If he failed, the fall would be dramatic. Either way, he found the situation utterly fascinating. Inside the gate, the system loaded a new environment. Celestial Mountain. The surroundings were rocky, bright, and soared high above the clouds, with strong winds swirling through the mountain peaks. The system stated that only hunters under level 110 could enter, and the maximum party limit was 31. Yet, Suho stood there, utterly alone, intending to clear everything all by himself. He recalled something specific. Association reports he'd read about this very place. Officially, it wasn't classified as extremely dangerous, but the truth was a stark contrast. Many hunters had utterly failed here, and several had died, with wyverns dominating the skies above. The association typically dispatched mages and archers. Warriors were strictly advised to steer clear, as aerial combat was simply too challenging for them. But Suho felt these rules simply did not apply to him. He gathered a torrent of blood in his hand, then activated his blood weapon skill. A bloody, fearsome sword materialized in his grip. Glancing up the winding mountain path, he decided to bypass it entirely. Using leap, he soared skyward through the sharp winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He completely ignored the twisting trails and charged straight up the mountainside. Soon enough, he reached a plateau where sky wyverns had gathered. Every single one of them was over level 100. The leader, a level 109 sky wyvern, stood menacingly among them. As Suho approached, the wyverns reacted with irritation and clear surprise, clearly confused that a lone human had rushed them so brazenly. One wyvern launched a swift, furious attack, but Suho struck even faster, slicing the creature cleanly in two with quick draw. The others recoiled instantly in primal fear, realizing immediately this human was unlike any they had ever faced. Still, they refused a fair fight. When it became clear none could take him down, one-on-one, the wyverns attempted to overwhelm him from every conceivable direction. Suho quickly realized this was a coordinated strategy. The initial attackers served only as a mere distraction. The true threat was the leader, now approaching stealthily from behind. As the leader lunged for a devastating surprise attack, Suho deftly dodged and slashed sharply upward, landing a precise, infuriating hit. Enraged, the Sky Wyvern unleashed its terrifying fear skill. A wave of chilling blue pressure rolled across the mountain. But Suho's dragon blood rendered him completely immune. The wyvern's intimidation felt almost amusing. Only true dragons could ever truly strike fear into him. These mere wyverns were just cheap imitations. Frustrated, the leader unleashed a furious breath attack. Meanwhile, the lesser wyverns weren't idle. They tore massive boulders from the mountainside and hurled them at Suho, completely blocking his movement, while the leader prepared for yet another strike. It was a surprisingly well-coordinated and cunning tactic. As the barrage of rocks crashed down around him, the leader charged in, going straight for the kill. Suho quickly activated Leap once more, soaring high above the chaotic attack from the air. He initiated Air Style's first form, Sever, and readied Cutting Steel. He descended swiftly like a deadly blade from the sky, and cleaved the leader clean from head to tail, with one precise, clean strike. With the leader finally defeated, Suho observed its lingering remains, and felt that he was finally, truly, starting to adapt to his powerful newer techniques. Still, he sensed there was room for even more improvement. He continued his climb, heading ever higher, heading toward the true, formidable boss of this gate. But suddenly, an oppressive shadow darkened the very air. A truly massive monster then stepped into full view, far larger than any of the others he'd faced, with formidable dark blue scales and a crown of jagged horns. When it roared, the entire mountain violently trembled. From far above, the Sky Wyvern King announced its terrifying presence. Suho immediately assumed the king must have sensed the death of its countless minions. Now, he stood directly within the king's own domain. Everything before this had been merely a warm-up, a prelude. As Suho reached the very mountain summit, the sky dimmed, as if reacting to the king's sheer presence itself. The colossal wyvern landed, momentarily blocking out the sun. The system promptly reported its level, 113. It then released a truly massive, earth-shaking roar, accompanied by a palpable wave of dark energy. Once again, Suho resisted its effects effortlessly, thanks to his potent dragon blood. Although the Wyvern King was undeniably intimidating, resembling a true dragon, Suho still reassured himself that actual dragons were far, far more terrifying. The Wyvern King continued to circle menacingly above, waiting for Suho's next move. Suho disliked wasting time, but he felt that truly mastering his techniques during this very battle would prove immensely beneficial. Then, something unexpected caught his attention. A large nest filled with brightly glowing wyvern eggs. He suspected that getting too close to the eggs would definitely enrage the king. He took a step closer, and his hunch was spot on. The Wyvern King immediately dove at him, unleashing a gale so furious it cracked the very ground. Suho felt the intense pressure, yet remained perfectly calm. The Wyvern King tried its fierce skill again, but it had absolutely no effect. Suho countered with Cutting Steel, but the boss's thick scales drastically reduced the damage. A level gap of over 40 levels certainly made a noticeable difference. Instead of feeling discouraged, Suho absolutely welcomed the challenge. This was a golden opportunity to sharpen his abilities. Even faster, the Wyvern King roared once more, summoning yet another massive flock of wyverns. Suho had anticipated more enemies, but even he was genuinely surprised by the sheer number that swarmed into view. Still, his upgraded stats let him move faster, strike harder, and leap higher. Perfect for this chaotic free-for-all. Wyverns swarmed and attacked from every direction. Suho deftly jumped onto one wyvern's back, using it as a temporary platform. The system immediately notified him. His leap skill had reached rank S. Now, he could jump an additional time in midair, effectively doubling his aerial mobility. Suho tested it immediately, stepping on empty air, and effortlessly closing the distance to the Wyvern King. With perfect split-second timing, his blood weapon then shifted into a long, crimson staff. Suho extended it, striking the Wyvern King's neck, and slamming the massive beast to the ground. Even so, the monster struggled defiantly back to its feet. Suho respected its incredible durability, letting out a light chuckle. He hoped the boss would last a bit longer, so he could test out even more techniques. The Wyvern King, now desperate, tried to force its subordinates to attack again. But the lesser wyverns hesitated, as if they feared Suho more than their own ruler. Some even looked like they were visibly trembling. Suho quietly remarked that perhaps he had become the true Wyvern King. Now, the real king shrieked in absolute outrage, and the minions finally resumed their attack. Suho soared through the air, bouncing effortlessly from wyvern to wyvern. Yet, he couldn't help but notice his sword-drawing technique wasn't leveling up as quickly as he'd hoped. These opponents were strong, yes, but not quite enough to push his technique further. Deciding to accelerate the pace, he rocketed toward the mountain peak. There he discovered something absolutely enormous. The Sky Wyvern Queen, larger and stronger than the king, covered in menacing purple scales. She guarded her nest and couldn't leave it. This gave Suho a crucial advantage. The queen was powerful, but bound to her nest. She attacked by rolling colossal boulders his way, but he used sword drawing to slice them apart with ease. Her piercing screams summoned every remaining wyvern on the mountain. Suho remained perfectly calm. He understood she would rely on her minions, rather than attack him directly. At that very moment, the Wyvern King swooped down in a full-force assault. Suho decided it was time to finish this battle. He chose not to unleash his strongest skill immediately. Instead, he wanted to reach a higher level of sword drawing. The best swordsmen relied solely on their blade, and Suho wanted to honor that principle. He focused on perfect timing and absolute precision, repeating sword drawing over and over again. The system reacted to his unparalleled mastery, recognizing that his understanding had completely surpassed all others. System alerts flooded his vision. His sword drawing evolved to a supreme level. The guardian sword within him responded, granting a new form, Cloud Cutter. Rank S plus red energy flickered in his hair and eyes. Suho unleashed Cloud Cutter with a thunderous swing, sending a massive vortex of bloody energy, crushing right through the Wyvern King. The boss collapsed and died with a final, echoing cry. The remaining wyverns shrieked in fear and grief. But Suho wasn't done. He activated Cloud Cutter again. In one sweeping strike, he utterly destroyed all remaining wyverns, including the queen. The system announced his triumph. Suho stood victorious on the mountaintop, his sword resting casually on his shoulder. The gate conquered, with the battle now over. Suho paused to check his status window. This gate had given him a massive boost. His experience bar now comfortably ahead. His strength stat was already brushing past 80, and he didn't have much further to go. Before hitting the next tier, a small smile formed as he saw the new additions, double jump and cloud sash. The exact skills he'd been aiming for. It felt good to see his plan finally paying off. Turning toward the Queen's den, he decided it was time to collect his well-earned loot. Inside were a staggering 12 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs. The association's advanced team had only confirmed 6, which meant the remaining half naturally fell right into his hands. With the job complete, he shifted his attention to the wyvern corpses. Monster byproducts sold for high prices, especially when used to craft rare materials. And the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse was considered top tier. Summoning his shadow spear, he decided to let it handle the cleanup. He placed the spear beside the Queen's massive body, and it immediately began its work, devouring the corpse piece by piece. As it absorbed the flesh, the spear's purple energy flared, growing more vicious and alive, upgrading the blade to its next level. Watching the transformation, Suho realized that even a 1-star beast could serve as excellent nourishment for the ghost blade's shadow devouring. Judging by the spear's state, one more powerful meal should push it even further. With that in mind, he directed the spear toward the king's corpse next, letting it feast once more. Outside the gate, chaos had already broken out. Someone shouted that the gate reading had been completely deceptive. People around him stared in utter disbelief. They finally realized the guy inside wasn't just some healer. He was actually a sword master. Among the bewildered crowd, a black-haired man wiped sweat from his forehead. Overwhelmed, he knew better than anyone that, even with a full raid party, clearing that gate wasn't a guarantee. Yet, somehow this man had done it solo, and not even as a combat class. Officially, he was a healer. Cho Yoon casually brushed it off, reminding him she'd already said he'd clear it. Easily, he agreed, but couldn't understand why she looked so excited. She simply told him it must be his imagination. Their conversation paused. As Suho walked out of the gate, they congratulated him for conquering it solo. The girl cheering first and the guy echoing her. Suho thanked them, then reached into his inventory, pulling out the wyvern eggs. He placed all 10 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs before them, saying he'd found that many inside. Kim Soo-won stared, stunned by the sheer quantity. Suho calmly insisted he had retrieved every single egg, while keeping quiet about the extra ones he kept for himself. As for the Sky Wyvern King and Queen corpses, he explained that both bodies had fallen to the base of Sky Mountain during the fight, making it impossible to recover them. Of course, hiding the fact that Ghost Blade had already devoured them cleanly, leaving no trace. Lowering his voice, Suwon asked if he could pose a question. Suho told him to go ahead. Suwon hesitated, then asked how someone, officially registered as a healer, was able to wield a sword like that. Did he really fight those wyverns, using nothing but swordsmanship and healing abilities? Even with good sword skills, taking down flying monsters with only a blade shouldn't be that simple, Suwon thought. Suho, being both swordsman and healer, would have brought arrows, throwing spears, or at least long-range spell scrolls. As a fellow hunter, he was dying to know how the hell Suho managed it. Suho simply smiled and told him one sword was enough. Suwon stared at him like an amazed fanboy, asking if he really meant he took down all those flying wyverns, including the king and queen. With just that one sword, Suho had confirmed it. Suwon practically glowed, thrilled and beaming with admiration. Meanwhile, Choya nudged him. asking if this wasn't the same guy who'd been whining earlier. Changing the topic, Suho then asked Choi Yun if he had fulfilled all the conditions. Choi Yun happily replied he'd more than fulfilled them. He'd solo cleared the gate and recovered all 10 eggs. As promised, she guaranteed him free use of the largest unit in the Cheongdam residence, adding that her boss never went back on their word. She then asked when he wanted to start using it. Suho told her he wanted to start today. He also requested access to future reports on items and magic stones. He asked if that was possible, smiling. She said it absolutely was. He could contact her for anything, from item disposal to money laundering, and she'd provide top-tier service. Suho suddenly pushed a small diary toward her, saying he had one more favor. She told him to go ahead. Inside was a photo of a green-haired man. Suho asked about a patient named Nam Hee-won at the Yongdong Post Danyark Center and said he needed information on him. Flipping through the diary, Choi Yun realized it was the exact file she had retrieved earlier. Confused, she asked, "What does this Hee-won person actually do? Didn't Suho mention he was some kind of technician?" Suho opened his car door and asked if he really needed to explain the whole backstory. Every time he requested a favor, she quickly apologized, saying she'd slipped again. As he settled into the driver's seat, she complained from outside the car that she felt hurt. After everything they did together, shouldn't they be able to talk more freely by now? Suho calmly replied that she could ask how he was doing, but nothing beyond that. Clasping her hands dramatically, she muttered that he was cold. Then she informed him the Cheongdam residence would be ready in 2 hours, and she'd send the address once everything was set. He told her to also send him Hee-won's information. She quickly checked her phone, confirming he was indeed a patient at the Danyak Center, and digging into junkies. Records would only take a few dozen minutes. She quickly scrolled through her contacts, promising to get back to him shortly. Later, while driving, Suho received an urgent call from Choi Yun. She informed him the Cheongdam residence was ready for immediate use and had already gathered all the information on Nam Hee-won, sending it directly to his phone. Suho thanked her for her swift work, but Choi Yun still pressed, asking why he was digging into a person who was a drug addict. Suho simply ended the call, refusing to entertain her questions any further. He opened the map location she'd sent. Staring at the screen, he muttered the name Yongdong-pa, realizing this was where the man lived, and decided he would go recruit him now. Soon after, he arrived in front of a cluster of old, worn-down buildings that looked more like a slum than anything else. Stopping before one of the dilapidated structures, he noted that this must be the house where Nam Hee-won stayed, another semi-basement. He peered through one of the small windows, only to notice the curtains pulled shut from the inside. He pressed the doorbell, only to realize it was broken, so he began pounding forcefully on the door, calling out for Nam Hee-won. After a moment with no response, he assumed the guy wasn't home and decided he would have to return later. What he didn't know, however, was that inside the room, 3 menacing men were standing over a collapsed Nam Hee-won. The brown-haired thug crouched beside him, asking if Hee-won really had visitors coming by, deciding they should finish the job before anyone saw him. But before he could act, a heavy thud shook the entire door. All 3 thugs froze instantly, startled by the sudden impact. The one responsible, of course, was Suho as he stepped inside. The tattooed thug instantly demanded to know who he was, but Suho shut that mouth down cold, declaring his identity was none of their business. The tattooed thug tried to swear at him, but before he could even finish his insult, Suho's hand snapped across his cheek with a sharp, rapid slap. It happened so fast that the other two barely registered what happened, until the man reeled backward. Suho glared at the remaining thugs, his voice heavy as he ordered them to come closer. Every single one of them outside the room. Suho had already confirmed 4 presences inside, using his magic detection. Now 2 of them were shouting in front of him, demanding his identity and yelling, "Who the hell are you?" The second thug, standing beside the first, kept staring at Suho, as if he recognized him from somewhere. The third thug was still lying, unconscious from Suho's earlier slap. And the fourth was none other than Nam Hee-won himself. When the 2 remaining thugs stepped closer, accusing Suho of ignoring him, he didn't get another word out before Suho casually swung a powerful slap across his face. The guy's expression twisted into something both hilarious and tragic as he flew backward and collapsed onto the floor. The last conscious thug witnessed everything. The first slapped the second, and now his second friend, dropping like a broken puppet. He barely had time to react before Suho turned his head and delivered another brutal slap. This one sent him spinning in a full circular motion, crashing far across the room and landing in the most dramatic fall of the 3. Suho walked over and checked on the men's breathing, wondering if he'd hit him hard, enough to actually kill him. Satisfied that they were still alive, he shifted his attention to Nam Hee-won. He lifted Hee-won by the shoulder and told him to get up if he was fine. But the moment he got a clear look at the man's face, Suho froze. Hee-won's hand was limp and drugged, his expression twisted unnaturally. A syringe lay discarded beside him, and Suho realized what had happened. Those thugs had injected him with something and tormented him afterward, judging by his body's rigid stiffness, almost completely petrified. The injection had happened a while back. As he checked his breathing and physical state, Suho quickly realized just how serious the poison's symptoms were. He had to act fast, activating his recovery skill, the evolved form of cure. He'd upgraded cure to recovery, specifically for scenarios just like this one. Real illnesses, real poisonings, and real damage completely unrelated to the system. Originally, this skill only worked on areas he touched, but Isabella had once told him that pouring magic into it allowed him to forcibly expand its range. A slow grin spread across his face as he channeled magic into his hands. He thought about how he was now, using information gained from someone who once tried to kill him, to save someone else. The world truly worked in wild ways. After some time under Suho's treatment, Hee-won slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and the first thing he saw was a blurry figure. Asking if he was awake, he then shot up fast. Suho calmly told him that this was his home. When Hee-won finally focused, he noticed the beaten thugs sprawled across the room and looked terrified, asking why they were in that state and who this guy even was. Suho replied that they refused to listen, so he restrained them, but the more important issue was the drug in Hee-won's system, making him shake violently. Hee-won insisted he never took anything on his own. He said they forced it, they injected him, and he begged Suho to believe him. Trembling, he repeated that it was the truth. Suho watched him and realized the guy was too agitated to talk properly like this. In his past life, Suho remembered an interview from when Hee-won later became a famous blacksmith. In that interview, he admitted the Changsik gang had forcibly injected him with drugs and suffered severe, long-term addiction after effects. With that memory etched in his mind, Suho decided he needed to treat him properly. He placed his hand near Nam Hee-won, and the system instantly responded, the ring of emotions. reacted to the target's strongest emotions. The color being absorbed was black. Suddenly, He-won clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the sudden, intense pain. But as the ring drew out his dark emotions, the tension eased and a wave of relief washed over him. Once the process concluded, Suho asked if he was feeling better, and the green-haired boy simply nodded. Suho stood and told him he believed him. He then properly addressed him as Mr. Nam He-won, confirming that the people who injected him belonged to the Chung Sik gang, and that the thugs scattered on the floor were from the very same group. The Chung Sik gang's original name had been Golmei Hand, but the intention behind that naming was so ridiculous that the association simply renamed them the Chung Sik gang. Suho asked He-won if he was attending a rehab center. Still shaking, He-won said yes, then asked how Suho knew. Suho answered lightly, saying he found out while digging into the Chung Sik gang. He reassured him he no longer needed to worry. Forcing drugs on someone already in rehab was a seriously severe crime, and Suho said he would personally take responsibility and resolve the case. He-won's expression brightened, and he sincerely thanked Suho. Suho told him that since this was an important matter, he would return to check on him again soon. Then he asked if He-won was experiencing dry mouth or withdrawal symptoms. He-won admitted that he was, and that he was starting to feel cold. Suho knelt in front of him and asked him to sit for a moment. He-won obeyed. Suho activated recovery, and blue light gathered around his hands. Seeing it, He-won watched in quiet awe. Suho explained that this was the healer's recovery technique, tailored specifically for drug addicts. It relieved withdrawal symptoms and purged the lingering drug energy from his body. But full recovery demanded continuous, long-term treatment. Recovery devoured immense amounts of mana, and few healers possessed the training to handle it. That was why, in Suho's past life, Isabella had risen to become one of the most influential figures among the last crusaders, and that was also why, after returning, he chose the path of a healer. Standing up, Suho informed the green-haired boy that addiction treatment required consistency, and they would meet again for further care. For now, he had to head toward the Chung Sik gang station. Terrified, He-won asked him to wait. He said he'd wanted to know something earlier too, and asked who Suho was affiliated with. Suho gave his name and declared himself a hunter, under the Korean Hunters Association. As Suho left, He-won remained seated in silent amazement, repeating the name Suho in his mind. Even someone who didn't own a TV, like him, had heard that name mentioned over the past few days. It was all over the breaking news, and now he realized the person who saved him was the same Suho everyone had been talking about. From above, the slum resembled a war-torn zone. After multiple gauge shocks, half of Yongdongpa had collapsed into ruin, firmly becoming a slum. Suho walked through its broken streets, the air heavy with neglect. Since the district sat right in the center of Seoul, it had eventually become a perfect breeding ground for crime. He looked up at the crumbling surroundings, thinking this must be the place that both the police and the association pretended not to see. In front of him stood a building with a bold sign that read, Goldmaid. Suho stared at it, wondering what kind of gang had the audacity to brand themselves with such a grandiose name. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first floor was a convenience store. Shelves intact, lights on. Suho immediately understood the situation. A convenience store in the middle of a slum, still operating smoothly? It was clear proof that this place was openly controlled by gangsters. There was no way it would remain unmolested without some serious backing behind it. He made his way to the back of the store, finding a staircase. As he climbed, a voice barked from above, telling him to freeze. A bald man appeared, commanding him not to move, and warning that he would die if he took another step. He then demanded Suho's identity, as if he held any real authority. Suho looked at him with a slight smile. A gatekeeper, how classic, he thought. Then he asked where Changsik was. The bald man snapped in anger, stunned at hearing the name spoken so casually. The thug shouted, demanding to know who he thought he was, to speak their boss's name so freely. But then his expression shifted as he suddenly recognized the face in front of him. The man froze as he realized this was Suho himself. Suho waved lightly, thanking him for the recognition. The thug thought he was going for a high five and raised his hand instead. Suho stepped forward and unleashed a brutal slap, sending the bald man flying aside. As he strolled past with a grin, continuing up the stairs, Suho spoke calmly, telling them to inform Changsik to come out. Inside his office, Changsik heard the sounds of fighting erupting right outside his door. The noise grew louder and more chaotic, until the door finally burst open. A thug sent flying through it after being kicked by Suho. Suho stepped inside calmly. He muttered that not a single one of these gangster bitches seemed to understand words. Behind him, the bodies of beaten thugs were scattered across the hallway, like discarded trash. Running a hand through his hair, he asked Changsik if bringing him here was really that hard. Stepping over another fallen thug, he added that he wondered what the gang would even do if he resisted. Changsik sat before him, his expression straight and utterly unreadable. Two hulking bodyguards stood behind him, still as statues. As Suho approached, a cold realization dawned. He knew exactly what kind of den of iniquity this was. Over 80 of this organization's members were awakened. The very fact that awakened criminals operated so brazenly and openly was irrefutable proof that the nation's security had already crumbled. In his previous life, the Chung Sik Gang had become even more monstrous than this current version. They had claimed countless victims, leaving devastation in their wake, and it took an agonizing amount of time to finally take them down. Remembering that, Suho clenched his fist tight. In a chilling tone, he declared, "This is precisely why a cancer must be removed before it metastasizes." Changsik tried to interject, addressing him as Hunter O. Suho, asking, "What exactly are you doing so suddenly?" Suho stepped closer, telling him, "Don't play dumb. You're the ones who started all of this." Changsik scoffed, demanding, "When did I ever supposedly start anything?" Suho glared. "You're playing dumb right up until the very end, aren't you?" He stated, "You messed with someone named Haywin." He then dropped a syringe onto the desk with a sharp clatter. Both the boss and his bodyguard stared at it, eyes wide. Suho informed them, "I just met Haywin myself." He challenged, "Do you truly intend to keep denying this?" Changsik leaned toward his subordinate, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, and quietly asked, "Who is Haywin?" The underling urgently whispered the explanation into his ear. Suho raised his leg, then slammed it down onto the table with devastating force, shattering the surface cleanly in half. He then growled, "You turned my closest friend into that state." His eyes glowed crimson as he demanded, "Why did you do it?" The two bodyguards instantly froze, fear etched on their faces. Changsik, however, struggled to keep his expression firm, desperately trying not to betray his growing fear. The boss slowly rolled a hand across his face, then barked at the bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated, cautiously asking, "Why, sir?" He then roared, "Just get out. The remaining guards immediately scrambled out of the room, leaving only Suho and a now isolated Changsik inside. Changsik swallowed hard, the silence deafening, and insisted it was all just a misunderstanding, suggesting they talk things over calmly. Suho slowly walked over the shattered table. He stated that every word they uttered only guaranteed them another beating. Changsik, now visibly trembling, warned him that if he dared to touch him, he'd immediately call the police. Suho then clocked him right across the face, dismissing it all as nonsense. The powerful blow sent Changsik sliding across the floor, still stuck to his chair as if glued there. Suho quipped that hearing the word police, coming from a gangster boss like him, was absolutely hilarious. Changsik groaned on the ground in pain. Suho added that he figured a real boss wouldn't go down from just a single punch. Changsik forced a shaky laugh, claiming he wouldn't just sit there and take it. But the moment Suho took a step toward him, pure terror flooded back into his eyes. Suho reminded him once again that he was practically begging for a beating, tightening his fist, and with that, Suho's devastating punch hurtled straight toward the boss's face. Outside the office, the guards heard the repeated thuds of fists, slamming into something or someone. Alarmed, they immediately rushed toward the room, shouting for their boss. When they burst through the door, they found Suho standing calmly in front of a shattered glass window. He casually informed them their boss had fled. One of the guards stared at him in disbelief, asking, "What in the world just happened?" Suho calmly explained that Changsik had apparently smashed the window and bolted, pointing out the broken frame as if it were the most obvious thing. The bald guard slowly raised his hand, like a thoroughly confused school kid, pointing out that this was the third floor. Suho brushed him off, telling him Changsik was a level 100 hunter who could easily roll out of something like that without a problem, so they should stop babbling nonsense. With a chilling smile, he told them he planned to dismantle this entire place, starting right now. Then he added that anyone who wanted to join him could follow him straight to Changok. The mere mention of that name sent a chill through the entire group. Changok, a notorious correctional facility, nestled right beside Kain-song Penitentiary. While Chansong housed common criminals, Changok was reserved for awakened offenders. Since the entire place was teeming with violent, awakened criminals, it was practically a hell within hell, a pro version of hell where only the strong survived. Its sheer reputation was enough to make these half-baked punks tremble in their boots, exactly like the trembling mess unfolding now. Sweat poured down their terrified faces. Suho then reminded them he had serious connections to the Great Hunter Association. He told them to run far, far away before he tossed them all inside. Otherwise, he'd drag them all, along with Changsik, straight to Changok. The thugs gritted their teeth, paralyzed with terror. Then, the very next second, they bolted at full speed, shouting they knew absolutely no boss. Watching them scatter, Suho simply said he expected about that much loyalty from thugs, calling them vermin cockroach bastards. He warned them that if even a single document disappeared, he would carve them up piece by piece. Slowly, he ordered them to leave empty-handed. Once the building was finally clear, Suho activated his magic detection ability. A shimmering blue magic circle formed beneath his feet. After a moment, it detected something special, radiating powerful mana on the third floor, tucked away in the corner of a room. Suho approached the spot and uncovered a cleverly hidden safe. He called it obvious, saying, "The bastard must have thought hiding it here." would keep it perfectly protected. It was a top-tier safe from a famous brand, the kind that only unlocked with a registrance. Mana signature. He placed his hand on the reinforced steel door. Blue light pulsed across its surface. With toughness like this, cutting directly through the steel would destroy the contents. So, he needed to slice the door off cleanly. Suho then summoned Bulgasari. The tiny elephant monster popped out from subspace, standing at attention like a loyal soldier. Suho told him he only wanted the door cleanly removed. Bulgasari followed orders in a flash, gripping the door tight with its tiny trunk, then ripped it free as the creature started on the safe. Suho praised it, telling it to eat well. Inside the safe, he found piles of cash and gold bars. But none of that truly mattered to him. What he actually came for was the dark ledger, filled with the names of countless victims. The Changsik gang had started with ruthless loan sharking, preying on innocent, ordinary people, all to build their power later. Then they recruited hunters and deliberately addicted them to Evasiner 1 drugs, all to control and extort them. This vile addiction operation was the backbone of their entire influence. The drug was far more potent than ordinary narcotics, and in the end, no one could resist its pull. Holding the documents, Suho thought of Nam Hyun. He realized Hyun was one of the rare cases who actually managed to escape. Without his personal strength, even he would have fallen completely. Suho thought they deserved Chonggak prison for crimes like this. He promised himself he would make every last one of them feel exactly what their victims felt, right down to the bone, after the wild fight. Suho brought Nam Hyun back to his small apartment and finished healing him. Hyun kept thanking him over and over, finally able to breathe normally again. Suho told him he would still need time before a full recovery, but at least for now he was out of danger. Then, Suho handed him a folder. Hyun asked what it was, and Suho explained that these were bond documents from the Changsik gang, proof that he had taken down the entire criminal group. Hyun could barely believe what he was hearing. The gold-made hand gang, with all their terrifying influence, was really gone. Suho went on to explain the gang's real method. They kept people trapped in endless debt, with outrageous interest rates, turning their victims into mere insects, caught inside an anthill. Even though Hyun had done everything right, yet he never missed a single payment. They systematically forced drugs upon him, ensuring there was no way he could ever escape. Trembling, Hyun recounted his survival, solely due to his extraordinary special ability. He described his grueling fight against addiction, crafting his own antidotes, even begging for help. But absolutely no one, not the police, not even the association, genuinely cared about anyone in these slums. He explained that everyone outside felt like just another face of the enemy. Suho completely understood. He then told Hyun that his true reason for joining the Great Hunter Association wasn't about fame or prestige, but to fix this broken system for people just like him. Suho placed a firm, reassuring hand on his shoulder and commended his immense courage. Overwhelmed, Hyun broke down, thanking him over and over again. But then, Suho skillfully shifted the conversation to something vital. It was time for a new, groundbreaking proposal, and perhaps a powerful new ally. He asked if Hyun was prepared, and Hyun readily confirmed he was. Suho then explained that he'd uncovered the truth about Hyun's unique power, synthesis, and with synthesis, Hyun could combine literally any materials to forge an entirely new result. The outcome always perfectly aligned with his intentions. That was the absolute core of his incredibly overpowered ability. Suho then shared that while reviewing the gang's files, he discovered the sheer, staggering number of drug victims. Far too many for him to treat all on his own. But Hee-won had already secretly created antidotes previously. So, Suho offered him a very real job, to develop a proper, effective neutralizer, to help countless more people. He promised top-tier pay, a luxury safe house, and complete medical support for Hee-won's own addiction recovery journey. Hee-won looked completely stunned. He thought that simply being healed was already far more than he ever thought he deserved. But now, he was being given a true chance to help others live safely, and even get paid for it. To him, this felt like the actions of a genuine hero. He believed that if a godlike hero truly existed, Suho had to be that person. Hee-won, overcome, declared he would do it. He insisted he didn't need any extra payment, swearing he'd work as hard as humanly possible, out of pure gratitude. But Suho, firm as a rock, declared he'd pay him what he was due, to keep everything official and absolutely fair. After that, they made their way to Suho's new base, the impressive building he'd been granted earlier. This stunning 3-story building in Cheongdam came with friendly staff, a complete lab on the top floor, and absolutely everything Hee-won could ever need. Even the infamous Banshee team popped in, eager to check out the fancy new digs. But they quickly made their exit, once their workaholic boss dropped yet another assignment on them. Oof. Meanwhile, Hee-won was completely blown away. Suho instructed him to pick a room, get himself settled, and dive into working on those antidotes as soon as he felt ready. Suho mentioned he had to head to Nexus HQ, but assured Hee-won he could contact him anytime. Later, Suho connected with none other than reporter Jin-wee, and gave him the full, unfiltered scoop on the rampant, hidden crimes lurking in the slums. Jin-wee, the absolute genius reporter he was, immediately knew he could expand the story tenfold. He'd framed Suho as the ultimate hunter, who stormed into a dangerous slum district, absolutely crushed a criminal organization, saved countless victims, and ignited a new era of hope for all the downtrodden people living there. He declared his intention to craft a major feature article, packed with every detail, making it impossible for the world to ignore. Suho trusted him implicitly. Public influence was precisely that reporter's unique specialty. Soon after, Suho met with guild leader by Dong-yuk at the Nexus Guild, and meticulously laid out the master plan. Nexus would purchase every single neutralizer Hee-won produced, actively helping victims all across Korea. This uplifting story would dramatically shift Nexus's reputation, transforming them into a guild with a genuine, heroic presence. The kind of world would finally have to take seriously. Dong-yuk was absolutely thrilled. He eagerly shook Suho's hand and pledged to personally look after Hee-won from that moment on. With every piece perfectly lining up, Suho felt incredibly good. The ultimate win-win plan was in full motion. Heal the suffering, spread the crucial truth, make the vile criminals pay, and brilliantly show the world that real, impactful change was finally possible. The scene cuts to Chung-sik, the once feared boss who ruled the slums. Now, he's reduced to a shaking wreck, inside a totally trashed luxury room. He's on his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Suho's name keeps echoing inside his mind, like a relentless curse he can't escape. No one had to spell out what happened. The syringe and the half-empty bottle beside him made it crystal clear he'd taken some kind of drug. the kind that burns strength into the body, while simultaneously tearing holes through the mind. These substances twist people from the inside out, and his scattered expression showed exactly that. He muttered Suho's name obsessively, like it was the only thought left in his fractured skull. The moment Suho stepped through the glowing blue portal, he entered his secret subspace. This had once been a fancy, private domain of polished marble and luxurious furniture. Now the place looked like a total disaster zone, as if a tornado had torn straight through it. He scanned the area, noting the cracked marble floor and the expensive furniture, knocked over and scattered across the ground. To him, it was clear that someone had completely wrecked the place. On the floor, Jung Sik Lai Tui Jing, his skin pale and his body reacting in strange spasms. Suho observed him and figured that the drug must have done something unbelievably intense. To the guy, it became obvious that this gangster hadn't run away, but had been dragged into Suho's subspace instead, effectively kidnapped by the chaos of the situation. Suho walked over, knelt beside him, and placed a hand on his body. His blue healing energy flowed instantly, and the system announced that recovery had begun. Chung Sik, still dazed, looked like someone who had just escaped a bizarre nightmare. Suho demanded that he pull himself together, offering no calm or gentleness in his tone. Suddenly, Chung Sik snapped into anger and panic. He grew wild, yelling incoherently, as he lunged forward to attack Suho. Suho barely reacted, simply kicking him in the chest and sending him flying backward. Chung Sik shrieked relentlessly, as if it took no effort at all. Desperate for release, he spiraled deeper into terror, truly believing he was trapped with an absolute monster. Suho merely smirked, rolling his eyes dismissively. He mused to himself. Chung Sik still has plenty of energy left. He figured the drug was just overstimulating him, but noted he'd brought extra doses, so the man truly had nothing to worry about. Sensing danger once more, Chung Sik completely crumbled into despair. He collapsed to the floor, crawling and practically begging Suho to free him, insisting he'd do absolutely anything to avoid another dose of that drug. Suho, however, felt zero sympathy. He forcefully stepped onto Chung Sik's chest, pinning him down. Chung Sik screamed for help, yelling that he'd been kidnapped. But Suho calmly reminded himself that no one could ever enter this place, and Chung Sik's foolish gang members had already bolted and fled. He vowed internally to hunt them down and make them pay just as dearly. For now, he ordered the criminal to sit still, reflect on his wretched choices, and drown in regret, since that was the only useful thing available to him. At this very moment, later that afternoon, Suho returned to his brand new house. Hei-won came rushing toward him, absolutely bursting with excitement. Suho noticed his hype, and Hei-won proudly revealed that he had just finished creating a brand new neutralizer for the dangerous drug. This new version was called Hammer 2. The system then displayed information, identifying Hammer 2 as a grade C item that excelled at neutralizing the effects of the drug, known as illusion. Suho was genuinely impressed, especially since Hei-won had crafted it in only 2 hours. Hei-won explained he'd improved the old version, naming it Hammer 2 because it metaphorically smashed illusions. Suho remembered how Hammer 4 had saved countless lives in his past life, which meant Hammer 2 should still be a reliable creation, even if it wasn't the absolute strongest one just yet. Hei-won credited Suho's help for their success, comparing the whole experience to grinding for items in a game. He figured that with enough time and money, luck would definitely follow. Suho admired Hee-won's constant humility, wondering just how much stronger he'd become once he leveled up even further. Suho then asked if Hammer 2 could be mass-produced, and Hee-won enthusiastically agreed. He'd already perfected the formula, meaning they could churn out huge quantities, as long as they gathered the necessary ingredients. Suho found that incredibly reassuring. He then checked Hee-won's current level. Hee-won had just hit level 51, all thanks to creating the new drug. Because of this, Suho concluded he wouldn't need to call Jaewon. For now, Hee-won was already functioning as a high-level hunter. With that decided, Suho shifted his focus toward helping all the victims from the slums, ready to use what they had gained to fix the damage that had been done. The next day, a flurry of news stories hit online, claiming the police and Hunter Association were ignoring the suffering in the Yongdongpo slums. Unfortunately, a mere 500 people viewed the article. Throughout the entire day, the story simply lacked any hype. Suho realized Jin-woo had been right all along. There were too many terrible places in the world. So unless something was explosively dramatic, people rarely paid any attention. Still, this was just the beginning. Suho wasted no time getting busy. He distributed massive boxes filled with food, water, and magical neutralizer potions to the grateful residents of the slums. Soon after, a truck arrived, absolutely loaded with even more supplies. People rushed to help unload everything, and quickly delivered food and potions to everyone. Suho realized Nexus had truly delivered with their support. His phone rang. Chief Pai was on the other end, speaking to him with the easy energy of a relaxed uncle. As they discussed tomorrow's appreciation plaque ceremony, they agreed to keep it short and simple. Suho was secretly thrilled because receiving a plaque hinted at the possibility of special recruitment. After some brief conversation, Suho called Jin-hui to discuss the upcoming ceremony and the news. While the slum article hadn't racked up many views, Suho believed it had probably stirred up trouble for the reporter with the Hunter Association. But Jin-hui remained unfazed, mentioning that only popular stories truly went viral, and that he'd broken no laws. He added that he planned to upload part 2 soon, and that the PBS news group would likely cover the ceremony as well. He then asked if Suho had an Instagram account. Suho didn't, which clearly annoyed the reporter, who claimed many fans were eager to follow him. Then the conversation took an unexpected turn. There was an entire fan cafe dedicated to Suho, called the Inshin Temple, where fans referred to him as the guardian priest. Suho then realized the moderator running the cafe was actually Jin-hui himself. The reporter admitted to managing it, so Suho's reputation would stay clean, and to avoid unnecessary drama caused by other chaotic fan groups. The logic was surprisingly reasonable. He even offered to manage an Instagram account for Suho, boasting about his social media skills and saying he could help Suho become super popular. But Suho preferred to handle things himself. He asked the reporter to simply send him content for posting, and he would copy and paste it. That simple approach made the reporter ridiculously excited. He even suggested Suho upload selfies and photos for his fans. But Suho wasn't confident taking pictures. The reporter advised him to just relax and at least make the account. Before long, Suho would become an influencer. After the call, Suho created his Instagram account, and immediately, his phone started buzzing nonstop with notifications. A massive number of users started following him. Inside the house, Haiwan noticed the phone buzzing constantly, but Suho said it was fine. He figured Jinwoo was already aggressively promoting his new account, so he quickly muted all notifications. Finally, the big day had arrived. The appreciation plaque ceremony kicked off at the Hunter Association headquarters. A massive crowd had gathered inside. Reporters, fans, and people holding signs roared Suho's name and the title, Guardian Priest. Suho had expected a simple ceremony, but the screaming fans and swarming reporters told a very different story indeed. The sheer number of people was overwhelming, forming a literal sea of excitement. Security guards struggled to control the surging crowd, begging them to stop pushing and wait. Outside, 2 association workers stared in utter shock, completely stunned by the massive turnout. They checked and confirmed that all these people had come for only one person, Hunter on Suho. They found it unbelievable, especially since the event had never even been posted online. It was the first time in the association's history that such a scenario had ever occurred. For an unofficial event, Suho's fame had truly reached another level entirely. Inside the auditorium, the chaos continued. Fans filled every inch of the space, holding signs for On Suho and Sword God, buzzing with anticipation. One girl even mentioned she had skipped school just to attend. Others discussed how the fan club president, Golden Horse, was absent, so they planned to take plenty of photos for her. In the press section, reporter Joe Jinwoo was busy texting. He informed Suho that a massive crowd had shown up for him and asked where the MC was. Suho had actually arrived early and had been observing everything while using his monochrome solitude skill, which made him invisible to others, unless he chose to be seen. A fan sat directly in front of him, with no idea that the sword god was right behind her. Suho soon received a message from Chief Pai, asking him to meet in the hallway, next to the waiting room. He stealthily snuck out to meet his senior. Chief Pai was utterly astonished by the number of fans, and jokingly called Suho a superstar, which made Suho let out a chuckle. Chief Pai then brought up the recent article about the young Deungpo slums that had stirred up public sentiment toward the Hunter Association. Suho already knew the article would make the association look terrible, but Chief Pai seemed completely unfazed by reporters, which totally explained how easily the journalist had entered. Today, Chief Pai congratulated Suho on the award and bolted off for something urgent, maintaining his typical cool, distant style. Then, an announcer called everyone to take their seats. The ceremony was about to begin. Suho strode toward the stage as the crowd absolutely erupted in excitement. Cameras flashed everywhere. Fans screamed, going wild over his appearance, some claiming they finally understood why people fell for him, and others joked that they gladly let the sword god cut them down. Suho confidently stepped forward to receive his plaque of appreciation from Association President Young Kyung-won. They then posed for photos. The president playfully teased him about being good at posing, and Suho, ever polite, responded, deflecting the credit right back, keeping the atmosphere light and friendly. The president highly praised Suho's work in Yeongdongpa and subtly hinted that some good news, likely a job offer, was on its way. Suho immediately figured this meant special recruitment. The president then invited him to say a few words. Suho thanked everyone, stating he'd simply done what he believed he was meant to do. He admitted feeling strange about getting an award just for helping people, but promised to keep working hard. Fans screamed their love for him, and he could only laugh, thanking them sincerely. A brief QA session followed, with reporter Kim Sang-won asking if Suho still intended to join the association, to which he simply replied, yes. Another reporter then brought up his new Instagram account, and Suho explained that a friend had actually recommended it, leading him to give it a shot. Someone else pointed out he'd gained 50,000 followers in a single day, asking how that felt. Suho replied he'd turned off his notifications and had no idea. Still, he could sense the public's keen interest. Someone then inquired about his very first post. Suho stated he'd likely upload the plaque he'd just received. Suddenly, Jean Huey stood up and the room instantly tensed. Staff members started whispering amongst themselves, realizing he was that reporter, the one who'd penned the article, criticizing the association. President Kyung-won grew visibly irritated, believing his staff had made a huge blunder by allowing him entry. But the reporter ignored their reactions entirely. He was there for real questions. He asked Suho if he'd seen his article about the Yeongdongpo slums. Suho had. The reporter then brought up the criticism regarding the police and the association, ignoring those in desperate need of help, asking if Suho was aware of the problem. Suho calmly stated he was fully aware of it. It was a risky moment indeed, as the room was packed with powerful association members, but the reporter pressed on. He then asked if Suho joining the association would truly help improve the situation. The president nearly leaped from his seat, barely restrained by his aides. Suho, with a slight smirk, stated that if he joined, he'd do everything in his power to eradicate corruption, so no one would ever have a reason to doubt the association again. The reporter thanked him, and the public portion of the ceremony concluded. Later, Suho and Jean Huey departed together in a car. Suho praised him for his work. The reporter joked that the staff's angry glares had made him incredibly nervous, but Suho noted he'd acted brave the entire time. The reporter then apologized, just in case his questioning had been too harsh. Explaining his job required him to act, while public attention was still laser-focused. He wanted to keep that momentum going strong, and that's why he planned to drop another article. Soon, Suho truly appreciated it, because he finally got to voice what he truly wanted to say, especially about improving the association. The reporter was almost in disbelief that Suho genuinely meant every single word, but Suho clarified he absolutely wouldn't lie. While receiving such a prestigious award, he genuinely intended to make real changes. Just a few days passed, and Suho received his brand new civil servant ID. He had been officially appointed as a level 5 official, far faster than anyone could have ever expected. At the very same time, the entire internet exploded with heated discussions about Suho's incredible past achievements, especially the incident where he took down violent criminals in the Yeongdongpo slums. Dozens of online articles popped up, quickly gathering millions of views. People everywhere just couldn't stop talking about him. Some users claimed that Suho was the only cool person in Yeongdongpo, while others hailed him as a genuine hero. Still, some were incredibly jealous and complained that the police, or the Hunter Association, should have handled the situation instead. A few wondered if Suho was simply doing what Nexus ordered, or if he was seeking too much attention. Some online troublemakers jokingly suggested he might get sued by the criminals he defeated, but the majority agreed that the real losers were the criminals, not the man who stopped them. People argued a lot, but everyone agreed that something absolutely massive was happening. Then, major headlines exploded everywhere. The news declared that Suho was joining the Great Hunter Association. Broadcasts repeated it constantly, referring to him as the true hero of Yongdongpa, and announcing that Swordmaster Anseho had earned a special, grade 5 position. Crowds of fans and reporters waited at the entrance of the association building, screaming his name, like he was a superstar gracing a sold-out concert, rather than a civil servant just showing up for work. The uproar simply wouldn't stop. Everyone was buzzing. What would happen to Nexus now that Suho had officially joined the association? Online, a flurry of questions erupted about whether he still had a contract binding him to them, and if Nexus was feeling betrayed by his departure. Inside Nexus's main office, their boss, Bae Dong-yuk, remained surprisingly calm. He calmly stated that everyone was buzzing about them, and it was time to release an official statement. Nexus wasted no time, dropping multiple news articles, sincerely wishing Suho the very best of luck, clarifying that there were absolutely no contract issues, and even going on to explain that they had never paid Suho a single signing bonus. The message was crystal clear. Nexus wanted everyone to know. They fully supported Suho's decision. Elsewhere, two men intently watched the news and read newspapers. They certainly seemed like seasoned hunters. They remarked that Nexus truly was the premier guild, while others, like Hexagon and Prime, were solely driven by money. They recounted Hexagon's truly appalling actions, such as letting a weak hunter tragically perish because he didn't receive a crucial potion in time, and forcing mages to work until they utterly collapsed. A TV report then featured Nexus's guild leader, Bae Dong-yuk, in an exclusive interview. The reporter directly asked if Nexus had kicked Suho out due to public pressure, but Bae Dong-yuk vehemently denied it. He explained that Suho yearned for real field experience before taking his civil service exam, and that joining Nexus initially had simply been a stepping stone along the way. He admitted he was saddened to see Suho leave, but stated emphatically that Suho truly belonged in a role where he could save people, not confined within a private company. Suho and Nexus were clearly reinforcing each other's public image. Meanwhile, back at the Hunter Association, Suho tried desperately not to sweat under all the attention. The crowd's fervent screams continued unabated, while cameras flashed relentlessly nonstop. He pondered the immense weight of being watched by so many eyes. He then remembered Jinwa's advice, who had told him to show his face to the fans, because they would surely be disappointed otherwise. Suho admitted to himself that the advice made perfect sense, even though he aimed to project a cool and mysterious vibe this time. He truly wanted to control his own narrative, rather than letting others dictate his path. Suho stepped into the Hunter Association lobby, where President Kyungwon and Vice President Kyumin were already waiting. Cameras flashed incessantly as the president welcomed him with overwhelming friendliness, declaring the day historic and showering him with congratulations before ushering him inside. They then entered the elevator. The moment the doors slid shut, the president immediately dropped his formal tone, becoming noticeably more casual. He inquired if Suho was doing well, and if he was familiar with his schedule. Suho confirmed he was fine, but hadn't been informed of the specific details yet. The president explained that the vice president would brief him on everything. Once the elevator reached the designated floor, the president departed, leaving Suho with Vice President Sumon. Suho found it slightly unusual that the vice president himself would be personally giving the briefing, but Sumon simply led him down the hallway to an office where Chief Pai waited alongside Chulman. Sumon clarified that these two would be his guides and wished him the best of luck. Chief Pai greeted Suho with a broad smile, telling him to take a seat. He acted overtly friendly, even asking Chulman to fetch Suho a drink. Suho found it amusing that two individuals from completely different departments would both be assigned to train him. Chief Pai then instructed Suho to call him senior in private and only use the title chief in official situations. Suho nodded, acknowledging the significance of that request, especially since Chief Pai was notoriously strict about titles and reputation. Chief Pai then began to test Suho's knowledge regarding his new position. Suho explained that he was aware of the probation period. Normally, a grade 5 officer would train at the HR center before being assigned to a specific branch office. But because the Hunter Association was unique, Suho would instead rotate through all departments for 2 to 3 months each. Every department was absolutely buzzing to snag a superstar. Like him, Chief Pai even promised that after his training, Suho could officially join the Special Forces Division. Suho vividly remembered the real promise, which was a direct transfer to the Special Forces, not the Gate Management Department. He also understood that with so many eyes fixed on him, he absolutely had to follow the official process. Chief Pai then introduced Chu-Man, who would be Suho's overall supervisor. While each department had its own boss, Chu-Man would oversee the bigger picture and answer all of Suho's questions. After Chief Pai left, Suho realized the chief had really only come to issue a silent warning to Chu-Man. Don't try to steal Suho for your own department. Suho found it a bit petty, honestly, but let it go. Chulman then explained the intense training plan. There were 5 departments: Special Forces, Administration, Awakening, Gate, and Resources. Suho already knew and quickly recited what each department handled. Chulman was impressed, but figured Suho had probably just memorized it straight from a document. He informed Suho that his very first rotation would be in the Awakening Department. As they walked toward the department, Suho noted this meant he'd finally meet Director Lee Wanik, a prominent member of the president's faction, and someone Suho fully planned to remove later. Chulman continued, explaining that every single department would have people closely monitoring Suho and putting him through various tests, which meant he had to pass everything thrown his way. Still, Chulman remained confidently positive, insisting Suho would do just fine, keeping that cheerful, supportive attitude he always carried with him. When they arrived at the Awakening Department, Suho immediately thought to himself he wouldn't need his memory abilities. For this part, there was one person here no one could ever forget. Inside the office stood Lee Wanik, looking incredibly authoritative behind his desk. He stood up immediately to greet them, calling it a distinct honor to have a national superstar like Suho start his very first rotation in the department. He also said he would be the one grading Suho's work, and acted overly chummy. Suho's thoughts immediately jumped to what he knew about this man. Wanik was a huge deal within the association, and had extremely close ties with the chairman. After he'd left for another company, rumors circulated that he was knee-deep in human trafficking, but nothing concrete ever came to light. Thanks to Kyung Won's masterful cover-up, Suho believed things might just turn out differently. This time, now that he knew the truth about the past, this entire place needed a total cleanup from top to bottom. A knock at the door, and Wanik quickly identified the visitor as Jun Song, then called him in. He introduced him as the officer, who would be assisting Suho in the Awakening Department. The two exchanged polite handshakes, and Jun Song mentioned he'd heard a lot about Suho, feeling amazed to work with someone so popular. Suho acted humble, but internally, He admitted he had no memory of this man whatsoever. Everyone below team leader was simply called officer. So it made sense Jun Song tried some lighthearted joking, even mentioning he wanted Suho's autograph later. He then encouraged Suho not to stress about the job, pointing out Suho already had a clear future destination. Suho pretended not to understand, but Jun Song clarified that everyone already knew. He was headed straight for the Special Forces Division. Suho realized that Chief Pai hadn't kept his plans secret at all, but he didn't mind one bit. Having a powerful person in his corner only made life easier, even if it felt a little awkward, to be treated like royalty all the time. Then, Jun Song handed him a thin folder, which he described as the department's quick manual. Normally, the full manual was absolutely massive, but they created a special, simplified version just for Suho. Oh, connections truly changed everything. He explained that the Awakening Department was divided into two major sections, Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Affairs, each with its own specialized teams. Suho would first take a theory test and complete one field training session. With each division, he reassured Suho not to worry, since everything had already been prepared in advance. He then handed him a business card and told him to call if anything strange occurred. After he left, Suho then sat down, diving into the manual. Even as a summary, it seemed like a daunting amount. But Suho wasn't bothered in the slightest. He had his library of memories, which functioned like a cheat code for his mind. The system activated, and all the information effortlessly flowed into his mind. For him, it was a breeze. Any memory test became trivial. About 40 minutes later, Jun Song returned, declaring it was time to begin. He expected the test to take at least 30 minutes, because the questions were designed to be incredibly difficult and tricky. But once Suho started, his pen flew across the paper like a lightning-fast machine. Jun Song just stared in utter disbelief. Suho finished in a mere 10 minutes and calmly handed in his paper. It was the first time anyone had ever completed that test that quickly. While Suho prepared to leave, Jun Song offered to show him the cafeteria, but Suho declined, stating he already had lunch plans. Suho then made a discreet phone call to Chulman. He asked if Chulman was busy, and since he wasn't, Suho suggested they grab lunch together and asked him to keep it a secret from everyone. Chulman enthusiastically agreed. Back in Chulman's office, Jun Song entered, just as the supervisor was finishing his phone call. He informed him that Suho had already finished the theory test. Chulman was utterly surprised it was already over, but Jun Song insisted it was true. Together, they examined the test and carefully fed it into the grading machine. With nervous anticipation building, the machine then displayed a perfect, dazzling score of 100. Thinking it might be a malfunction, it checked it by hand, but after multiple reviews, the result remained the same, a flawless, perfect score. Jun Song nearly lost his mind, exclaiming no one had ever achieved this. Especially on their very first day, he finally understood why Chief Pai wanted Suho so desperately. Chulman could only laugh, admitting internally that he had secretly hoped to work with Suho first. But Chief Pai's influence was simply overwhelming. It was tough to compete, honestly, especially when Suho performed at that level. Meanwhile, Suho was just casually yawning in the hallway, completely unfazed, like none of it even mattered to him. After their lunch, Suho and Chulman settled onto a bench, right next to a vending machine. Suho mentioned that since Chulman had treated him to lunch, he wanted to get the coffee. Then Chulman casually asked why Suho had suddenly decided to eat together. Suho explained quite simply that he didn't really know many people in the association yet. And honestly, he didn't want to eat alone. Chulman was pretty much the only person he knew well. Chulman joked that if Chief Pai ever heard that, he'd probably feel a little hurt, but Suho said he just wanted a comfortable, easy place to eat, so it couldn't be helped. After a comfortable, quiet pause, Chulman congratulated him on his perfect score. From that very morning, he explained that he'd graded it immediately because Jun Sung kept pestering him endlessly. He then joked that Suho was absolutely insane. Not only could he fight, entering the association as a special grade 5, but now he turned out to be incredibly smart too. To Chulman, Suho truly felt like the main character of some story. Suho just said it was thanks to the people around him, and that he'd seen similar tests before. Chulman teased that too much modesty just annoyed people. So Suho laughed and openly admitted that he was amazing. For the first time in a long, long while, he truly smiled sincerely. It felt incredibly refreshing since restarting his life. It felt like he was constantly just doing homework. But sitting here right now, drinking coffee with someone he used to be close to, brought back memories of simpler days. He remembered when he'd almost died from poisoning, thinking it was all over, but now. He promised himself he'd never fall like that again. He fully intended to overcome every single disaster and reclaim a truly peaceful life. Suho then asked if Chulman had any tips about working in both the awakening and non-awakening divisions. Chulman started explaining, asking if Suho knew what the awakening division actually did. Suho simply said yes. Their purview covered both awakened and non-awakened individuals. Chulman agreed, but he stressed that their biggest challenge was maintaining up-to-date information. No one could view an awakened individual's status window, except for the awakened person themselves. They had to personally report in and update their information, ignoring the deadline led to fines and eventually even jail time. After repeated warnings, there was even a specific term for such cases. Malignan non updates. Managing those troublemakers was their primary objective. He continued, explaining that awakened individuals were practically superheroes. Some were so durable that bullets simply bounced off. Others could vanish as if they'd never even been there. Every country desperately needed their data regularly updated. It might sound like the association treated them as potential walking catastrophes, but there was currently no better method available. Suho then inquired about the non-awakened side. Chulman explained it worked similarly. Sometimes people awakened as players and went into hiding. Instead of registering, the department had to track down and arrest those unregistered players. Suho already knew all of this, but pretended to be new after the break. Suho returned to the building. Walking beside Chun Song, the officer asked if Suho enjoyed his meal, and stated that they would begin work in the awakening department. He congratulated him again on his perfect score, noting that even the director would be pleased. They arrived at an office where a man was waiting. This was Lee Moon-ho, chief of the awakening section. He greeted them warmly and said he had already heard about Suho's perfect score. He handed him a folder and said he could begin his field training immediately. He wished him luck, and Suho acknowledged it. Walking down the hallway, Chun Song explained that Suho's first mission involved tracking down malignant non-updaters. His task would be to locate those troublesome individuals and compel them to update their information. He handed Suho a folder labeled non-updata list. Suho asked if this was truly the list of people he had to deal with. Jun Song even confirmed it, saying the list wasn't particularly long, so the job should be manageable. But when Suho glanced at the list, his expression instantly hardened. He found the whole thing utterly ridiculous. Every single name belonged to someone who were notoriously dangerous individuals, known for giving even the awakened section a seriously difficult time. He wondered if this was another hidden test from Chief Pai, who loved testing his subordinates relentlessly. Still, Suho decided he was ready for whatever came next. He'd take down every person on that list, one way or another. Since Junsong worked a desk job and not in the field, he introduced Suho to a new mentor, Han Ho-zong, a grade 7 field officer. Junsong introduced him as a veteran at catching non-updaters. Then, Junsong slipped out of the room, leaving the two alone. Suho introduced himself, while Ho-zong leaned back casually against the desk, looking utterly relaxed. He suggested they check the list first. When he saw the names, he let out a deep sigh. The association had told him to treat Suho like a VIP, yet they'd handed him this insane list. It was filled with legendary troublemakers who had either vanished or were considered impossible to catch. Ho-zong guessed that the association wanted Suho to look like a hero because everyone was watching him. He asked if Suho already knew how to use the stat scanner and the necessary tools. Suho confirmed he did. Ho-zong said no extra training was needed then. He asked if Suho planned to choose his first target. Suho said he did, and pointed at a photo of a man with long, dark hair. Ho-zong asked if Suho even knew who the man was. He was a malignant non-updater who had fled overseas and evaded capture. But that didn't stop Suho. He said that if the man was still on the list, then he absolutely had to be pursued. Suho pressed his hand firmly onto the list, covering the photo of his chosen target. With a confident smile, he prepared himself to track down every one of those legendary troublemakers. The page displayed a photo of a dark-haired man named Kim Gung-won, an illegal pharmacist, whose real occupation was designing doping substances. He provided doping drugs to both ordinary and professional athletes. The issue was that the drugs he distributed didn't rely on chemical doping effects, but on skill-based doping, something far more dangerous and much harder to trace. Suho scanned through the information and noted that Kim Gung-won denied all charges. Yet multiple reports had already been filed that confirmed the accusations. An update to his status window had been requested years ago, but he had continuously fled, avoiding every attempt to track him. His current location was presumed to be overseas. Normally, when an unregistered hunter goes untraceable for a long time, they are declared missing. But the fact that his name remained on the active list meant one thing: he was still operating. Suho realized that even the Awakening Division recognized the ongoing threat he posed. Despite this being an obvious hunter-related criminal case, it fell under the jurisdiction of the Awakening Division instead of the Special Forces Division. The Special Forces Division never moved, without solid evidence, no matter how suspicious the situation was. As Suho closed the file in his hands, he reflected that the Special Forces Division also struggled with chronic manpower shortages. But the bigger issue was that Chief Pai simply avoided anything he considered unprofitable or bothersome. Han Ho-zong scratched his neck and expressed his concern that the suspicion was understandable, but catching someone presumed to be overseas seemed impossible. Suho stared at him and questioned whether he truly believed the man was overseas. Ho-zong reacted with shock. Suho explained that Kim Gung-won was absolutely still in Korea. The reports confirmed that domestic athletes were still abusing his substances. With his drugs so readily available, his base of operations had to be within the country. Suho pointed out that drug smuggling protocols were incredibly strict, making it almost impossible to maintain such a smooth supply chain from abroad. Ho Zung, now seated, admitted that the argument was compelling. But a report, he reminded them, was only a report. They still didn't know for certain if those individuals were actually using performance enhancers. Suho met his gaze intently and declared they would verify it themselves. Ha-sang pointed out that skill-based doping left no physical traces in the body, unlike chemical doping, creating a huge challenge. Suho declared he would handle the verification personally, which only confused Ho Zong further. The officer then emphasized that this wasn't even an official acquisition request, but simply an anonymous tip. This meant Suho wouldn't get a warrant. He wondered how Suho planned to manage anything without one. Suho remained steadfast. He stated he had a separate plan and wanted to tackle this case solo. Technically, this was a field evaluation, so he wanted a chance to attempt his own method first. If that failed, they could revert to Ha Zhuang's approach then. Ha Zhuang, still puzzled but not wanting to press it, simply brushed it off and told him to proceed however he wished. Suho bowed slightly, thanking him for his trust. Ho Zong added that he could call him anytime if he ever needed help with it. Suho left the office, ready to execute his plan. Ho Zong, leaning back in his chair, thought to himself he had no idea what kind of plans Suho was counting on, but he assumed Suho would learn the hard way. Tracking a fugitive, unregistered hunter was nothing like Suho had ever done before, and the reality of it would hit him soon enough. As Suho stepped outside, he pulled out his phone and contacted Nexus Academy. He informed them he was heading there immediately, and that he needed something taken care of. A little later, G1 appeared, chuckling confidently, commenting the request seemed easy enough. Inside the Nexus Academy lounge, Suho and G1 sat together. As G1 then confirmed his only task was to locate Kim Gung-van, Suho verified it. G1 studied the file, concluding that if they followed the numbers in the reports, they could eventually trace Kim Gung-wan's phone. Once they found the phone, they'd have his location, and Suho could take him down from there. Suho watched him, certain he'd made the right decision by coming to him. G1 modestly brushed it off, calling it a simple task, and asked if they should begin right away. He mentioned one more person would join them, Hyung Min from the Banshee team. G1 wondered why Hyung Min was involved. But then, Suho explained Hyung Min's ability was essential. They would infiltrate a heavily secured phone and extract data from inside it. Now G1 understood the purpose. With the plan settled, Suho signaled the start. Sometime later, G1 made a phone call, pretending to be a Kwon Songmin from a telecom base station, asking if the phone belonged to Mr. Hamdae Young, and advertising a new internet plan. The person on the other end only responded with disinterest and cut the call. Suho observed him, noting his good acting. G1 brushed it off, saying that since they confirmed the informants number was legitimate, it was time to move forward. G1 activated his digitization skill, and immediately, the three of them shrank, entering the smartphone. They landed on the digital screen inside the device, confirming they were in the correct place. G1 explained all they needed was to find traces of contact or trade records with a drug dealer. Searching text messages or messenger apps would make it quick. Their eyes landed on a Telegram icon, recalling that Telegram was often used for illegal trades like these. So, That's where they began their search. Jivan approached the icon, attempting to access it, only to find it completely locked down. This immediately tensed him. Suho then looked at Hyungmin, indicating that he'd take care of it. Jivan, confused, warned that firewalls like this weren't easy to break through. Suho explained that Jivan didn't know about Hyungmin's unique personal skill. Hyungmin possessed the ability to create a special doorway, capable of bypassing any digital barrier. His skill was aptly named Portal Creation. Hyungmin raised his hands, and a blue orb began to form. And suddenly, a mystical door materialized before them. Suho immediately grasped in that moment that while apps like Telegram would normally alert users of hacking attempts, Hyungmin's ability didn't attack the firewall directly. Instead, it skillfully created an entrance through it, leaving absolutely no trace. This reminded Suho how the Banshee team had executed terror strikes with surgical precision, all thanks to Hyungmin. Meanwhile, Jivan pondered his past struggles, remembering the countless times he'd wrestled with firewalls. Through sheer manual labor and brute force effort, Suho, noticing his gloomy expression, gently reminded him that he was the only one capable of allowing them entry. In the first place, still carrying the emotional weight, Jivan, Suho led the group through the newly opened portal. Inside the messages, they quickly found crucial information. The three suddenly stopped at one critical detail, realizing they had finally located the exact right place. Right in front of them appeared a room clearly labeled drugs. Inside that room sat two distinct avatars, facing each other. Jivan immediately identified them as Hamdaeho and the drug dealer. Fortunately, they hadn't left the chat room just yet. These avatars represented the actual chat logs. Suho placed a hand on a box resting on the table and determined from its contents that the avatar in front of them was definitely the dealer they were looking for. They now needed to follow the information upward. Jivan confirmed that the door behind the dealer's avatar led directly into the dealer's own Telegram account. Once they ventured through it, they discovered multiple doors, each leading somewhere. Each one represented a different transaction the dealer had completed. Jaiwan was stunned that the chat rooms, visualized as an entire building, clearly showed how many people had communicated with the dealer. Suho analyzed it, declaring, "It's time to send every single one of them back to prison." They then began tracking the very top of the chain. Suho instructed them to meticulously search every chat and collect all phone numbers and call records. Eventually, Suho and Jaiwan pinpointed a particular number. Jaiwan identified it as belonging to the main supplier. If they followed it, they would reach the true source. The trio repeated this grueling process for a while, tirelessly searching for more intel. After hours of relentless searching, they emerged from another digital doorway. Feeling utterly exhausted, Suho wondered aloud just how many layers of subcontracting existed. Young men, looking utterly drained, guessed they were being extra cautious, given the secretive nature of their business. Suho believed that after tracing through so many layers, it was time they finally found something concrete. At that very moment, Kyungmin opened another door and discovered Kim Gungwon's phone. Inside this eerie digital room, photographs of the man were plastered on every wall, ceiling and corner, top, bottom, everywhere. Hyungmin was utterly shocked by the overwhelming number of images. Jaiwan stared at the photos in utter confusion, wondering why the man's ego had inflated so dramatically and why he had so many selfies. Suho explained that these were likely arbitrary self-photographs used for verification or identity tracking. He then said that since the GPS remained active, they could retrieve the location and head there. Soon enough, Jaewon compared the data and pinpointed Kim Gungwon's home. Suho asked where it was located, and Jaewon explained that the location was in Gangnam, Seoul at Accra Tower. Inside one of the tower's luxurious rooms, a bulky man with a nasty scar slashed across his face lounged back in opulent comfort, with the kind of smugness only ill-gotten gains could buy, bragging how their profits were absolutely skyrocketing, all thanks to their esteemed Mr. Gung. This was Baek Ji-hyun, the infamous boss of the Platinum Gang, and across from him sat Kim Gungwon, feigning modesty while absolutely basking in all the praise. He claimed his stellar results were always thanks to Baek. Then he casually brought up whether the police situation was completely handled. Baek confirmed instantly, without a hint of hesitation, stating that every single layer of law enforcement, from cops to prosecutors, even the Hunter Association, had already been thoroughly bribed. None of them could be touched. Just then, the lights flickered and died, plunging the entire room into sudden darkness. Everyone automatically glanced upward. Gungwon muttered something about a power outage, while Baek Ji-hyun quietly assumed the same. Gungwon complained that this wasn't some cheap, run-down building, and there was no gate rupture happening, so the power cutting out made absolutely no sense. Baek followed up, irritation bubbling inside him, thinking about the ridiculous maintenance, fees they paid, and how this nonsense was utterly unacceptable, promising himself he would give the management a serious piece of his mind. Baek Ji-hyun turned to his bald bodyguard, ordering him to go take care of it. The bodyguard moved toward the door. Without question, but before he could even reach it, the door exploded inward with a violent, deafening crash. The sound ripped through the room, instantly snapping both men out of their irritation. Their attention locked onto the chaos as they tried to process what the hell had just happened. The answer then walked in on its own. Suho stepped through the broken entrance, gripping the bald bodyguard's head like a piece of trash. He slammed it into the floor so hard the skull actually cracked, then gave a cold smirk aimed straight at Gungwon, letting the bastard know he had been found. Gungwon froze when he saw Suho, demanding to know who he was, while Baek stood beside him, casually puffing on a cigar, commenting that Suho looked strangely familiar. Suho rose to his full height and dramatically introduced himself. Flashing his ID, he introduced himself as On Suho, the record updater for the Awakening Department of the Korean Hunter Association, and declared that Kim Gun had intentionally dodged record updates for years. That alone was sufficient grounds for an immediate on-site arrest. Terrified and shocked, Kim Gungwon recognized him as none other than the sword god, On Suho. Suho confirmed his identity, scratched his neck, telling him to cooperate obediently. Instead, the men immediately took up their fighting stances. Suho simply observed their audacity and warned that if they didn't want to die, they'd better submit. Moments later, the two criminals were kneeling on the ground, with thoroughly beaten expressions, while Suho stood tall and composed before them, thanking them for their cooperation. In their minds, the criminals thought he had just unilaterally thrashed them, and wondered how that counted as cooperation. Suho then turned to Yunho and thanked her for her EMP ability, which allowed them to enter so easily. Yunho blushed, idly playing with her hair, admitting the job felt so easy and anticlimactic. It almost seemed like a waste of training time. Hyungmin, standing nearby, revealed that she had actually skipped training and rushed over here excitedly. But before he could finish, Younghwa sharply elbowed him and reminded him that when the team leader called, she always had to come running happily. Meanwhile, Suho calmly sat in a chair in front of the criminals and suggested they continue their conversation. He first looked at Kim Gungwon, taking out the stat-measuring device. He then remarked on its impressive capabilities. System rules prevented people from seeing one another's status windows directly, but the association could still check stats through reaction results based on input values. Officially, the innovation boasted an accuracy above 70. But in practice, Suho had extracted 100 accuracy. Kim Gungvan Punichkit, thinking to himself that Suho had beaten him, until the results reached a perfect 100. Suho simply smiled at him and reminded him that he had even healed him, so there was no reason to look so upset. He repeated that if the measured stats later failed to match what they recorded now, he would die faced with that statement. Kim Gungwon desperately agreed. Then Suho focused on Baek Ji-hoon, who had recently risen as a big shot in Gangnam. Thanks to Kim Gungwon, Suho knew this man needed to be arrested someday. But since today was only an on-site assessment, it would be difficult still. He could not pretend he had not seen him, standing right there. Suho looked at him and addressed him as Baek Ji-hoon, pointing out that the man had said something unclear. Earlier, Baek Ji-hoon asked what he meant. Suho continued, stating that Baek Ji-hoon had bribed the police, prosecutors, and the Korean Hunter Association. The sudden accusation left Baek Ji-hoon trembling, as Suho pressed for more details, specifically wanting to know who, inside the Korean Hunter Association, was involved. Suho placed a hand on Baek Ji-hoon's shoulder and warned him to refrain from actions that caused misunderstandings, or he would die. The cold tone made Baek Ji-hoon in fear and promise understanding. From the sidelines, Yanawa and Hyung-min watched the scene unfold. Yanawa commented that it brought back memories, and that it had been very scary back then, while Hyung-min admitted he never expected Suho to become someone he respected. This much meanwhile, Baek Ji-young confessed that he had bribed Park Hyun, the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho asked if it was just one person. Baek Gyo-hung cried as he insisted it was only him, and begged Suho to believe him. Suho looked at him and sensed he was not lying. He then wondered whether Park Hyun knew nothing about the awakening and non-awakening assessments. If Park Hyun had known, he would have removed anyone connected to him from a list, or given special instructions to protect them. This meant someone had targeted Park Hyun. It would not have been Section Chief Lee Moon-ho, the one who provided the list, but the mere fact that Lee Moon-ho assigned him this evaluation task meant someone higher up must have pressured him, someone above Park Koo-man, or even his equal. Possible candidates were narrowed down to Chairman John Kyung-won and Special Unit Chief Pai Sung-yeol to Chairman John Kyung-won. Park Koo-man was practically his right-hand man, so harming him made no sense. Pai Sung-yeol's official rank was lower than Park Koo-man's, but everyone knew his actual influence was far greater. Suho concluded the most likely suspect was Pai Sung-yeol, according to his memories. He didn't recall the vice president and Chief Pai being on bad terms, and he decided he'd have to watch carefully. If Kim Gungwon were captured, either Pai Sung-yeol or Park Hyun would react. Suho grabbed Kim Gungwon by the collar and told him he was coming with him, while telling Baek Gyo-eum that he'd be seeing him again and intentionally refraining from arresting him. At that moment, the statement thoroughly confused Baek Gyo-eum. Suho warned him to take care because he would return. With that, Suho and the Banshee team left the luxurious room, leaving the busted-up Baek Gyo-Yum in utter confusion. After some time, when Suho returned to the association, he found Senior Ho-sung dozing on a sofa. As soon as he noticed Suho, he yawned and asked if Suho had found Kim Gung-won, clearly assuming Suho had failed. But when Suho confirmed he had found him, Ho-sung became confused, struggling to believe it. So, Suho repeated the update, saying he had located Kim Gung-won, updated his status window information, and placed him in the interrogation room. Ho-sung was still rattled as Suho told him to follow, so they could check on him later. Ho-sung and Suho stood behind a window, watching Kim Gung-won sit inside the interrogation room while someone questioned him. Ho-sung thought about how this vicious S-class problem case had evaded capture for years, but Suho had captured him in just a single day, or, more incredibly, in only a few hours. The criminal was even cooperating without a fuss. Ho-sung's gaze drifted to the stat measuring device, and he pondered how this very machine, which usually yielded only 70 accuracy, yet this time the results had come out, nearly identical to the real stats. He stared at Suho, marveling that something so notoriously difficult had been handled with such effortless ease, as if Suho had merely gone for a simple stroll. Suho then declared the charges were proven, and they could immediately hand Kim Gung-won over to the Special Forces Department. Ho-sung nodded, still utterly confused. He asked how Suho had managed to catch him. Suho, wearing a completely straight expression, and not even glancing his way, said he simply asked around here and there, and got lucky. He then asked if he could also bring in the remaining non-updaters. Ho-sung agreed, suggesting they go together, but Suho abruptly turned, declaring he wanted to catch all of them himself and earn the highest evaluation. This sudden declaration caught Ho-sung completely off guard. Suho bowed slightly, saying he'd ask for help if needed, but requested Ho-sung focus on transferring Kim Gung-won to the Special Forces Department. As Suho walked away, the bewildered 7th grade officer remained standing alone and simply responded with a confused okay. A few days later, chatter filled the office. Someone mentioned intern Suho, saying stories about him catching all the vicious. Non-updaters were spreading like wildfire. People wondered how he managed to accomplish in 2 days what even pro-awakeners couldn't. They declared the real Sword God was also the real Squad God, and the work class difference was simply overwhelming. But they also wondered if the Awakening Department would now receive all the blame. Someone mused the department might start hating in turn Suho for this. Inside the Awakening Department, everyone cheered Suho's name loudly, calling him Sword God over and over. These workers have been scolded endlessly because of those S-class problem cases, but hearing praise even once felt 1,000 times better than constant criticism. They shouted their love for Suho. A woman in the office asked him not to leave and begged him to work there forever. She admitted she never said things like this, but had never seen talent like his. A senior employee with shining eyes declared he had even joined Suho's fan club and told others to call him Suho Priest, all while holding a poster with Suho's face on it. As Suho is leaving with documents in his hands, his colleagues cried out for him not to go. Suho thanked them, but reminded them he needed to finish his work with the Awakening Department first. Soon after he received a call. The name on the screen belonged to Pei Sung-yeol. Chief PAE, while looking at documents, asked Suho if he was busy and told him to come see him if he had a moment. Suho realized instantly that the bite he had been waiting for had finally arrived inside Chief Pai's office. Chief Pai handed a can of Coke to Suho and commented that Suho's performance in the awakening department had been impressive. Suho responded modestly, saying that it was nothing. Chief Pai sat down and questioned him, wondering how Suho could call it nothing when he always produced results far beyond expectations. Suho thanked him. Chief Pai then asked whether the first person he caught was Kim Gung-won. Suho confirmed it, taking a sip of Coke with a smirk. Chief Pai pointed out that if Suho had only seen Kim Gung-won, Suho realized immediately that things were happening exactly as expected, and that Chief Pai already knew everything. That made everything simpler. Suho revealed that he had also seen Baek Ji-hyun. Chief Pai then asked why he had let him go. Suho explained that he believed the man was too big for him to handle. Chief Pai asked why Suho spoke, as if he already understood what he was implying. Suho confirmed his assumption, stating Chief Pai was referring to Baek Ji-hyun's connections. Chief Pai confirmed it, then asked Suho why he hadn't reported back immediately. Suho stated he waited because he had no proper reason to report. Chief Pai pressed for what kind of justification. Suho then clarified that he was planning to join the Special Forces unit, but since Chief Pai's name hadn't been mentioned yet, reporting prematurely would have looked like overstepping his bounds. Suho assumed that if he just waited, either Chief Pai himself or the vice president of the association would call for him. Chief Pai approved of his decision and told him to report everything directly to him. From now on, he said he would, in return, tell Suho everything he wanted to know. Suho agreed. Chief Pai then asked if Suho wasn't curious why he had to report to him. Suho replied there was no need to be curious, since Chief Pai surely had his reasons. Laughing, Chief Pai called him a crazy kid. He then pulled out a credit card and handed it to Suho, telling him he did a good job and should eat something expensive with his friends. After work, he insisted Suho not settle for cheap food, like pork belly, but enjoy anything he wanted. Suho tried to decline, but Chief Pai reminded him that when an adult gives you something, you should accept it with thanks. Suho left the office and walked down the hall, thinking that he'd just walked past the vice president earlier, without saying a word. It became clear that something was going on between the vice president and Chief Pai. Pulling out his phone, Suho called Jaiwon. He told him he'd send a few numbers and instructed him to gather all possible information. Jaiwon agreed without asking any questions. Suho asked why he didn't question him about the details, and Jaiwon replied that if Suho told him to do something, he would simply do it. Suho realized this must have been the same feeling Chief Pai experienced earlier. Suho encouraged Jaiwon to work hard, promising him a feast of expensive food and letting him pick whatever he craved. Jaiwon erupted in celebration on the other end of the call. Right after ending the call, Suho's mind went straight to reporter Joe Jin-wee. He called him, checking if he was free that evening. Later that evening, Suho and Jin-wee clinked their beer glasses together. Jin-wee congratulated him on officially beginning his work as a hunter. Suho thanked him and asked if he'd been swamped with articles lately. Jin-wee replied that it hadn't been difficult, since all he did was add some flavor to the solid foundation Suho provided. He then inquired about the Banshee team and others, and Suho explained he'd reserved a separate table so they could mingle better with Hee-won and the others. Suho then mentioned to Jin-wee that Hee-won won't greet him personally too, so they'd properly invite him out next time. He said this was a small repayment for his help last time. Jin-wee said he should be the one repaying Suho. He explained that Hammer had also helped save victims, and that the Nexus Guild had risen to become a nationally favored guild, which made his related feature articles perform incredibly well. Raising his glass, he said he looked forward to their continued collaboration. Suho raised his glass as well and agreed they should definitely keep working together. The following day at the association, the manager of the non-awakening division, Lee Se-hyun, greeted Suho with beaming energy. She told him she'd heard about his impressive feats and was thrilled to welcome him to the non-awakening division. Seeing his modest expression, she gently chastised him not to be so humble, because it didn't suit him well. She asked if he knew what the division managed. Suho replied that they searched for unregistered hunters. She confirmed this and told him that it would be as difficult as finding a needle in the desert. She said he shouldn't aim for more or less, but just find exactly one person to complete his field evaluation. Suho confidently declared he'd find one fast. She then handed him a blue file, ominously labeled unregistered. "I like your confidence," she remarked. Officer Ian, she explained, would walk him through all the particulars. "Do your best," she urged. Some time passed, as Suho sifted through the reports she'd provided. He then decided to review the documents he'd received earlier. From one I Am Jun Sung, he quickly realized they were just scattered reports. Suho mused over the predicament. There was no way to identify an unregistered hunter unless they confessed themselves or their level noticeably skyrocketed. Otherwise, they were indistinguishable from regular folks. Hunter registration existed, of course, to prevent unexpected incidents, but some people actively avoided it, disliking the fact they'd awakened at all, especially when certain jobs could only be taken by non-awakened individuals, athletes being a prime example. Just then, a voice called out to Suho. It was Joe Song-gil, an investigator for unregistered hunters. He claimed he'd heard about Suho's record-breaking achievements in the Awakening Division. His colleague, he added, Han Ho-zong, had praised Suho nonstop, so he was looking forward to meeting him. Suho responded politely. The officer then asked if Suho intended to tackle this assignment solo. Suho confirmed he'd try it alone first. As the officer turned away, he casually told Suho to call him if he got stuck. Suho instantly realized the man had merely come to dump all the work on him. Suho decided to meet the first person he'd marked for evaluation at a different location. A dartboard bristled with perfectly centered arrows. A blond boy named Park Gun had expertly shot every single one. People behind him loudly praised his incredible skill, declaring his abilities never disappointed. Another person commented that he'd likely win the upcoming tournament yet again. Someone else noted that the first place prize money would be massive, and they felt a pang of jealousy. Suddenly, two other students approached Park Gun. A girl invited him to karaoke with them. It had been a while, but Park Gun replied he had to help his mother at the shop, telling them to go on without him. The black-haired boy grumbled that, even the day before the big tournament, when practice let out early, he still had responsibilities. Park Gun apologized, promising they'd go another time. Later that day, he arrived at the restaurant, announcing he was home. Inside, he spotted an officer eating. It was Suho, casually digging into some fancy dishes. The boy instantly recognized him as the legendary sword god, but his mother quickly shushed him, quietly reminding him not to bother customers. The boy nodded in agreement, and his mother asked why he was home so early when it was still training time. He explained that practice had ended early, because the tournament was tomorrow. She then asked why he didn't hang out with his friends, but he simply tied on an apron and said he couldn't leave her working alone. He then asked if he could take care of the sword god's bill, if it hadn't been paid yet. She agreed. When Suho asked for the bill, the boy told him it was 10,001 won and asked if he wanted a receipt. Suho declined, then addressed him by name. The boy froze, utterly shocked that Suho knew who he was. Suho then revealed he was from the Korean Hunter Association's non-awakening department. The mere mention of the non-awakening department made the boy's face turn ashen pale. He immediately began backing away, apologizing profusely, saying he was busy and had no time. Suho assured him it would only take a moment. But the boy bolted out of the restaurant, apologizing as he ran. His mother watched him leave, wondering why he was acting that way. In an alley, the boy slumped to the ground. A system window ominously hovered before him, asking if he wanted to pursue his power. The boy stared at it miserably, wondering why this had to happen now of all times. Still shaken, Gung remained crouched on the ground. He'd told no one about the status window, the one that had appeared days ago. Yet somehow, the association already seemed to know. If people discovered he was an awakener, even at level 1, his archery career would be over. An awakener was still an awakener, and revealing it now was simply not an option. He forced himself to stay low, convincing himself to endure just a little longer. His phone suddenly rang, and as he answered, he slowly stood up, steadying himself. He told her he was nearby. She mentioned that Hunter and Suho had already left, and Goon immediately pressed for more. Wanted to know if he'd really left. Without saying anything, his mother explained that she had only spoken briefly with the sword god, and that nothing else had happened. Hearing this, Goon felt his tension ease for the first time. He told her he was fine, that he would return to the dorm, to rest for the tournament the next day, and that she should eat dinner without worrying about him. She agreed, though. She cautiously checked if everything was really all right. The question snapped something inside him, and he raised his voice, insisting that nothing was going on. The call ended shortly after. Goon exhaled slowly. His mother hadn't sounded anxious or suspicious, and that alone brought him relief. It seemed the sword god had chosen not to tell her anything. The reason behind that decision bothered him. Clutching his phone tighter, he wondered if that man intended to expose him later, though clearly not yet. No matter what was coming, he couldn't abandon tomorrow. This tournament mattered more than anything else. It was the biggest high school archery competition in the country, and the first place prize was 50 million. That money was his grandmother's chance at surgery. He had lived his entire life for this single moment. Once the tournament was over, he'd make sure to report everything accurately. He only needed one more day. The very next day, we find ourselves at the training center, with Park Goon sitting by himself in the waiting area. He seemed uneasy, burdened by his thoughts, as he wondered if Sword God hadn't genuinely shown up to school properly before. The tension was evident on his face. Suddenly, a dark-haired friend greeted him from behind, slightly startling him. Goon reacted on instinct, brushing it off by claiming he felt a bit sick. But his friend noticed his reaction, immediately pointing out Goon seemed nervous, though the blond boy immediately denied it. His friend then reminded Park Goon that, even if he wasn't at his absolute best, first place would still undeniably be his. No one could deny it, his friend chimed in, as he smiled, noting that Goon had never once lost first place. Since joining the school, he'd consistently outranked all the upperclassmen and claimed the top spot every time. That's what true talent looks like. This only deepened Goon's unease, as he countered that his friend defeated upperclassmen daily as well. His friend just shrugged in response, admitting that despite all that, he was still relegated to eternal second place. Ultimately, Only the first place winner was ever remembered. Adding with a smirk, his friend stated that, considering the sheer amount of money his family spent on him, not even managing to secure second place would spell serious trouble at home, especially with a father like his. His friend gave a light fist clench, but then brushed it aside, telling Goon that regardless, he had a reason to win, and he absolutely had to make it happen. "I'll be watching until the very end," he promised. Goon thanked him, admitting the encouragement had helped him feel a little more at ease. Just then, the coach's voice pulled Goon's attention away, calling for him. Elsewhere, One Siyu watched him from the background, a dark smile playing on his lips. The moment Goon stepped into an office, he immediately noticed the coach, deep in conversation with a man dressed completely in black. It only took one glance for him to recognize the man. The man standing there was none other than On Suho himself. Goon immediately wondered what brought him here. Fear crept in fast, sweat forming, as he suddenly realized the officer might have come to take him away. The coach quickly excused himself, saying he'd leave them alone so they could speak comfortably. Once alone, Suho addressed Park Goon and brought up where he'd gone the previous day. The question made Goon stumble over his words, unable to respond properly. Suho then asked the boy if he was awakened, and those words hit Goon like a hammer. His fear intensified, his thoughts spiraling, as he wondered if he should tell the truth or lie. The tournament was right around the corner, and even just participating meant victory for him. He desperately needed the prize money for his grandmother's surgery. There was no other way. He could earn such a large amount. Outside of archery, just this once, he wanted to hold on. Suho placed a firm hand on Goon's shoulder, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter and asking for honesty. Still trembling, Goon finally admitted the truth and confessed that he was awakened. Suho's expression softened into a smile as he thanked him for being honest. Then, without hesitation, he stated that they would report the awakening immediately, and that Goon would have to withdraw from the tournament. He assured him that he could make sure the coach and others wouldn't hear about it. The words left Goon completely stunned. Desperation overtook him as he pleaded, explaining how he hadn't even chosen a class yet and was still only level 1. However, Suho's response was cold and firm. He acknowledged Goon's situation and understood what he wanted to say, but the law was absolute. Even if Goon entered the tournament and reported afterward, any results within a 2-month window will be nullified. This realization struck Goon even harder. Suho explained that reporting it now was the better option, and he then told him to come with him to the association. With no real choice left, Goon reluctantly agreed. Suho led him toward his car, watching as the boy followed quietly, without resistance. Seeing this, Suho felt a sense of relief. In his previous life, Park Gung had won this tournament, but later lost the title in disgrace after his so-called best friend, Hong Wansuk, reported him. That incident twisted him deeply, eventually pushing him into villainy and turning him into the notorious criminal known as Gangwei. It was a painful decision, but with Suho's interference, the boy was saved from his hellish fate. Meanwhile, as they drove along, Suho casually brought up why the boy was acting like some kind of criminal, even though nothing about him really fit that label. The boy shifted uncomfortably and admitted it was because he had hidden the fact that he had awakened. Suho immediately shut that idea down, saying that he hadn't actually done anything wrong. At that moment, the boy snapped his neck to look at Suho so fast. It was almost reflexive. Clearly caught off guard and confused, Suho calmly told him to stop worrying, because he wasn't a criminal in the first place. Still unsettled, Goon struggled to understand and tried to grasp what Suho meant. Suho explained it simply. He asked whether anyone had suffered damage, because he delayed reporting his awakening. The boy admitted that no one had. Hearing that, Suho concluded that there was no problem. Without a victim, there was no crime, and no reason for him to carry guilt. He then instructed Goon that once they arrived, he should report his awakening at the first-floor registration desk. Suho continued, warning him that he likely would not be able to do archery for some time, and perhaps not ever again. Still, he acknowledged Goon's talent, reminding him that he was an excellent archer, and that a promising future would soon unfold for him. Soon, the car pulled up to their destination. It was the association's registration center. Suho dropped the boy off, ready to make his exit. But just as he turned, a voice called his name. It was none other than Investigator Joe. He stood nearby, a cigar clutched in his hand. With a casual, knowing tone, Joe remarked that tackling everything solo must be quite the challenge. Suho calmly replied that it wasn't all that difficult. A faint smile played on his lips. As he added, "I've only just begun." Joe echoed his words, musing that if Suho was truly just starting, then he wouldn't need any help. Suho offered a polite bow, assuring him that he was perfectly fine, before taking his leave. As Suho walked off, he placed a call to Jean Hu, asking if he had a moment to chat. Behind him, Investigator Joe let out a quiet sigh, his eyes on Suho's retreating back. He muttered that the man was clearly struggling, though his pride kept it perfectly hidden. Soon after, the boy arrived at the reception desk. The woman there informed him that his player registration card was ready. He thanked her as he accepted it, staring down at the card in his hand. A heavy thought settled over him. He realized with a jolt he could never return to being an ordinary person again. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the past few days, and an unexpected sense of relief washed over him. Despite the lies he'd told during that time, he decided the first thing he needed to do was tell his mother the truth. He tried calling her repeatedly, but even after 8 attempts, there was no answer. Volley crept in fast, and with it, the fear that something had happened to her. He rushed toward their small restaurant, his heart pounding in his chest, only to be met by a massive crowd gathered outside. As he stepped inside, he saw people packed in nearly every corner. In awe, he wondered what on earth was happening. A dark-haired girl noticed him and instantly complained that her group had been first in line. A different man then scrutinized him closely, asking if he was the famous Park Gum. The moment the crowd registered his identity, a wave of excitement erupted, with people cheering loudly. They recognized him as Ansung, high school star archery prospect. Several even clamored to take pictures with him. Utterly overwhelmed, he struggled to grasp how they even knew who he was. He wondered if the sudden surge in customers was entirely because they'd come to see him. The girl quickly swooped in, clearing up the misunderstanding, explaining they weren't actually there for him. Instead, it was because that the restaurant had been recommended by the sword god. This explanation only bewildered him even more. She excitedly added that the sword god had posted about their delicious food on Instagram. The post had already amassed over 87,000 likes and a whopping 47,000 comments. Some customers chuckled amongst themselves, finding it adorably cute that the sword god's very first post was just a simple food recommendation. Still completely baffled, the boy tried to piece together how they'd recognized him. One of the more studious-looking customers casually chimed in, explaining that doing thorough research before pilgrimage was just basic behavior. Others pressed him with curiosity, asking if he had truly met the sword god. With a hint of pride, he admitted that he had. He even mentioned that he had personally handled the sword god's payment himself. The girl reacted with open jealousy, but then pointed out that his mother looked utterly overwhelmed, suggesting he should really go help. He immediately dashed into the kitchen, telling his mother he'd help out. She questioned him about the competition, asking why he was there instead of training. Tying on an apron, he brushed it aside, saying they could talk later, and that he should start cleaning first. Outside, customers excitedly gazed at the special sword god menu, commenting on how humble and even cute it felt to see the sword god eating simple snack food. The entire day passed with him, serving customers without a moment's pause. By evening, exhaustion finally caught up. Drained, he leaned against the counter. He remarked that since the restaurant opened, this was the busiest day they'd ever experienced. His mother, still bewildered, commented on the sudden chaos, then asked again why he was there, instead of at the competition. Before he could answer, someone outside called out, asking if the restaurant was open. His mother turned and apologized, explaining they were closed for the day because they'd run out of ingredients. The man replied he wasn't a customer. He introduced himself as Joe Jinwei, a reporter from PBS, and said he'd like to interview Park Gong if he had a moment. The boy stood confused, wondering if the man truly wanted to meet him. The reporter confirmed it, explaining they'd received a tip. According to that information, Park Gong had withdrawn from a major competition after honestly reporting that he'd become an awakened person. The words hit hard. His mother froze in shock, struggling to understand what an awakened person's honesty report even meant, and questioned what was really going on. The scene shifted to the archery training ground, where Coach patted Won Suk, offering a few words of encouragement. The boy responded confidently, stating he'd do his best for the competition. Once the coach walked away, his thoughts immediately turned sharp and bitter. He hadn't expected Park Geun to make the first move. Originally, Won-suk had planned to report Geun's awakening right after winning the competition, intending to crush his future. He thinks the higher someone climbed, the harder they were meant to fall. But now that Geun had withdrawn from the match entirely, everything changed. This unexpected move made Won-suk debut much earlier than planned. A few days earlier, he'd overheard Geun muttering to himself about awakening, and that memory seared itself deep into his mind. Jealousy had always simmered beneath the surface. It finally clicked why that beggar kid had been shooting so unnaturally well. The thought that Geun had tricked him and tried to sabotage his future filled him with seething resentment. But now his biggest eyesore was gone. This was his moment. He would conquer the competition and prove himself to everyone. As he began training, whispers spread like wildfire across the field. People quietly remarked on his flawless bow releases, even claiming it looked superior to Geun's technique. The praise fed directly into his ego, twisting it into pure greed. He now saw himself as the one true bow god. His intense focus suddenly shattered when he overheard people discussing an official who had just arrived. That official was none other than Suho. Confusion rippled through the crowd as they wondered why the sword god was even here. Suho approached Won Zayok directly and called him out by name. He then asked him to accompany him to the association. Won Zayok was completely blindsided and immediately demanded an explanation. Suho simply replied that it wasn't something to be discussed in public. He then explained that Won-suk was slated for an investigation that would likely take about a day. Anger surged as Won-suk snapped back, refusing outright. He questioned why an investigation was suddenly happening now. Suho, however, remained perfectly calm and stated that everything would be clarified. On the way there, Wonsok's frustration exploded as he flatly refused again, insisting he absolutely could not go. He then challenged, asking if Suho himself would agree, if he were in the exact same position. That's when Suho dropped the real bombshell. He mentioned Woniok's older brother, Hong Jong-suk. Just hearing that name drained all color from Woniok's face. Suho explained that Dong-suk was currently under a serious investigation for draft dodging, involving a fake awakening report. Because of this, all family members had to undergo awakening verification. The case also involved many people and was being treated with utmost seriousness. Suho looked Wonsok straight in the eyes and asked for his cooperation. Fear quickly crept in as Wonsok struggled to process the words. Draft dodging and corruption. Behind him, other students whispered among themselves, remarking that the sword god was personally escorting him. A girl murmured that it looked like his family had committed a crime. At the association, a dark-haired boy shouted loudly, demanding to know who had reported him. Sitting across from an officer at a desk, he accused him of hypocrisy, pointing out that the very same officer had issued his player license. The officer warned him that continued refusal to cooperate would only make things worse. At that moment, Suho arrived, bringing Wonsok along, watching the situation unfold. Suho reflected that he had caught everyone he could remember being tied to the draft fraud, and now everything was exploding at once. The moment Wonsok saw his brother, his restraint shattered. He struck him instantly, knocking him to the ground, unleashing his rage, as he blamed him for ruining his competition, and spat insults at him, observing the scene. Suho thought about how distorted they all seemed. Investigator Joe rushed over to Suho. Asking for help, Suho calmly replied that interns were not allowed to perform official duties and that he was currently busy undergoing field evaluation. Joe protested, but was suddenly called away by his superior and had to leave. Watching him go, Suho thought that he had already spoon-fed them more than enough and wondered how much more they expected from him. Not long after, he arrived at a PC cafe. Looking around, he noted how old it felt. The place still allowed indoor smoking. It was completely empty. The atmosphere felt frozen in time. Ever since the cataclysm and the rise of virtual reality, the online gaming industry had rapidly collapsed. PC games, relying solely on monitors, stood no chance against immersive VR games. Suho was genuinely surprised that this place was even still operating. His attention then shifted to a gray-haired man, seated nearby. Instantly, Suho realized he had finally found his target. He took the seat beside him and launched the game, Ops. The gray-haired man noticed him and commented on seeing someone play Ops. After such a long time, Suho admitted that getting back into the game after so long wasn't easy. The man found it amusing and remarked that Ops was practically a dead game, so having even one more player felt great. He suggested playing together and asked Suho to add him as a friend. Under the name Railgun, Suho recognized the name instantly and realized he was sitting next to the one ranked Ops player. The man confirmed it casually. Suho expressed his respect and appreciation. Feeling generous, the man stood up and offered to buy Suho something to eat, explaining that he actually worked there and could give him plenty of options. As he browsed the shelves, he asked what Suho wanted. Before he could pick anything, Suho asked him if his name was Kim Q. The reaction was immediate. The gray-haired man froze in shock, fear flashing across his face. As he turned to face Suho and confirmed his name, Suho calmly removed his identification card and revealed his affiliation with the Korean Hunter Association's Non-Awakening Inspection Division. Fixing his gaze on the man, Suho asked him to show his ID. The gray-haired man trembled as he stepped backward, finally confirming he was indeed Kim Gwon. His fear was obvious the moment his identity was exposed. Suho stared straight into his eyes, with unshaken firmness, already knowing the truth, and immediately demanded identification without hesitation. The boy struggled to maintain his composure, claiming his ID was locked inside the staff room, and insisting he be back in a flash. As he subtly moved toward the stairway, Suho followed him closely, already anticipating his next move. The moment they reached the stairs, the boy bolted without a single warning, sprinting away exactly as Suho had predicted. Outside the building, the exhausted boy leaned against a wall, gasping for breath, his thoughts spiraling, as he frantically wondered how the association had managed to track him down. He didn't realize that Suho was already standing right behind him, like a silent shadow. Before the boy could even react, Suho casually remarked on his attempt to escape, and in the very same instant, struck him with a powerful flick to the forehead. The impact alone sent a jolt of pain through the boy's body, instantly dazing him. He dropped to his knees, trembling as the pain overwhelmed his senses. Suho coldly reminded him that any refusal to cooperate or another attempt to flee would result in immediate arrest. Kneeling beside him, Suho listened as the frightened boy protested, insisting he had done nothing wrong. Suho then called him by his real name, Kim John, shattering the boy's composure. He asked whether the person inside the building was his older brother, Kim John. The boy instantly denied it, but Suho remained unmoved, already seeing through the obvious lie. He told him they would go back inside first, as he needed to confirm Kim John's real body. Anger suddenly overtook the boy, and he rushed forward with a clenched fist. The attack was effortlessly stopped with one hand, shocking the boy as Suho twisted his arm without strain. Suho made it clear that he had come to help them, but their actions were only creating unnecessary trouble for him. Moments later, the boy gave in, tapping out under the pressure. Suho smiled calmly, warning him that one more hit would leave him utterly defenseless. He then ordered the boy to lead the way to his home. Inside the room, the gray-haired boy's twin brother lay completely motionless on the bed. Suho stood over him, silently observing the scene. It didn't take long for him to realize the truth. The boy was clearly in a possessed state. On the bed beside him lay identical IDs belonging to the twin brothers, both bearing the exact same name, Kim Gwon. Suho turned his attention back to the gray-haired boy and demanded to know when his brother had woken up. He then revealed that Kim John's possession ability could only activate on the very same player. Hearing this made the boy visibly tense with fear. Suho warned him sternly not to lie, stating their work dates at the PC cafe could be easily checked by anyone. Realizing there was no escaping the truth, the boy broke down, desperately asking what Suho was planning to do next. With his eyes shut tight in desperation, he explained everything in a frantic rush, revealing he was paralyzed from the waist down due to a terrible accident, while his brother had fallen into a vegetative state. They had no parents, no money, and absolutely no support, and this was the only way they could possibly survive. Suho calmly responded that he wouldn't do anything a statement that completely baffled the boy. For clarity, the hooded boy was Kim Gwon, the younger brother, while the disabled one was Kim John, now possessing his own younger brother. Because of his vegetative condition, with that understood, the situation continued. Suho looked at the boy with a calm demeanor and explained he was there to help them both, instructing him to sit down and listen carefully. The boy, irritated and unwilling to trust him, resisted until Suho finally introduced himself as On. Suho. The name struck a nerve, sounding familiar enough to instantly spark panic. The boy quickly pulled out his phone to search the name, only to realize that the legendary sword god himself was standing right there in front of him. At that very moment, the original Gion returned to his own body, confusion washing over his face as he tried to process what was truly happening. Hauling himself toward his wheelchair, Jean focused on Suho, demanding a detailed explanation of how he planned to help them. There was a saying, truly helping the helpless means giving them work, not just handing out money. Suho embraced that principle without hesitation. He declared his intention to find Kim Ji-hun a job, then directly asked if Ji-hun wanted to become a hunter again. The boy reacted with visible confusion, unable to grasp how Suho could suggest such a thing. While clearly seeing Ji-hun's leg condition, he went on to make it crystal clear that, if Suho's plan involved entering gates by possessing his younger brother's body, then that path was absolutely off limits. Suho responded calmly, clarifying it wouldn't involve possession at all, and that the job would be for Kim John himself. The boy frowned deeply, irritation rising as he snapped at Suho to stop joking. If something like that were truly possible, he argued, it would have happened long ago. He pointed out his level was already above 50. He couldn't even enter the lowest level gates anymore. To make a living, Suho then shifted the topic and asked if John was familiar with partner items. These items were special equipment that synchronized perfectly with a player's innate traits, amplifying their abilities in unique ways. John was aware of them, but he also knew how incredibly unrealistic they were to obtain. Partner items were comparable to winning a lottery, with only a handful of players across the entire world ever finding one that truly matched them. Suho acknowledged that difficulty, knowing better than anyone that finding an item perfectly suited to a person was nearly impossible. Still, he knew that in his previous life, Kim John had become infamous because of a specific partner item. Suho assured the boy he knew exactly which item resonated with John's possession trait, and through that item, he intended to give both brothers a completely new life. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist tightly, his emotions boiling over. He demanded to know why Suho was doing any of this, especially after being ignored by everyone for so long. He questioned if Suho secretly wanted something from them. In return, after all this time, Kim John had desperately knocked on the doors of welfare centers, district offices, and countless organizations, yet not a single hand ever reached back. He had fallen from a successful hunter to someone society quietly labeled as weak and utterly disposable. That slow abandonment carved deep, painful scars into him. Because of that profound neglect, Kim John eventually walked the path of a villain. In the present, Suho stated that John had never truly been abandoned, but the boy clearly didn't believe those words. What followed left him completely shaken. Suho stepped forward and knelt before him, lowering himself without a moment's hesitation, and apologized for arriving late. He admitted that he should have come to help much, much earlier. From deep inside, Suho genuinely wanted to help Kim John, even though he hadn't created the system and wasn't the state itself. Still, he understood his responsibility as a public servant and intended to fulfill that duty sincerely, without excuses. With a calm smile, Suho explained his delay wasn't due to neglect or indifference, but because he hadn't found a viable solution before. This time was different, and this time he promised to help. Kim Jong stared at him in silence for a long moment, before finally apologizing. In return, he admitted that he had never experienced anyone truly trying to help them, which had made them overly sensitive and defensive. Suho stood back up and told him he would have reacted the same way. In that position, he then assured him that his brother's awakening report wouldn't interfere with their disability pension, making it crystal clear that he had already considered those consequences. Suho even went as far as stating he would personally deal with the PC cafe owner if John hadn't received proper payment. The man was still spared. When John explained that the owner had always treated him kindly, shifting the focus forward, Suho then announced he'd soon introduce John to a guild for all things hunter-related. The boy wondered how any guild would accept someone like him, but Suho dismissed that concern entirely. All John needed to do was wait patiently until Suho returned with a special partner item that would change everything for them both. Sometime later, Suho returned to the Hunter Association. As he stepped out of his car, his thoughts lingered on why Chief Pai and the vice president had contacted him so suddenly. Before he could reflect any further, his attention was pulled away by Park Gun, who was running straight toward him. Suho asked why the boy was here, and Park Gun quickly explained that his mother had packed him some food. This was all thanks to Suho's Instagram post and the recent news coverage, both of which had been receiving a great response. The boy openly expressed his gratitude, clearly excited by how well things were going. Suho brushed it off calmly, stating he hadn't done anything special. He mentioned he only posted the food because it genuinely tasted good, and regarding the news coverage, he casually denied having reported anything himself. Gung awkwardly agreed. Suho then asked whether the boy had changed his class. Gung immediately brightened, explaining he had chosen the archer class. He was still serious about becoming a hunter, and went on to ask if Suho had any guild recommendations for him, and we all know what's coming. Suho then brought his new sidekicks to the Nexus Guild. The guild leader, upon seeing an applicant personally recommended by Suho, approved him instantly with a broad smile. Sometime later, Suho was seen knocking outside the vice president's office. As his arrival was calmly announced from inside, he was called inside. The moment he stepped inside, Suho bowed respectfully and asked if he'd been summoned. The vice president confirmed it, saying he wanted to check in on Suho's recent progress. After Suho took his seat, the vice president smiled and mentioned he'd heard Suho's recent achievements were truly impressive. Suho casually brushed it off, attributing it all to simple good luck. Vice President Cummin responded with a wide smile, pointing out how incredibly modest Suho was, especially considering he'd been tackling nothing but the toughest assignments in the Awakening Department. He even mentioned that Suho had tackled a military service corruption case that wasn't technically part of his evaluation. Staring directly at Suho, the vice president asked where he'd managed to obtain that kind of information. At that moment, Suho clearly understood. The vice president was probing for his sources, judging by how quickly the vice president reacted to issues tied to the Awakening Department. Suho's suspicions deepened. There was a strong chance Director Lee Wanek and the vice president were connected to this corruption case. Realizing this, Suho decided to toss out some bait. Closing his eyes briefly, Suho explained he'd conducted field inquiries. Based on tips, the vice president immediately countered, saying those tips didn't seem related to draft dodgers at all, and demanded how Suho had actually investigated the case. That was when Suho realized the vice president had already thoroughly reviewed all tip-off documents. In detail, Suho then added that he'd also obtained information through acquaintances, relying on informants he'd built connections with. During his time working as a hunter, that response visibly rocked the vice president, who immediately grilled him, demanding to know who'd go so far to help. Suho calmly replied that the intel came from his connections. When the vice president pressed him for exact details, Suho just brushed it off, saying they were just from here and there. That vague answer made the vice president lose his cool. He immediately raised his voice, demanding what here and there even meant. Suho apologized politely, but stated that, since those connections involved government agencies, he couldn't possibly disclose them. The vice president then asked if those agencies had ties to their organization as well. Suho honestly replied he wasn't sure. The vice president pressed again, half accusing, half pleading, asking if Suho was really going to treat him this way, and saying he felt genuinely hurt by it. Suho listened in silence, giving no reaction. The vice president then argued that information like this should be shared with someone who runs organizations. Like him, claiming this was how influence spread and associations grew, and questioning how such information could even be misused. With a faint smirk, Suho added that he had heard there were internal connections within the Day One Association as well, and since the source was reliable, it was probably an insider. The vice president immediately latched onto that, expressing interest in meeting those informants. Suho replied cautiously that they were extremely wary of exposure, which would make such a meeting difficult. The vice president suggested meeting them under the guise of being a client, but Suho insisted that even then, it wouldn't be possible. Stepping closer, the vice president desperately asked if Suho was truly going to do this to him. After a brief pause, Suho finally said he would ask them once. That answer instantly pleased the vice president, who told Suho to give him a response by today. Suho agreed, simply stating he understood. With their conversation now wrapped up, Suho then announced he would take his leave. He mused to himself that he'd perfectly hooked the vice president, exactly as his plan had laid out. The scene then shifted to the non-awakened department, where Suho immediately ran into AOM Young-sung, who was standing right in front of him. Suho calmly inquired if his evaluation had already been completed. AOM, however, was visibly sweating, juggling a massive stack of files. He awkwardly explained that the awakening department was completely swamped with work at the moment, and asked Suho to just wait a little longer. The staff handling evaluations were totally buried in work, and it would likely take several more days to finish everything up. Hearing that, Suho was genuinely taken aback, wondering what this sudden delay was even supposed to mean. Around them, chaos filled the entire department. Other officers were shouting behind his back, clutching their heads and loudly complaining about how an absurd number of draft dodgers had suddenly appeared all at once. Just compiling the list alone was taking forever. Another officer miserably muttered about his mother, apologizing in his heart for being unable to go home from work. Suho then calmly asked where he was supposed to wait. In the meantime, AOM hesitated before suddenly realizing that Suho hadn't even been assigned a seat yet. Suho simply stood there, blankly waiting for an answer. Not long after, the scene cut to him outside the building, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Standing beside him was Chunman, laughing openly and pointing out that Suho had basically been kicked out. Suho admitted it, a frustrated tone in his voice. Chunman took a sip of his drink, then casually mentioned that he'd heard Suho caught a massive number of draft dodgers. Suho asked how that news had already spread so fast. Chunman explained that, even when people asked the Awakening Department, no one was responding. So, everyone just stood by, watching the situation unfold. From the sidelines, Suho thought to himself, this isn't exactly good news. The department was clearly swamped, dealing with something seriously ugly, and there was no reason to air its dirty laundry in front of others. He then asked Chulman if he knew much about internal politics. Chulman was taken aback by the sudden question, wondering why Suho was asking something like that. Out of nowhere, Suho then explained that he thought it would be better to understand these things. He wasn't planning to pick sides, only trying to avoid danger by knowing what was coming in advance. Chulman immediately understood why Suho was asking. Watching him, Suho reflected that Chulman showed a lot through his expressions. Even though he looked dull on the surface, he was actually sharp and cautious. Someone who had clearly suffered through internal power struggles before. In contrast, Suho realized that all he had ever done was swing his sword, staying so focused on survival that he never had time to look around. Chulman then began explaining the structure, involving Vice President Simon and Chief Pai Sung-yeol. On the surface, there were two major factions within the association, the Vice President's line and the Special Unit Chief's line. Suho recalled that before the regression, those two hadn't appeared as faction leaders. They had even seemed to be on the same side. Looking at it now, that clearly wasn't the case. They were never allies to begin with. Suho suspected that cases like the Sunbae Gaem incident were likely handled by slowly gathering information and tightening a leash from behind the scenes. Chulman continued explaining that the factions themselves were easy to distinguish. The Awakening Department and the Management Department belonged to the Vice President's line, while the Gate Department and the Resource Department fell under Chief Pai's line. He then asked Suho why the President didn't seem to have a faction. Of his own, Suho answered simply that the President was the highest-ranking person in the association. Chulman agreed, adding that the President only needed to survive his term, so his focus leaned more toward external relations. Chulman asked if there was anything else Suho was curious about. Suho said no, stating that he would keep everything he had heard in mind. Chulman then offered to arrange a temporary seat for him in the Gate Department. Suho thanked him, but expressed concern that doing so might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, he suggested studying for other department theory exams. At a cafe, Chulman agreed and said he would provide the necessary study materials. Suho thanked him once more, thinking to himself that taking the rest of the day off might not be such a bad idea. After all, sometime later, Suho arrived at the Nexus Guild Villa in Payu. The moment he stepped inside, the Banshee team and G1 visibly lit up, genuinely happy to see him after such a long gap. Suho calmly guided everyone to their seats, setting the mood before anything else. Jiawen found it odd that Suho was here during work hours, but Suho brushed it off, explaining that it was a legal skip. What mattered more, he added, was that the timing was finally right. The group didn't immediately understand what he meant, so Suho reminded them of the promise he had made. In the past, he acknowledged that the Banshee team all carried a deep grudge against the special unit. The revenge they wanted was something he intended to help them achieve in a concrete and irreversible way. And for that, preparation was necessary. That was the real reason he had gathered them before, because he needed people who could move in secret, acting as his hands and feet, without drawing attention. Manhwa pointed out that they were still officially in the middle of his training, and reminded him of his past vow. His revenge would only come once he joined the Special Forces. Suho admitted that had indeed been the original plan. However, he'd recently stumbled upon something quite intriguing. If everything went according to plan, they could ignite chaos within the organization. Even before he officially joined the Special Forces unit, he explained the plan revolved around cleverly exploiting existing internal faction conflicts. With a faint, confident smile, Suho revealed their first target would be none other than Vice President Park Hyun. As he'd promised earlier, Suho brought the Vice President to a specific location. That evening, after stepping out of the car, the Vice President glanced around, clearly finding the meeting spot unimpressive, even shabby. Suho calmly explained that the individuals involved were extremely sensitive about security and requested his understanding. As the Vice President opened the door, he assumed they must have private rooms inside, reasoning that choosing such a place meant the informants were cautious and likely scheming inside. Inside the building, Banshee members stood waiting, white masks obscuring their faces. The Vice President instantly began to sweat, his mind racing as he noticed no other signs of life. He wondered if something had gone wrong, or if someone had overheard them. Still, he reassured himself that Sword God Suho was right there, meaning nothing serious could possibly happen. Suho then turned slightly away from him and calmly stated that this was indeed the right place. The Vice President grew uneasy, sensing something deeply off about Suho's tone. Suho continued, saying the timing was perfect for getting things done. In that instant, the Banshee members surged forward with overwhelming speed, subduing the Vice President before he could even react. They pinned him to the ground in one smooth motion, completely cutting off any chance of resistance. Suho now stood tall over him. Suho chillingly laid out the harsh reality. The Vice President? He'd been kidnapped, and Suho wasn't about to spill every detail. With a subtle nod, Gwak Doho moved in and landed a precise blow to the back of the VP's neck. The man's body went limp in an instant, as he crumpled unconscious. This truly kicked Suho's master plan into gear. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Vice President slowly began to stir from his forced slumber. The instant his senses snapped back, he shot upright on his feet and frantically slammed his fists against the door, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where the heck he was, and if anyone was even there. Before any answer could come, a strange, wet, gurgling sound echoed from behind him. The eerie noise caught him completely off guard. Fear instantly froze him in place, as his mind began to spiral, wondering just what kind of sound that was. Was it some kind of monstrous creature? The gurgling sound only grew louder. The moment he finally realized, the sound was coming from a distinct direction. Panic took over, and he started screaming in terror, begging frantically for someone to save him, and for someone to just get rid of whatever monster was lurking there. Then, his eyes finally locked onto the noise's source. To his absolute shock, it wasn't a monster at all, but a person chained up and tightly restrained. Staring at this horrifying sight, the vice president's mind reeled in utter confusion, realizing the figure was completely bound and utterly unable to move freely. Just then, Suho calmly strolled into view and casually remarked that the vice president looked surprisingly lively. The instant the vice president spotted him, rage exploded from him as he hurled threats. Convinced Suho wouldn't dare get away with this, Suho didn't hesitate for even a split second. He summoned forth his blood weapon and brought it down hard on the vice president's hand. In a single, ruthless strike, bones cracked as fingers snapped. The vice president then crumbled to the ground, screaming in agony. Suho, unperturbed, coldly scolded him, questioning if he was truly brave or just plain stupid to act out in such a critical situation. Immediately afterward, Suho activated his healing ability and instantly mended the very injury he'd just inflicted. "Stop whining," he ordered, "because I don't want to hear it." Trembling, the vice president frantically demanded to know what he'd done to deserve such brutal treatment. Watching his reaction, Suho mused that the man still hadn't come to his senses. He then raised his weapon once more, remarking on how casually the vice president was still talking. That was enough to completely shatter the man's resolve. Terror flooded the vice president's face as he immediately begged for forgiveness, apologizing profusely and pleading not to be hit again. Suho straightened up and simply said, "That's better. Cooperation will make things much easier," he continued. "And if we cooperate properly, our conversation won't need to involve any violence." He even added that he didn't enjoy hitting people. Suho then moved toward the chain man, nudging him lightly with his foot, before explaining his identity. The restrained man was Changsik, the notorious boss of the Changsik gang, an organization deeply involved in loan sharking and illegal drug trafficking. His crimes were so severe that he was being kept here, under constant supervision and re-education. Suho made it crystal clear that from now on, everything depended on the vice president's choices. He could continue living as Park Cumin, or he could very well end up living as Changsik instead. With that chilling final warning hanging in the air, Suho calmly told him to behave properly. Sometime later, the vice president was kneeling before Suho, just as he'd been instructed. He had meticulously written down everything he'd ever done, in excruciating detail inside the notebook. Suho glanced through it briefly and simply told him, "You've done well." Then almost casually, Suho remarked that the vice president had really accomplished quite a lot over the years. It was no surprise, then, he ended up getting devoured by Bae Song-cheol. That single line hit Park Q-man like a shockwave. Before he could properly react, Suho told him not to pretend. He was clueless about what was going on. Suho calmly revealed he'd caught Kim Gung-won, and that alone was enough to render Park Q-man's position dangerously unstable. The vice president gaped at him in utter disbelief and asked if it was truly real. Suho sounded almost exasperated, asking if he truly hadn't known. With a sigh, Suho scoffed at his slow wit, explaining that Kim Gung-won had been an early target on his investigation list, tagged as a difficult catch, yet undeniably malicious. In the process of tracking him down, Suho Huk met Bak Yi-hyun and even learned that Baek Ji-hyun had been bribing the vice president. Suho admitted he deliberately let Baek Gyum go, just to see how Park Q-man would react. Then Suho showed him his phone and pointed out who had contacted him first. After all that, it was Bae Song-cheol. Suho explained that Bae Song-cheol was already busy, moving behind the scenes to take Park Kyu-man down, while Park Kyu-man himself remained utterly clueless about everything happening around him. Suho added that he had assumed all the Awakening Department executives were on Park Kyu-man's side, but it turned out none of them had reported anything to him. Grinding his teeth, the vice president cursed them in anger, furious after how well he believed he'd treated them. Suho coldly pointed out that, given his situation, Park Kyu-man's life was already hanging by a thread. If Bae-sung Cheol decided to act, it could all be over at any moment. Completely shaken, the vice president begged him, asking if there was really no way for him to survive. Suho crouched down in front of him and said there was a way, but only if Park Kyu-man did exactly as he was told. If he complied, Suho would guarantee his survival within the association, even allowing him to contend with Pae Si-hoon and Jo Young-pil on equal footing. Relief washed over the vice president's face as he desperately agreed, vowing to do everything Suho commanded. Suho then pulled out a small, black pill and offered it to him, ordering him to swallow it. Trembling, Park Kyu-man asked what it was. Suho calmly explained it was an item bomb absorbed into the body, once consumed and triggered solely by his commands. It couldn't be detected by any search skills and was incredibly expensive, so he told him to eat it quickly. Fear completely overtook the vice president, as he initially refused, asking if he really had to swallow something like that. Suho replied that he needed insurance. In case of betrayal, if Park Kyu-man truly didn't want to eat it, he didn't have to. Suho leaned closer and told him that if he didn't want to live here, alive and unharmed, he could always live on as Chong-sik, under a different name instead. He told him to choose wisely. Shaking violently, Park Kyu-man stared at the pill, then closed his eyes and swallowed it in one motion. Suho nodded in satisfaction and told him that from now on, they would clean up the messes he had made, one by one. When Park Kyu-man asked what messes he meant, Suho explained that if he wanted to live, he needed to stop Pae Si-hoon and Jo Young-pil from attacking him. And that started with fixing every wrong he had committed. So far, he didn't care how Park Kyu-man handled it, or who he pinned things on, as long as no innocent person was sacrificed. If he crossed that line, Park Kyu-man already knew what would happen. The vice president quickly swore that would never happen. Suho told him to relax, saying he would simply sit back and watch. Then he gave his first direct order. As soon as Park Kyu-man returned to the association, he was to deal with the draft evasion case. Suho asked who had been involved, and Park Kyu-man confessed it was all him, the head of the Awakening Department and the chief of the non-awakened division. He admitted he'd pocketed a whopping 70 of the funds. The rest split among his underlings. Suho realized that whoever subcontracted this job had clearly gorged themselves on cash. He ordered Park Kyu-man to return every single penny and silence everyone involved permanently. When Park Kyu-man hesitated, stammering that he still had his share, but couldn't vouch for the others, Suho, ever so coldly, pointed out, if that money isn't returned pronto, things are going to explode. Either retrieve it, or you'll fill the gap yourself. But ensure not a peep comes out. Park Kyu-man, sweating, quickly agreed. Suho then tacked on another command. As soon as Park Kyu-man returned to the office, he was to immediately process Suho's Awakening Department evaluation. Both the field evaluation and a written exam were already completed, so there was absolutely no reason for the process to keep dragging its feet. Park Kyu-man profusely apologized and promised to handle it. Finally, Suho delivered his last, chilling instruction and told him, "Close your eyes." The vice president froze, bewildered by the sudden command. Suho slowly lifted his bat and warned him, "I don't like repeating myself." In the very next instant, the bat slammed into the side of Park Hyunmin's head, and the vice president crumpled to the ground, completely losing consciousness once again. Meanwhile, outside the imposing building, Hyunmin was growing increasingly impatient, wondering why Suho was taking so long in there. Doho chimed in, pointing out that Suho had been inside for quite a while now. Yet everything had gone eerily silent. At that exact moment, the doors suddenly swung open, and Suho stepped right out, with the vice president slung over his shoulder, as if he weighed absolutely nothing. Younghwa stared at the bizarre scene, utterly confused, and blurted out, "Did you hit him?" Younghwa then added, noting that there hadn't been a single sound. Suho calmly replied that, technically speaking, that was exactly what had happened when you hit someone hard enough. He then motioned for Doho to grab Park Hyunmin and put him in the car. Suho informed everyone he'd explain their future plans later, but first asked them to gather. He then handed Yanawa a notebook, explaining they'd now use Park Hyunmin for some internal maneuvering. They were making their move before the situation fully engulfed the association. But first, they needed to clean up the messes Park Hyunmin had created. The notebook he had just handed over was the vice president's corruption ledger. As the group skimmed its contents, Yanawa remarked that there weren't just one or two corrupt acts written inside. She asked if they were going to erase everything. Suho clarified that they would only erase the corruption. That part Unjile already knew about. Even if Pai Su and Joel eventually learned about everything written there, it wouldn't matter. They'd use Park Hyunmin as needed and discard him afterward. Suho then asked if anyone in the group wanted personal revenge against Park Hyunmin. If so, they could change how they dealt with him. After looking through the notebook and reflecting among themselves, the group confirmed that none of them had any personal business with Park Hyunmin. Suho nodded, satisfied, and told them it was time to head back. As they were about to leave, G1 spoke up, noting that the vice president didn't seem to have any major injuries. Curious, he asked how Suho had made him talk. Suho answered calmly that he had made Park Hyunmin swallow a bomb that would explode if he disobeyed his orders. So naturally, he'd stay obedient for a while. Jiwon was stunned, asking if such an item truly existed. Suho immediately shut him down, insisting it was a lie, that nothing of the sort ever existed.